Good morning. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robinson is not in the chamber. Councillor Louis. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Deal is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Jang is not in the chamber. Councillor Reimer. Councillor Meggs is in the chair. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a sort of procedural note, we have a long day ahead of us with many speakers and probably more items than is practical, but we'll do our best. The clerk has advised me we really need to stop at 5 o'clock in order to prepare the council chamber for the public hearing that's beginning and going on for many hours starting at 6. So for all of those present, I'd just like to say that it's my intention in the chair to just agree now that we will stop at 12:30 for a 30-minute lunch break, regardless of what's going on at the moment, and then carry on with the agenda when we get back. That we'll stop at 5 as well, so that we can have a bite to eat before the evening session, which may mean that items that are unfinished at 5 o'clock will simply have to be deferred to the next meeting. So it's impossible to predict at this point how quickly we'll go, but if you're speaking to point number 10, I suggest you make your plans accordingly, and even the Heritage Plan update, it's hard to know, given the size of that topic, how quickly we'll proceed through that. So just a word to people who've decided to speak on that. It's been moved by Councillor Louis. Any opposed? All in favor? Any opposed? So that's 12:30 lunch break, 5 o'clock stop. Okay, so as chair, I'm suggesting, with the exception of item 1, which is a presentation, that those reports with no speakers or consideration items be adopted collectively in a single motion. There are currently no speakers registered for 4, 6, and 7. Does any member wish to hold these reports for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest? Councillor Carr?
Did you say 6 and 7 don't have speakers? I
No.
thought one of them did. Anyway, I would like to hold 6 and 7.
A setback. Okay, that's great. We'll do 4 then. We did a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in number 4, grant applications for community energy projects. It requires 8 votes. It's a grant. So we'll put it on the screen. You got it up there, Madam Clerk? I was a bit rusty. So is there a vote up? Or I missed it?
My screen is like just...
I don't have a voting screen myself. But, well, I was trying to set the vote and I don't see it coming up, so. You can mark me in favor, Madam Clerk. Yes, you can mark me in favor. Why am I marked absent? Can we fix that from your end, Madam Clerk? You got it? No, I don't. I would like just to get my vote done and we're finished, but I seem to have a problem here.
Oh, again?
No, that's not what I said.
I'll just keep voting. I like to...
Could you? Yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Show, no, carry. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Let's hope that's not a precursor of things to come. Okay, so Mr. Latif, please save us from voting limbo here. Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency Progress Report. Just to be clear before you start, we did adopt that on consent. A show of hands vote. Go ahead, Mr. Latif.
Thank you. Chair and Council, thank you. I'm Mukhtar Latif. I'm here today as my role as the Chief Executive Officer of the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency, and I'll be reporting today to Council an update of the work undertaken by the Housing Agency since Council approved the setting up of the Housing Agency this time last year. I'll be covering the mandate, the governance and structure of the Housing Agency that's been set up, update Council on the key achievements to date, highlight the development plan, portfolio objectives and some of the sites that have been identified for the initial phase of work. I will be then outline the key activities for the coming year. So, as a reminder, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency was created last year to create the delivery of, or enable the delivery of 2,500 affordable homes across the city on city and partner land by 2021. The Housing Agency is to act as an agent for the city, and $62 million were allocated in the 2015-2018 capital plan to enable the developments to move forward, to create 1,350 new affordable homes across the city as part of this capital plan period up to 2018. The Housing Agency's mission and objectives are to act as a catalyst to enable and facilitate partnerships, to leverage funding and resources to build more affordable homes for low to moderate income singles and families across the city. Its objectives are aligned with Council's policy and through a Council-appointed independent board provide oversight and regular reporting to Council. The Housing Agency's governance structure sets out clear roles and responsibilities for both Council and the Housing Agency. The Council appoints a Board of Directors, approves the annual operating funding, approves the capital budget, designates Council-owned land for the Housing Agency to act as an agent to enable affordable housing, approves the long-term leases to housing operators, and receives annual update on the activities of the Housing Agency. The Housing Agency Board provides oversight, expertise and risk management for the team and provides comfort to Council. The staff team have been selected from key departments across the city, coming from housing, planning, real estate, finance, law and procurement, to form a cohesive team that provide a comprehensive review of sites and ensure that we can move forward with the delivery of the affordable housing as quickly as we can. We have other city staff that support the Housing Agency as appropriate. The Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency's Board of Directors bring a broad base of expertise and knowledge which adds strength to the organisation and comfort to Council that there is appropriate oversight. Their backgrounds are diverse and add value to the work that we are looking to do in the coming years. Mr. Ken Clement has been a long-term champion for Aboriginal housing and employment. Ms. Cassie Doyle has held senior government positions and has experience in housing and urban development. Ms. Sarah Goodman is an entrepreneur and has a background in innovations and partnerships. Mr. Bruce Tidball has many years of project and construction management experience on mixed-use developments. In addition to the independent board members, the city-appointed directors are Dr. Penny Ballum, the city manager, Ms. Patrice MP, the Chief Finance Officer, and Mr. Bill Orgula, the General Manager of Real Estate and Facilities. Our progress since 2014 has been to set up the organisation and have it legally incorporated, establish a board of directors with 3 city staff and 4 external board of directors, approval of the capital and operating budgets for 2015, identifying key staff with expertise in housing, finance, planning, law and real estate, and set up the policies and processes. We've analysed over 20 sites, with 12 sites initially selected for the first round of work to deliver the 1350 units as part of the capital planning programme. And then we also requested qualifications from real estate and construction companies to help facilitate the development of housing on the city-owned sites. And we received a considerable response to these, which we are currently assessing. We also issued an RFP to appoint a consultant to assist us in the study of vacant homes in the city to better understand the quantum of vacant housing, as we were hearing back from council and from the public the concern of vacant homes in communities. As part of the analysis of the sites and the business planning processes, a set of guiding principles of how city-owned sites will be developed for affordable housing were identified. These being a high priority for family housing units, particularly 2 and 3 bedroom units, as we have been discussing recently around family housing. This is closely aligned with council housing objectives. Optimising the density on each site, working closely with local communities. Maximising the design and construction efficiencies, working closely with partners who have got the development expertise to be able to embed affordability at every step of the development process, which includes securing low-cost financing, so that we are looking at every step of the development process and seeing how we can embed the affordability so that when you get to the end of the project, you require less subsidy to enable deeper affordability to be secured. We're working closely with developers and city departments to facilitate early delivery of homes and reduce holding costs. We're also looking to contract with efficient and effective housing operators to provide cost-efficient services and enable longer-term affordability as well. So looking at the delivery model, we've set a clear delivery model in which the city owns the land and the housing agency acts as an agent to enable housing development to be carried out on those specified sites. The agency team will work closely to set clear parameters, both for the developers, housing operators and funders, undertaking financial feasibilities and community consultation. Working with partners, we'll be looking to secure the most efficient form of construction finance so that the sites can be moved in a speedy way, and then looking at ways in which we can enter into long-term housing agreements with and leases with housing operators to develop out those sites. The pro forma development will also take place before sites are started on site to make sure that we have the long-term financing and the any equity subsidies or grants that we require in order to deliver the affordability that we're seeking to target for that particular project. Looking at the sites, we have identified a number of sites across the city which will deliver the capital planning targets of 1,350 units over the next 4 years. We've identified the 12 sites that will enable that to be occurred, and what we flag here today is the first phase on which the team is concentrating its resources on to bring forward. This will enable up to 800 units to be developed, subject to rezonings and council approval. And we'll be working with communities to develop these plans to make sure that we move forward to meet the needs of those local communities. And the way that we identified these sites is that we have a mix of housing across the city with the geographic distribution unit mix to meet those different needs. So we're looking at projects that have SRO replacement, meet the needs of families, and as well as looking at people that are low incomes and seniors. These sites have had initial assessments undertaken, and we're now in process of setting out detailed requirements to be able to procure partners to take forward the developments. And we'll be engaging with local communities in the following months to keep them informed of progress and input on the progress. Looking at the target groups for these particular sites, we have, as I said earlier, focused on SRO replacements, providing better quality self-contained housing as part of the commitment to replace these housing units under the Downtown Eastside Community Plan. The River District sites are well suited for families and we will be looking to prioritize family housing in this particular location. All the sites will have housing that is suitable for singles and couples, including seniors who are on low to moderate incomes, with at least 5% of the housing being adaptable to meet the needs of people with disabilities. The sites will also target affordability. A key objective is to maximize the amount of affordability that we're able to secure on these sites. And we'll be looking to have units that offer income assistant rents to subsidized rents to affordable market rents, providing mixed income housing, which will both enable the projects to move forward at a faster rate as well as ongoing operational sustainability. As I said, the main aim is to ensure projects are viable and we can deliver the new affordable housing units. And whilst we can enable supply and a level of affordability, if we're looking for deeper levels of affordability, we do require senior government support for that. And that can be provided in a variety of manners, and that could either be through grants or through rent supplement programs that the province has currently is focused on delivering, as well as funding from philanthropic foundations such as Street to Home and others who have been really supportive in terms of providing grants to enable that level of affordability to be achieved. The Housing Agency will be working to bring these sites forward in the coming year, and we have a number of key steps that we're looking to take forward in the year ahead. We, as I said, gone out for the developer framework, and we'll be pulling together the assessment of those submissions. We had a good response from a range of developers and construction companies to help take those forward. And we're now looking at ways in which we can secure the lowest possible finance that we can to enable the sites to progress. And we were in discussions with BC Housing around their construction financing program, as well as other opportunities to partner with funders and investors to develop these sites as efficiently, as quickly as we can. We'll be taking forward the sites that I've highlighted here, and where appropriate, we'll be entering into RFPs for those specific sites to be able to bring forward the applications for development and permits and rezonings. Again, working closely with communities to make sure that we're engaging and identifying their needs and enabling new affordable housing in neighbourhoods across the city. We're also working to pull together a similar RFQ to have a framework of housing operators that we can work with to ensure that they have the experience, track record, and the ability to raise finance to support both the long-term viability of the projects as well as the affordability. We also continue to research best practice and understand specific issues such as I mentioned earlier, such as the vacancy rates, to better understand where there are opportunities to increase affordable housing supply. Council will have oversight on the programme. We will be reporting back on an annual basis, but also where there's a significant variance from the approved development plan and financial strategy, we will be coming back to Council with those discussions, as well as bringing forward projects to Council through the regulatory process where there's a rezoning required. Any long-term ground lease will come to Council for approval before signature with a housing operator, and any additional sites that we will have over the 12 that we've currently identified, we will be coming back to Council to have those added to the portfolio. So in summary, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency has been established with clear parameters and objectives. We have good, strong governance in place and oversight with an independent board of directors appointed. Council will continue to have oversight as projects move forward, and we have identified the first phase of projects that will deliver up to 800 affordable housing units, which have a clear alignment with Council housing policy. So that's the end of the presentation. So I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
You do indeed have questions. Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your presentation and in the report, it talks about $62 million in the capital plan. That, of course, was put into the capital plan by last council and approved by the voters at the last election. Is it fair to say that all 62 million of that will go towards the Vaha initiative, or how is that distributed?
Yeah, the 62 million is allocated in the capital budget for site acquisitions. Generally, the capital fund tends to look to the land being the contribution from the council. So the funds are allocated to either pay the PEF or to pay for land acquisitions, as we recently did with Southwest Marine. And the River District also has options where we would need to commit funding for.
So you mentioned that it was the land component to purchase the land and pay back the PEF. So what do you expect to, as a result of this investment from the city, $62 million top line, what would be the leveraged amount do you expect to occur from other partners?
From the financial analysis that we carried out in the business plan and financial strategy, what we envisage with the $62 million is to leverage probably up to, the leverage that we're looking at is approximately 4 times that amount.
So 3 additional times or 4 times on top of the 62?
We're looking at approximately $250 million to $300 million worth of capital costs for the projects for the capital plan that we're currently envisaging.
So that's why we're putting in this base amount and with the hopes of up $250 to $300 million leveraged as a result of this. Okay. Now, will Vaha be the lead agency when we're dealing with the province, or will it? What's the structure internally?
Yeah, in terms of policy and council strategy, the housing department takes the lead on that. What the housing agency is doing is looking to implement the council's policies and objectives. So it's a tool that the city has to enable some of the objectives to be actually implemented, as well as obviously the policies that council sets are wider market policies, so they will enable so the housing will be the regulatory piece, and the agency is acting as an implementer in terms of delivering that. So where there is a requirement or policy that the housing department sets to engage with the province to enable further supported housing units to be enabled, that will be a strategic discussion, and then the agency will be working with the province to actually implement and deliver the units.
So there's been some discussion that we have some existing structure already. This is a new structure. Just explain to us how this new structure has advantages over the old structure.
The existing structure was, the process was that we worked within the different teams in the city. So we reviewed a project based on a departmental focus. So you had real estate planning, finance, law, and procurement working on a project. And sometimes that was sequential. So there was a process by which, by having the housing agency, you've now got a cohesive team which allows us to review a project in its entirety and enable a faster assessment of what we need from an opportunity and take that forward with clear parameters that we set. So it enables a faster, nimble approach to be able to bring forward affordable housing that we desperately need in the city. Faster,
more nimble, theoretically more efficient because there's no crossover in terms of the costs and allocations.
There are time savings from city's perspective in terms of the time that we save in condensing the consideration of these projects, but also the fact that we have a focused team that then can drive the efficiencies from the project, looking at the different aspects that I mentioned, working with developers, financiers, and also housing operators, looking at how best we can deliver the objectives that we want to achieve as quickly and as efficiently as we can. So you've got a dedicated team that can do that now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson. So we're in the first phase of the project, so 800 units, 810 units spread across 7 sites.
The 800 units that we have identified across the 4 or 5 sites that I flagged up in the presentation. We have identified 12. The 800 is an indicative figure that we have based on our initial assessment. We'll be doing some more detailed work as we go through the detailed design and rezoning and discussions with planning. So there will be a range, and that's an up to figure. So what we're looking to do is get these sites up and running, and then we'll be looking to deliver in total as part of the capital plan is the 1,350 units. So there are a number of steps that we have in terms of the process. So we have the 2,500 target, which is the mandate given by council till 2021. And then we have the 4-year target, which is 1,350, which has been approved as a capital plan process. City Manager.
Maybe, just to remind council that we're, as you could see from the data, we're also pushing a lot of larger units for families. So I've forgotten, is it 45%?
There's 45% that we're targeting.
So that does decrease the actual number of units available, but it's really, really important, as you remember from yesterday.
Right. So, okay. Well, so I'm looking at the slide where you've got 1 to 3 on River District parcels 1, 3, and 5A. You've got 4, which is on River District parcel 8A. River District parcel 43A is 5. West Hastings Street is 6, and Fraser Street is 7. So
That's right.
7 sites.
Those are the 7 sites that we're taking forward. Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure because one of them is on one line and it's 3 sites. So
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So we parceled up from the team's perspective. The River District sites we parceled up as one project, and we parceled up the Fraser and the Hastings one as another. So we're looking at 3 different projects, but they are 7 sites.
Okay. So that does raise, I mean, the city manager's points do raise some questions about, well, we own the land and we want 70% of the housing below market, none of it above market. So what is in this for our partners? How do they make this work?
Yeah, so the discussions that we've been having, and there's a range of partners that we're looking to work with. So we are looking at with developers, housing operators, as well as funders. So those are the 3 partners that we're currently working with to see how best we can engage with them. From the developer's perspective, this is an opportunity to work with the housing agency to create that affordability and diverse mix across the city. So there is a recognition from the development community that there is a need to have that diverse spread of housing, and they want to work closely with us to help us embed that affordability using their expertise and knowledge to be able to create that affordability through that design phase. There is obviously a construction management fee and a profit through the construction phase. So there is as well as opportunity to keep their workforce working where there are gaps in their programming as well. So there are other benefits to developers in terms of why they would engage with us, and we have seen that recognition of how important this is to them with the response that we received from the RFQ.
Oh, that's great. So good response on the RFQ.
Did, yeah.
Okay. So you've got 70% below market subsidized, including a pretty sizable chunk at shelter rate that you're targeting, 30% at market. The family housing, sorry, I'm about to add in another % here. So if almost half of that is family housing, will it be proportionate to that? So will 70% of the family housing be subsidized is really the question I'm trying to get to.
There will be a range. What we're looking to do is when we do the financial appraisals to enable the sites to move forward is to look at how we can ensure that we get as much affordability across the different mix of units that we're trying to enable. There's going to be a point at which we are going to be only able to subsidize the affordability to a certain level, and that's where we are looking for the province through their family rent supplement programs and others to be able to create that deeper affordability.
You anticipated my last question, which is how do we engage the province or the federal government, especially on the family housing side?
Yeah. So from that perspective, as I said, we're trying to reduce the ask in terms of the overall requirement by looking at all these steps that we can do to make the project as cost effective as we can. And then we do need to engage with the province to widen some of the rent supplement programs that they have to look at people that are more or moderate incomes as much as they're ones that are more vulnerable to expand the rent supplement program that they currently have.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carter. Do you have something to add?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to add to that, because I think, you know, Council, we've done a lot of work and we're trying to really be clear. We have a menu by which you can drive down affordability. So a senior level government can give an equity contribution to the construction that will help reduce, you know, the financing required and potentially the mortgaging. They can provide financing on a long-term basis or even for construction at a lower cost. They can provide subsidization, whether through an operating agreement or rent supplements that are targeted family by family. That reduces the the burden on the family or the other resident, and allows it to be more affordable. So I think what we're trying to do is we're driving through the capacity, and we're saying to our senior levels of government, take your pick. Like, participate in whatever way works best for you, whether it's through capital, equity, financing, and a combination of those things. But we're very, very flexible. We don't have just one size. But it's really totally dependent on how much engagement we get around any one or all of those that will, in the end, determine the overall depth of affordability that we can get to. What's very, very clear, and what I want to make really sure Council understands, we're driving to as much affordability as we possibly can across all tenants, because the need is very significant. And if Council has a sense of, well, really, if, take seniors and people with disabilities and young families, if you have a preference to say, well, if you're going to prioritize, drive this group or that group or all of them, like, that helps us understand. But we're trying to drive as much affordability as possible across all those groups in need.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. You have some questions.
Yes, I do. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And actually, one of my questions was exactly about driving affordability and driving down the price. I noticed that in one of your slides, you talked about construction financing, and you said it may be led by the city or VAHA itself. So I'm interested in pursuing that. I understand that we own the land, and that most of what is being proposed are partnerships with either private developers or nonprofit societies, BC Housing, whatever. But what if we actually were the developer and we took that land, and it may not work so well for apartments and rental, but for ownership, affordable ownership for families. The big gap, the big need right now, and what people are saying is wanted in this city are townhomes. Young families are very interested in them. They want to own a piece of the soil. They want their own ownership. And they're not thinking about it as a starter home anymore. They're thinking about it as their long-term investment. And if we were to do, I hate to raise this again, but I'm going to, if we were to do as Whistler did in their housing authority, build ourselves on our own land and then own those properties but sell them out of VAHA at cost. We would recover our cost. That cost, I know in the case of Whistler, is about 50% lower. So $650,000 townhome in Whistler, when owned by the Whistler Housing Authority, sells for $325,000.
If I may, Councillor Carr, if you just maybe ask Mr. Lateef why he's not putting forward a Whistler proposal, you might get more questions, and it's just been such a long question that...
It is a long question. Thank you for pointing that out. So why aren't we considering doing that with our own land?
Yeah. So there's a few different elements within that question. So if I can break those out, what we're looking to do is leverage our capital assets through the city to enable funding to be coming from other sources to create that housing. What we were looking at, when you look at the debt finance, is that we would have to have a much larger capital program in order to fund the construction of housing that we would own and retain. So from that perspective, it would need a bigger call of funds to enable the same number of homes to be built. So the opportunity is whether we leverage the fund and build as many homes as we can using other resources that we can draw upon from partners, or whether we use the capital funds that we have and just produce the few units that we can within that constraint. So I guess that it's understanding how we leverage our funding to create as much housing supply that we
Totally understand the notion of tying it up, and that I can see being an issue of apartments. But what is the turnaround? If we were to, for a developer, if we were our own developer, what's the turnaround on actually taking capital, building some townhomes, and then selling them? I can't believe it would be more than 2 years, and we would get our money back, and then we could reinvest, would we not?
Maybe I'll jump in here, Mr. Chair and Council, because I think, with lots of respect, Councillor Carr, I think we've told Council the whole issue of affordable home ownership is something that is under study. And obviously, Whistler's model is something that we've already spent some time on, and we're working at it. We're not ready to come to you with, the pros and cons of pursuing an affordable housing policy. the clear priority of council has been rental and leverage and capacity. So we hear you. We know there's an interest. We will come back to you. We're not prepared. Like, we do not have anything other than speculation that we could provide for you to get into that conversation right now.
Okay. I'm just happy to hear that you're pursuing it, and I look
Told you
forward to
that,
the report
Council?
back. That's great.
Quite a few times in the last week. So.
In terms of one other question, you did note that that there was an RFP that was put out for a consultant to advise the city on the number of vacant homes in the city. Did you, that didn't come to council first. That just came straight out of VAHA, right?
The
RFP,
yeah,
that RFP for
went
the
through
consultant.
The housing agency. We
Yeah.
were tasked to appoint to come back with some analysis of what the vacant homes issue was within Vancouver. So we did some preliminary analysis and looked at what the causes were and what data sources were available, and those were limited. So we went out for an RFP for a consultant that will help assist us to enable some of that information to be gathered. We're just in the process of, I think we just appointed the consultant, and we've got a meeting set up with BC Hydro shortly to go through the data that they hold.
Okay, I'm out of time, I think, sir.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to turn to the issue of empty homes research and sort of figure out if you can give us an update on where we are in regards to the empty home research that VAHA is undertaking. For example, is CMHC or BC Hydro providing data? As you know, my house was considered empty house at one point by mistake by some people. My immediate neighbor sold his house several months ago. They moved out, and the new buyers haven't decided what to do, so I guess it's been empty for about 5 months now. And I'm sure someone's going to call that an empty house. I actually just talked to the realtors as well. Maybe they're going to rent, maybe they're going to do this, maybe they're going to renovate. So where are we with this empty house thing? Because mistakes happened to me. And what type of data are we going to be using? Has anybody even given us any data?
Yeah, thank you for that. What we found, as I mentioned earlier, was that there is a lack of suitable data that allows us to, as a city, record the vacancy rates within the city. And what do you define as a vacant home, whether it's a vacant home for 6 months or a year? And those are the sort of policy discussions that we need to consider once we've got the baseline data of understanding how many vacant homes there are. So the first step we are undertaking is understanding the number of empty homes there are and finding out best ways in which we can actually track those in the future as well. So that's the first step. And we are looking at ways in which we can engage with BC Hydro to get some more sophisticated data, because I think the data that we have had to date is on an annual basis, and that's very hard to know when people are away and what an annual usage looks like. So there is complexities within the data that we have to deal with. But in relation to the causes of vacant homes, there is a wide range of reasons why homes are left empty. You mentioned a couple in your question, in the fact that people are in the process of transitioning. There's potential homes that have been developed. People are away for a variety of reasons, and it's a question of understanding those before we can come back and, through council, decide what appropriate policies need to be put in place.
Okay, well that's good to know that that research is ongoing. You're looking at it, because I think, like I said, there's so many reasons the house is empty, and it's not what people think. And I think we need to really get to the bottom of that. I know that VAHA was, I can't remember, remind me, there was an RFP for a consultant to actually do the research, getting an expert in. What's the status of that RFP?
We just in the process of appointing that consultant. We did the assessments over the last couple of weeks. The closing date, I think, was a few weeks ago. So we've assessed their submission, and we're in the process of appointing them. So we're looking to work with them and BC Hydro over the next few months to come back to council shortly with the report.
Okay, so the consultant then would be actually doing that type of research and whatnot, getting all the details, giving us the pros and cons of different metrics. You know, how long does it have to sit empty? What's the value of CMHC data versus BC Hydro data and things like that?
Yeah, there'll be analysis on the data and the number of vacant homes based on usage, and that will be carried out on an anonymized basis. I know there was some concern expressed around confidentiality and privacy, and we could respect that, and so we are using anonymized data.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova?
Thank you very much. I just have a few questions, and the first was about allocation and how these units will be allocated among different groups with different needs. And I know that Madam City Manager had answered that and said it would be good if council could prioritize that. For example, persons with disabilities, seniors, young families. But my concern is if we do that, then we create imbalance between these groups. So is there a way that we can allocate these units to different groups that won't create that imbalance or competitiveness amongst these groups who obviously all need housing or wouldn't be applying for it?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. What we're looking to do is have a framework of housing operators that meet a variety of housing need across the city, and that's the process that we currently undertake. Is where we have projects, we work with partners to understand what needs we need to address, and then look for the housing operators to provide that balanced support to those different communities. So we are looking at approaches where the housing operator will be working with us and BC Housing and other partners to actually understand the needs and the communities that we're seeking to house, and then work with us to be able to coordinate that tenanting and provide the appropriate supports where necessary.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of other questions. One is surrounding, I suppose, like a housing agreement with nonprofits. So it's a two-part question, and that is VAHA only going to be offering long-term leases to these groups, or is there the opportunity, as has been the practice in the past, for nonprofits to come in with a development partner and purchase units from the developer with perhaps some incentive from the city or the city partnering as well? Or is this all of these units, will all of these units be on long-term lease?
These are city-owned assets,
Okay.
So the land will not be sold. So from that perspective, we will be entering into leases with these housing operators. Okay. There are other opportunities across the city where non-profit operators and developers do work together on mainly private sites to bring those forward in that kind of relationship.
And that still will be possible regardless of this?
Yeah, the housing agency is really working on city-owned sites and enabling non-profits and faith-based organisations that have assets and supporting them through looking at their assets to see how they can be supported in bringing forward opportunities on their land.
So the protocols and programs within VAHA will not change other opportunities outside of that to work privately in private partnerships?
Now, the private-owned sites, that will go through the city, through the housing department in terms of the selection of partners.
Okay, and then just looking down the road, I know that we're probably looking at long-term leases here. Can you elaborate a little bit? Are we talking sort of a 60-year lease or 10-year lease, 5 years? What would we be looking at in a housing agreement with our operators and nonprofits?
I think that will vary depending on the level of affordability and the viability of the project. So what the team are looking to do based on the projects as we define those going forwards is to understand what is the best approach to take to maximize the affordability and also protect the assets from the city's perspective as well. So we have that dual role in terms of acting as an agent for the city to make sure that we have best value for the city and ensure that long-term viability and sustainability for the housing operator too.
Madam City
Okay, I just haven't, I haven't heard like a number of years. Is there any sort of idea right now as to what that would look like, 5 to 10,
well,
10 to
traditionally
25?
we've been looking, City Manager.
Well, I was going to carry on.
I was just going to say, traditionally we look at a 60-year lease.
Yes,
That's the normal process, but we have gone to 99, but there may be opportunities to shorten those where that's appropriate.
99, okay.
So, just a couple of things. So on a long-term lease, there is the ability to leverage mortgage financing, which actually allows the city to then move on and transfer some of that equity into yet another project. So that's why a 5 to 10 year lease has very little value
Yes,
in
I
terms of doing
understand.
that. So we traditionally look to long-term leases. The other issue I just want to really make clear, Councillor, just to your question, just to add to what Mr. Latif has said, is that there are still lots of programs. If we have a private landowner, a developer, and a nonprofit partner that come to us and want to create affordable housing, we have granting programs, and we are using, you know, all partners with all combinations to try and leverage affordability in the city. So it doesn't come through VAHA, but as the Chief Housing Officer, you know, Mr. Lateef is involved also in enabling some of that too. So it's whatever way, through whatever policies, whether it's DCL waivers and those kinds of things that are embedded in our policy framework, we're trying to leverage.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that wouldn't change.
No, yeah.
Thank you,
Just gonna
Councillor
say the housing
DiGenova.
agency is just one tool for the city. There's other tools that will continue to use.
Okay, I have other questions, but I see I'm out of time.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Thank you for the report. Just a few quick questions. One is in terms of the board and the board makeup. Are the board members outside of the city staff? Are they paid to serve on the board?
The board members are volunteers. They do get per diem to attend board meetings, but there's no payment structure other than that.
So there would be, that would show in the budget, the annual honorariums, or however it's calculated, that will actually show.
Yeah, it's in the operating agreement approved by council.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And how will the board members be replaced on annually or every 3 years, or what's the plan?
It's a 2-year appointment with an extension for a further year because we wanted to make sure that we were able to stagger board appointments, but the council will have the ability to approve that on an annual basis.
So there'd be some corporate memory basically as the board members changed over, similar to civic theaters or some of the other committees we have. Okay, that's great to know. And then just one other question is in terms of the BC Hydro information that you were perhaps looking for, a number of seniors who own homes barely use any electricity, barely use any water, because they are on very tight budgets. And I know at one point someone came from Hydro asking if anybody was actually in the house because my father used so little. So I'm just wondering if that will be taken into account, because as Councillor Jang said, it's sometimes a very difficult thing to know whether someone is actually there based on stats. So I'm just wondering if we will be acknowledging that.
No, thank you, Councillor Carr. It is a complex and difficult scenario in terms of getting the data to be able to accurately analyse how many vacant homes there are. And obviously we are doing the best we can in terms of trying to get the best proxies that we have, because BC Hydro isn't really the best source of data in terms of tracking. There can be other mechanisms, and we will need to explore those as part of the process going forward on how better we can track empty homes in the future.
And perhaps there's something you can clear up for the public, because I've had a number of questions about this. You're not intending on putting people's addresses of empty houses on a website, which would invite crime or anything like that. That is not your plan, right?
No, that was never the intention. What we are looking to do is get anonymized data from BC Hydro, but when we report out, it will be done on an aggregate basis by neighbourhood, just give a quantum of where those where there's a potential vacancy rate in a particular neighbourhood. So we aren't looking to report back on vacant homes in their specific requirements. The intent is really to understand what the quantum is. Is it on par with other cities? Because that's the other issue, that there is a vacancy rate due to a number of reasons, as we mentioned earlier. So we want to make sure that is there an abnormal vacancy rate in Vancouver that we want to take action against, or is it on par with other cities and it's a normal vacancy rate? So we will need to consider that first before we can take forward any actions.
Thank you. I think that'll be an enormous relief to people, because I think there was a great deal of fear that their house was going to be up there on some list and you know, invite an issue. So thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
Madam City Manager.
Maybe just to add to that, Mr. Chair and Council, thanks. I think we need to remember this is an opportunity, potentially. I think the whole reason for this is not that we're going to punish people for having a vacant home, is does it present an opportunity for interim housing for people who are looking for rental for families in neighborhoods? So, you know, I think that's a very important perspective that we need to continue to put that up front. It's first and foremost potentially an opportunity, we don't know, and you know, we need to know the extent of it and whether or not it's worthwhile pursuing.
Okay, Councillor Ball?
Yes.
Councillor Liu, do you have some additional questions?
Very briefly, Mr. Chair. What we've heard today is, I think, very important. Many different aspects of housing that need to be addressed for different groups. And I'm a bit concerned that we're trying to be all things to all people. But ultimately, is staff bringing back a priority list to council so that we can more focus our efforts? Because although we are putting $62 million into this equation for land purchase and hopefully leveraging additional monies from other sources, it is an aspirational goal. And we can't, as a city, so I don't want to set the expectation that the city is solving all these various pieces. Everybody wants affordable home ownership. They want, this a level of affordability that is very hard to meet without other governments. Specific groups, disabilities, we would like to do it all, of course. But maybe just some comments on how realistic is it that we'll be able to solve all our problems. And I'll just take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, without federal government, given investment into this in the realm, and given that we have a federal election coming up.
Good question, Mr. President.
There's a couple of layers to that. I mean, if you look at what we're seeking to achieve with the constraints that we have as a city and the land that we have available to us, I mean, we're talking about 2,500 in 7 years, which obviously will meet an important need within the city. But when you look at the quantum of need that we've highlighted, even just in the terms of the family presentation that we made yesterday of 8,000 families that are looking for larger housing types, we're looking at potentially up to 1,000 families that are on the wait list. We haven't got the numbers to hand in terms of other people that are on the BC housing wait list, but we are seeing pressures, ongoing pressures in the city to create affordable housing. And what you have seen in other jurisdictions is senior government levels coming in to create that level of affordability for the local populations, recognizing that there is a global market as well, that you have to deal with, but there's a need to address the local needs and the income levels that people have in a locality, and you get the federal government and senior levels of government supporting that, working in partnership with municipalities. And what we're saying here, as Senior Manager has pointed out, is that we're giving the opportunity through this through the agency to bring forward the city-owned land as an opportunity to create the supply. But that's one lever that we can obviously put forward working, but we do need partners to come to the table to drive that affordability and also expand that supply as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Genova, you have a couple of follow-ups?
Yes, I just had a follow-up on rent supplements. You had mentioned earlier that this is something that VAHA would be pursuing. However, it's my understanding that BC Housing won't commit to rent supplements until a project is near completion. So in a sense, isn't that taking a little bit of a gamble if we can't cover a rent and supplements from BC Housing are needed?
No, the way that we've done our business planning is to look at a level of affordability that we can sustain within the constraints that we have, which would mean that obviously the rents will be closer to market. They will be discounted somewhat, but if we're looking for deeper levels of affordability, that's a point where people will have the opportunity to get rent supplements to come in and access those properties at a deeper level of affordability.
Okay, and then to date, what is has BC Housing, have you sat down with BC Housing to talk about possible rent supplements for VAHA, or is this sort of in the plan for VAHA?
We constantly meet with the province around the need to create more affordable housing supply within the city. What we've been working with BC Housing is more around the construction financing, because what we're looking to do is try and embed that affordability first. There will be other discussions that we'll be having with the province around creating affordability, not just for the housing agency program, but across the city. So it's looking at ways in which we can work with them to enable that to happen.
Okay, and just to clarify, I understand usually the process is the nonprofit approaches BC Housing for the rent supplement and for the construction financing, but in this case it would be VAHA. And when VAHA approaches them, will they have a plan for which nonprofit will be operating?
The idea is that we will have a framework of partners, and we will be looking to have partners on board as part of the discussion. What we are looking to do with the portfolio of sites that have been approved by Council is to look at it in the quantum, so where we can leverage scale in terms of getting the economies rather than looking at individual projects and going in on an individual basis. If we can put together a portfolio, we may be able to leverage deeper, a better cost of finance in terms of that. So we're just looking at ways in which we can leverage the funding and the opportunity that we've got as part of the program.
Okay, and then one last question is regarding the maintenance and the city in a sense being a landlord and having a nonprofit operator for these sites. Yes, we're looking at 60 and perhaps, as the city manager has mentioned, 99-year leases, but at the same time, at the end of the day, either the city releases that back to the nonprofit or we end up with the keys, and with the keys, the maintenance costs and any costs associated to, you know, the aging building stock or rebuilding. Has Vaha considered that and any cost of maintenance that will be borne by the city?
The lease agreements that we enter in with the housing operators, and that's standard practice on all the projects that we have currently, as much as going forward, is that the housing operator is responsible for the lease maintenance of the asset, and the operating costs that are taken into account when we enter into the lease costs, lease arrangements take that into account. So it is the responsibility of the housing operator to ensure that the asset is well maintained, and that will be part of the requirement under the lease terms.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify those questions.
Mr. City Manager.
Sorry,
Thanks,
City Manager.
Mr. Chair, because I think the other point, just to build on what Mr. Latif has said, is that the city major sort of fundamental principle and assumption is that we're not going to sell our land. And, you know, we think nonprofits play a key role, but there's never going to be more land in the city of Vancouver, and there's grave concern about senior levels of government who are actually selling off their land. And we're going to, you know, whether through a long-term lease or other arrangements, we will hang on to the final tenure of that land. And then, as Mr. Latif has said, you know, aggressively manage the obligations of operators to, you know, contribute to capital reserves and sustain the active asset that they've been, you know, given the privilege to lease over the long term. So it's a really important point, Councillor, and I think that it is one of the fundamental challenges that we have and that all levels of government share with the housing stock that was built in the, you know, 60s and 70s. But, you know, we're not going to change the land tenure arrangements. We're just going to, you know, hopefully over time better manage the responsibility for keeping the asset in good shape.
I just have a couple of quick questions, Mr. Latif. So you have 7 sites ready for development as family housing quite quickly. You've identified 7. You're through the first request for qualifications. You have a pool of presumably pre-qualified developers, and we have land identified and so on. So we've got 7 sites pretty much ready to go.
We've got 7 sites which will provide the mix of housing, including family housing.
About 800 units in all?
There'll be up to 800 units, subject to there are some that require rezoning, so we will be looking to build those forward, but the process that we have in place will enable those sites to move very quickly.
That's great. So if everything goes well, what, 24 months before we might see some people move in, or 36? How quickly do you think this might flow, knowing that it could vary from site to site?
Yeah, I mean, you are talking about probably 6 months to a year to go through the planning process and community engagement, because we'll be working closely with communities to make sure that we are addressing the needs in those local communities too. So we'll be looking to start on site within the coming year on some of the sites, and those will then be developed out in the next 24 months to 36 months.
Well, given the pressure in the city for affordable housing, I can't imagine we would have much opposition to the development of it, and we've certainly heard a lot of interest around this council table. So, final question is, these cities identified sites are only part of the city's inventory. So if Minister Coleman in Victoria phoned tomorrow morning to the mayor and said, I want to do another 14 sites for social housing, and I need the city to step up as it did in the past with land, we would have that land. Is that right? This is not at the expense of the possibility of Victoria stepping back into that role.
No, we're fortunate with the Property Endowment Fund that has been investing in land since the 1970s. So there are assets across the city that we could review and take forward. We did identify 20 sites, of which we're taking forward the 12, but there are other sites that could be brought forward.
I think that's great, Madam City Manager. I have all I need. The conclusion I'm just drawing from what's been said is that we're at a really critical stage here, as we were with the Rental 100 program, where we're seeing all of this foundational work come into the place where we're now able to start to say, these are the operators, these are the sites, these are the developers, and this is the rough timeline on which we're going to be able to start changing the pattern a bit in terms of affordable housing, maybe open the doors in the next 2 to 3 years for 800 families to move into more affordable housing.
That's right, yeah. I mean,
Terrific. It's the right answer. Thank you. Okay, there's no recommendation here, so we can simply proceed to the next agenda item. I would just take note that the list has grown by 7 more speakers on the next item since we started the last item, so that's another hour in a day which has some pretty hard boundaries on it. So we'll just have to play our role in trying to keep the agenda moving along. So Ms. Zach, would you like to begin the second item, non-exclusive license of 519 to 533 Powell Street?
Good morning to the chair and elected officials. Pleased to provide a presentation to this report that's before you. We'll start with the next slide, is that as council is very well aware, the downtown east side is a low-income neighborhood. And what we do know is that there are high rates of low income. You can go to the next slide. It's not up. Oh, we're not loaded up. There we go. Perfect. Okay. But as a neighborhood, the downtown east side has high rates of low income. We know a significant portion of the residents who live there receive social assistance, and that the rates are insufficient to meet basic needs, and that the rates themselves have not been adjusted or changed in 7 years. Yet consumer price index has increased by almost 10%. We also know that the rates aren't enough to meet basic needs. Now, this is a slide that's based in data from around 2012, and we do know that, for example, prices have gone up. But what it shows you is the social assistance rates for a single person and the amount that, you know, is over and above what that does provide. So we have a situation in the downtown east side where we do need some support for people who are very, very low income. One of the things that the Downtown East Side Plan did in March 2014 is identified as part of its local economy chapter, community economic development policy, and there are 3 of them here outlined for you. One is to support community-based initiatives that strengthen the local economy, and this is through partnerships with a range of organizations in the neighborhood to support safer survival vending and innovative opportunities for local artists, for local food, to help to build what we call the survival economy. Also to create more employment opportunities, and especially low barrier jobs, through inclusive social impact hiring and by hiring people so that they have support so they enable them to maintain some employment. And finally, it was to create a community economic development strategy that, as part of that, included a hub or a platform for community economic development. Now, altogether, this provides for a more inclusive approach to economic activity in the downtown east side. It's not the only approach to economic activity. Staff do recognize, as does the plan, that there's a real range of individuals in the neighborhood, from those who are engaged in the survival economy to co-ops, social enterprises, to formal business as well as industry. And the city has responded by supporting the local business improvement associations, both Strathcona and Hastings Crossings BAA, across the sectors to help provide that kind of support. Other things that staff have been engaged in with other partners have included, as council is aware, a partnership with Van City and the Potluck Cafe Society through the Innovation Fund. Over the last 2 years, we've helped to create over 200 jobs for people with barriers, many of them in the downtown east side. So that's been a real success. As of 2013, we've supported a tool share library and a makerspace at 62 East Hastings. So this is a partnership with the Hastings Crossing Business Improvement Association and the Downtown East Side Street Market Society. I'm going to be speaking to 62 East Hastings a little further along. But what the city has provided is a small capital funding to help support the toolshed library, and the lending library is available so that people can access tools that they need to fix things in the neighborhood. And they can also use the space to make and fix those things as well. In 2014, we assisted United We Can, to move to a larger facility and continue to work very closely with them on our street cleaning initiatives. And more recently, over the past couple of years, staff have, in partnership with the Downtown Eastside Street Market as well, have conducted outreach surveys for people who are on the street to talk to them about what would work better for them. What we do know is that many people who are on the streets, such as along East Hastings, would like to have more opportunities for legal vending. They would like to have more opportunities for low barrier jobs and employment. But they also need those opportunities that are, typically when we talk about low barrier employment, it's outside of the typical and traditional employment programs and models. As far as the Community Economic Development Initiative goes, we have ongoing discussions with public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and continuing to meet to look at what are some opportunities with the purchase of the site and the opportunity for 501 Powell, and includes a number of organizations that you're all very familiar with, including nonprofits and others who are directly in the neighborhood at 501 Powell as well. Jennifer Johnstone is also one of our speakers today and has been working with us quite closely on this from the Central City Foundation. So the Community Economic Development Platform, as described in the report, will include as its first phase the Downtown Eastside Street Market, and that's to operate 3 days of the week on a part of that site. The second thing that we envision is that the remaining 4 days would provide what we call maker space. It would make use of the site to enable some low barrier opportunities for local artists, local crafts persons, opportunities to make and fix things. This is under development at this point in terms of those 4 days and the exact use. And Van City is working closely with staff and our other partners on looking at a vision and nailing something down more concretely for those alternative days. So what we would see is that this site would be well utilized in the Downtown East Side for 7 days a week. The other thing that we want to support, and that will, provided that council approves this first phase, as part of the next phase, is Hastings Urban Farm, which is operated by PHS, has a real interest in relocating part of their farm site onto this property as well, and that will be on the side next to where the market operates. So there are a lot of opportunities for this to create economic opportunities for the Downtown East Side and to connect with neighbors and to really bring not just the neighborhood together, but I think Vancouver residents together with the neighborhood. And just as an example, we know that the Downtown East Side Street Market, the people who come and buy at the market, 60% of them are from other parts of Vancouver. This is part of a multi-pronged approach. What we want to do as a city and together with our partners is look at all of our assets that we have in the Downtown East Side. So what are the locations for people for purposeful activity, whether it's community economic development, drop-in centers, or opportunities for recreation? And what this slide shows are the drop-in centers that are available in the Downtown East Side. And what's highlighted with print are areas that the city has an interest in with our partners in expanding on or building upon. So for example, if we start on the left-hand side, we know that what this is going to take in terms of a transfer of the street market to the Powell Street site is that Pigeon Park would then be available. And we know that in the past, from past plans in the Downtown East Side and the current Downtown East Side plan, a real interest in supporting local artists. So there is an interest in using that space on Sundays to support local entertainment and local artists for the neighboring community. At 62 East Hastings, as I mentioned this site before, this is a site that the city leases from BC Housing at a nominal lease rate, and we have since 2013. And at the site that's operated by the Downtown East Side Street Market Society, there's a tool shed, library, and makerspace, as I described. What we are proposing in the report is that they also provide opportunities for increased vending for 3 days a week. And they're also doing some outreach to encourage people to sign up for the Downtown East Side Street Market and to encourage people to make use of the site, whether it's for artistry purposes or to make or fix things. 65 East Hastings Street is the Lux building, and this is a city-owned space, and there's about 2,200 square feet of space there, and we also know that there is potential for a local artist space there or other space for the community and for community need. Ultimately, our focus today is on the 501 Powell Street site, where we're looking to find a permanent home for the street market. Other programming, as I mentioned, the urban farm. We know that there's going to be future housing on the site, future social housing that aligns with the Downtown Eastside plan objectives. The idea would be that we would maintain the street market and other community economic development activities that we would place on the site now would be maintained as the housing is built. We would phase that housing in, and staff here from VAHA can help us further explain that, but we're just in initial discussions about that, what that would look like. But I think the point to be made is that what we're doing now, we don't see as being temporary. We actually see as being a permanent part of that space. The Downtown Eastside Plan also identified Quick Start, and that Quick Start being to support a permanent location for the Downtown Eastside Street Market for safer survival vending, the opportunities for sale, for resale of goods that are binned, locally produced, that sort of thing. And the other thing that's important here is the need for more days a week, for multiple days a week, and not just one day a week. The report and recommendations and the CED platform really link to a number of existing policy objectives. I focus on the Downtown Eastside Plan, but really there are 8 policy areas that are all interconnected. The Vancouver's Housing and Homeless Action Strategy, the Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions has as a priority action that was approved by Council the need to identify peer support opportunities and low barrier opportunities for people struggling with mental health and addictions. The Downtown Eastside Social Impact Assessment identified the need to retain and gain assets in a neighborhood that is predominantly low income. The Greenest City Action Plan, as we know, in particular the street market, and they can give you their exact statistics around this, but the amount of reused material that is brought into the market and sold for resale is significant. The Urban Farm will assist with the Vancouver food strategy objectives, and the City of Reconciliation objectives are also met, knowing that at least 30% of individuals who are registered vendors at the Downtown Eastside Street Market are urban Aboriginal people. All of these culminate and to support our Healthy City strategy, and I'll touch on that at the end of the presentation in terms of how the recommendations will help support our goals and targets in that area. As Council is aware, we've made an attempt to address unlawful vending and the need for ticketing by establishing the Downtown Eastside Street Market. And the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society, it was initiated and organized by a number of organizations in the Downtown Eastside. And the city and parks work together to hold a permitted legal event each Sunday at Pigeon and Carroll Streets. What we also know is that event has increased over the last 5 years from 25 vendors at that time to now over 200. And the space at Pigeon Park and Carroll Streets is just no longer large enough to accommodate that number of vendors. It also doesn't provide the kind of security and a fence site that VPD would like to see to ensure that stolen goods aren't brought into the market, that kind of thing. The market is certainly, organizers have certainly done a tremendous job of building their capacity and scaling up and providing for security, but a transfer over to a site that is more secure and fenced is really what is needed. Also noted here is that we know that 70%, and we've done 2 different surveys now, of people who are vending informally along Hastings Street also use the Hastings Street Market on Sundays. Not every Sunday, but they also do use that street market. So we do know that there is a need for more illegal vending spaces. And lastly, in September 2014, the provincial court did approve the city's right to enforce a bylaw that prohibits street vending, but did reduce the fine from $250 to $1. So I've spoken to a little bit about the street market background and context. I think what's important is that there are a significant number also in terms of the increase of individuals who are currently registered as vendors. The street market does have a formal vendor registration system. They also have rules for the market that are part of an operations plan that we have copies of that we can certainly distribute to council today. What we do know is that vendors have an earning around an average of $75 a week, and it provides also 30 individuals with some opportunities for volunteering and to develop some skills and to work with their peers. And these volunteer placements are supported with a stipend, but they include everything from greeting, from providing support to the vendors for setup and cleanup, as well as security with bonded security. I think what's important to note about the area where we're going to be supporting the move of the downtown Eastside Street Market is this first phase. It is a heritage area. It's an important space for our First Nations as well as our Japanese Canadian community. Council purchased the site of the property in March, and the purpose of the site, as I mentioned, was to meet the objectives of the housing objectives of the Downtown Eastside Plan. And over time, that housing will be developed, and as I mentioned before, the idea would be to retain the street market and to retain some of these community economic development activities as part of that. So to summarize the sites, because I know it can be confusing, we're talking about several different addresses, is that for 501 and 533 Powell site is the first phase of this. We're looking at the 4 lots that will be used for the street vending for the Downtown Eastside Street Market and asking council to enter into a license agreement for that space. What this will do is it will provide for a larger size, it will provide for more frequency, and for vending opportunities of up to 200 individuals a day, 3 days per week. And this will be phased in over time. The second phase for that particular site will be the other portion of the site, which will be used for the urban farm for Portland Hotel Society as well as makerspace. And that's all dependent, of course, on council approval and a development permit process for that. 62 East Hastings is 1 lot that's subleased to the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society. And it is located right on the block of East Hastings where there is a lot of street activity occurring right now and vending. And it will provide about 30 opportunities for vendors to come across from that street and to vend in a safe and legal space, and also access the tool sharing library. The other thing that's happened is that the street market has really grown in its sophistication. It's grown in terms of its capacity. The city has worked with them to support that, as well as Vancouver Police Department. The Street Market Society received this wonderful donation from MD Architects, and staff from MD Architects are also here to speak today. It was a TED tent donation. Now, this structure was built for the TED Talks in Vancouver, and it's been donated to the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society. And pending council's approval of this report, a building permit would be required, but it would be placed on the site, and it can be used potentially for some vending. It can be used to create things in maker spaces, and will create, I think, a really interesting visual for the site along Powell Street. So the outcomes and opportunities are many. Essentially, we're looking here at tripling the number of legal vending opportunities for low-income downtown Eastside residents from about 200 once a week to approximately 700 opportunities on multiple days. And the opportunities for peer support and for skills building, a larger and more secure space will add Hastings Urban Farm and provide them with a space because their current location is at 58 West, and that location is being identified for housing as well, so they need to find a new location. Makerspace and lots of partnerships. There's certainly been a lot of interest in working with the street market, with the city, and a lot of interest in this site. Just some information around the benefits of low barrier employment and peer support. And what we, as I mentioned before, what we know about people who are low income, requiring low barrier employment, often struggling with mental health and addictions, is that the benefits provide capacity building for individuals who are struggling and trying to manage with complex issues. It can be a stepping stone towards full integration into the labor market. The Street Market Society will tell you, even through their process, that people have gone on to other jobs. and that interventions are needed outside of the typical employment programs. We also know that people are unsafe when they are put in a position where they have to do things that aren't legal, illegal vending, sex work, and it's a deterrent for them to get to seek recovery, for example, and a cessation to drug use. The benefits of peer support are many. What we're learning through we have a peer leadership table that's formed as part of the Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions. There are all kinds of benefits for peer support in terms of reduction in hospitalizations, decreased demands on services, but really, really importantly, it builds a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, and basically helps with improving that centered planning that's person-centered around recovery and around capacity building, which is really, really critical. This is just a shot picture of the Portland Hotel Society, the current farm. As I mentioned, they would apply for a development permit to relocate to this new site. That will provide about 25 individuals with some opportunities for skills development, interaction, and enhanced food security. Currently, the farm is on Hastings Street. A number of patrons are our Portland Hotel Society residents, and they work at the farm. They receive a small stipend, and with that, they have fresh fruits and fresh vegetables to eat, etc. So there's a real opportunity there, and also will include on the new site traditional Aboriginal medicines as well. The process to date is outlined in this slide. So for the city, the council approved, as I mentioned, the purchase of the site. On May the 8th, the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society applied to us for a development permit to operate on 4 lots of the Powell Street location. For community consultations, the month of April and May, staff, together with the Street Market Society, held 6 different community meetings with over 60 stakeholders from a whole range of nonprofits and business improvement associations, both Hastings Crossings and Strathcona BIA. Open house was held, and over 220 individuals were invited, including residents. And we're continuing to meet with our partners and stakeholders. We have regular meetings with our funders and social economy experts who are interested in the site and the development of it. We meet every week with the Downtown Eastside Street Market, the Portland Hotel Society, VPD, and other city staff in terms of planning for the relocation. Those have been ongoing for a number of months. And we'll also be doing some follow-up with individual stakeholders based on requests. So we have meetings coming up with the Strathcona BIA. Some of their members are actually very interested in working with the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society. The message that we have from the Strathcona BIA is they want to see this be successful, and they want to help support the Downtown Eastside Street Market with business planning and marketing planning that they are working on right now and is underway. So in terms of our key steps to address the community concerns, one of the things in the development permit, as I mentioned, there was an operational plan that was part of the application assessment that we can send to you. Essentially, this includes many facets of what we would want to consider in a business plan in terms of how the market's going to operate, and very, very detailed. And the report that you have in front of you provides information on the finances required. The development permit recommends a 1-year time-limited development permit, which would be renewable, and also the idea of a community advisory committee that would be established this month. And that would include a range of individuals from the neighborhood, residents, businesses, nonprofit organizations, to provide feedback both to the city, other city departments, and for us to hear how that move and transition is impacting the community, and to address what those needs might be as we move along. The neighborhood liaison has also been identified as a point of contact for residents in case there are on a day-to-day basis complaints or issues or things do come up. Other steps that we're taking are what we heard was concerns from the neighborhood, and the chief concern wasn't the Downtown Eastside Street Market moving there per se. The concern was what might happen as a result of that move. Right? So the support is there for the market, but what might happen as a result? So some of the concerns are around safety, around what this will attract, around traffic and parking and those kinds of things. So what the VPD have offered to do, and they've stood by us all along, basically is saying that they are going to be adding additional resources over that transition period. They're also going to be working directly with the market at the site to ensure that there are no stolen goods that enter into the market and just to help with that piece. There's also plans underway to address parking needs and garbage pickup and the traffic light installation on Jackson Avenue for pedestrians as well. So in terms of enforcement of the street vending bylaw, is that once additional vending spaces are made available, the VPD will refer people to these alternative vending sites. The street vending bylaw, though, will be enforced only as a last resort. What's happening on a daily basis right now is that the Carnegie Outreach team is connecting with individuals, particularly on the East Hastings block, to find out what their needs are with respect to housing, with respect to other kinds of supports. Vancouver Coastal Health has their nurse is there on a daily basis as well to check on people, et cetera, and to be able to refer people to other supports and organizations, et cetera. So we'll continue to do that work, and once these sites are available, and like I say, enforcement will be used as a last resort. We have a timeline subject to council approval. It allows for a gradual process and an incremental process over the summer months. Pending commencement of the license agreement on June the 15th, what we would like to see is a first market day open up at the new site the middle of July, and we would have an incremental process over the summer. We want to work very closely with the Street Market Society on this and with our community partners so that we're not doing this all at once, that we're looking very much at a phased approach as we go through this process. So ultimately, all of this effort will work towards achieving a healthy city for all, and the platform, the partner will achieve the goals of the Healthy City Strategy. A few of them that I've highlighted here include making ends meet, where we have an aggressive target to reduce poverty by 75%, feeding ourselves well and increasing our food assets, cultivating connections to ensure that we as Vancouver residents have connections to people that we can lean on in times of need, and a feeling of safety and belonging. And finally, just a thank you to many, many of our stakeholders, the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society, VANDU, the DNC, WARS, the Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, Portland Hotel Society. Both of the BIAs have been very engaged with us. MG Architects for their very generous donation to the Street Market Society, Groundswell Cafe, who hosted our community consultation in the neighborhood. Both Central City Foundation and Van City have been very supportive as well, and Van City has an interest in helping to support the business plan going forward. A number of city departments, including Vaha, are listed here. I think we have about 10 that are engaged. And really importantly, to thank Mayor and Council and our Park Board Commissioners for their support of this initiative since 2010. And just before I leave, I just want to mention and say a big thank you also to Tom Wanklin, who's been instrumental in helping us pull this work together. Jose Fernandez Garcia, Deanna Gunther, Tobin Postma. We have Michelle Davey here from VPD, who have been very, very supportive. Our staff from engineering, Mike Zupan and Jerry Doblavoni are also here to respond to questions, as is Abby Bond is here from Vaha, and from Real Estate Services, we have Jerry Evans. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Acker. We'll have a round of questions from council, and then we'll go to our speakers. So our first, yes, Councillor Carr.
Process. Because we have a limited time, I'm wondering if we could delay questions and just move straight into speakers so we can hear as many as possible before our lunch break.
How does that strike you, Councillor Affleck? Councillor DeGenova? I mean, it's up to the other questioners. I won't take... Councillor Reimer's proposing the questions be emailed to staff. I'm in council's hands on this. I won't... I don't want to take the risk of being accused of muzzling anybody who has questions, but it is a complex issue. Sorry? Yep, Councillor Affleck has questions. Okay, you go ahead, Councillor Affleck. I beg your pardon, Councillor Affleck? Yep.
I don't mind holding off to the end, but I think that we should, a lot of the questions will come from the speakers, and I think we'll need to ask them here and have the answers here. I'd prefer that than emailing and waiting. Yeah. I'm not sure what the intention is from Councillor Reimer.
Councillor DeGenova, you have a point on this as well.
I agree with that. I'd be fine to hear speakers first and hold questions to staff after, but I would like to ask questions of staff here. Thank you.
Councillor Reimer, did you have something to add on that front?
Suggesting we email them now so that staff are prepared to answer them after the lunch break in verbally here in the council chambers. But if it's important to councillors to have that moment to speak it into the microphone, I'm not up to me.
I think some of our questions will come from
Here's my
speakers.
decision, Council. Anyone who wishes to email questions to staff is free to do so at any time, of course. We'll take a round of questions before we end this matter. For the benefit of the people listening, Council has had some background discussions about how to handle this item given the pressure on the agenda today, and there's some consideration to referring a decision to a future meeting. What Council will decide to do, I can't predict, but there may not be a decision today. The clear consensus of Council is to hear from the speakers who are here so that you haven't wasted your day. So why don't we begin that process? So there will be a round of questions for staff at the end, and we'll now ask Mr. Roland Clark to come forward. I don't think there's any problem at all with councillors sending emailed ones. It may save some time and allow staff to consolidate some of the concerns. But is Mr. Roland Clark here, please? Thanks, Mr. Clark. Just for the benefit of everybody, we have a 5-minute speaking limit, and I'm going to have to be fairly strict about that. You may receive questions from councillors afterwards, but if I say to you, please wind up, I'm really wanting you to wind up and not give another minute and a half. But you're a veteran, Mr. Clark, so please go ahead.
Yep, no problem at all. I hopefully won't take the full 5 minutes, so there'll be more time for questions. So thank you very much. My name is Roland Clark. I'm one of the coordinators of the Downtown Eastside Street Market Society. I'd like to thank Council for letting me speak on this issue, and I definitely want to thank the hard work that the staff has done on this. It's incredible to see the staff of a city like this take such a progressive and forward-looking approach to the problem of street vending in the city, and we believe that this could be a leading example for cities around the world. Thanks to Mary Claire, Tom Wanklin, Jose, Diana, Tobin, and actually I want to thank Tanya Fink, who was no longer a staff member but actually did early work with the street market. I also want to thank the founding organizations, DNC, Vendu, our early supporters, the Hastings Crossing BIA, and the Central City Foundation, who supported us years ago when we were struggling quite hard. The market at Pigeon Park started in 2010 actually as a response to the ticketing of the unregulated street vending on the unit block. And even though the street vending was happening all over the city, the vast majority of tickets were being given out in the downtown east side. And what the neighborhood said, the DNC and Vandu leading that said was it was unfair to ticket people that were just trying to make a living unless there was a legal place for them to vend. And so the demand since then has always been a 7-day-a-week market as a response to any ticketing of the unregulated street vending. And this permanent site brings us much closer to that goal. Vending many days a week is what the vendors have always demanded, and this permanent site will bring us much closer. I'd like to say that this unregulated street vending certainly isn't a downtown east side phenomenon. You see it in Kitsilano, you see it in Grandview Woodlands, you see it in every neighborhood in Vancouver, but it's concentrated in the downtown east side because of the concentration of poverty in the downtown east side. Out of 18,000 residents, we have 8,000 people on welfare or disability or social assistance. And it's certainly not even a Vancouver phenomenon. This is a worldwide phenomenon. You can look at headlines from 2010 in North Africa, 2012 in Lima, Peru, and today you can look at headlines in Harare in Zimbabwe to see that quite often the problems of just trying to make a living from the lowest income, most marginalized population quite frequently dominates the news headlines. And it's because of the combined social pressures of low welfare rates and high rents in the city of Vancouver that creates this issue in the downtown east side. I want to talk about our market a little bit before I go on to talk about the new site. And I just want to highlight the statistics, the incredible statistics we have for our market at Pigeon Park now operating 1 day a week. We have space between 150 and 200 vendors on a Sunday, and the average amount that a vendor makes is $75. This is confirmed by a recent study by a UBC SCARP student, Sandy Miller. And this leads us to the statistic that $10,000 in commerce is done on an average Sunday. Now, that doesn't sound like much, but it costs us around $1,000 to run the market. So if you think about a social program or a social enterprise, we have a 10-to-1 multiplier versus the cost of running the enterprise versus the social return on investment. And if you have a welfare program or if you give away food, you frequently don't even get one-to-one. But our program is a 10-to-1 multiple because we're harnessing the power of the free market to do our social justice and our economic opportunity for us. So it's an incredibly powerful concept, and we welcome the opportunity to expand this concept at the new site and bring it to more days a week. Other amazing statistics are that if you estimate the amount of waste that we divert from landfills, it's between 10 or 20 and 100 tons a year. It's an incredible green recycling effort done by the army of vendors or binners around the city. As well, we have 55 different volunteer spots during the day, 55 different volunteer positions filled by about 30 different volunteers. So the volunteers that run the market are from the same marginalized population as the vendors, and most would consider the people that volunteer at our market essentially unemployable. They've been out of work for many, many years. So it's a really grassroots community effort that's creating this incredible economic opportunity for the vendors of the downtown east side. There are many advantages to this new site, which is why we support it. We've been at Pigeon Park for, actually, it's 261 consecutive Sundays over 5 years. We haven't missed a Sunday in 5 years. And for an all-volunteer operation, I think that that's incredible as a statistic alone.
So,
sorry?
You're running out of time.
Okay, that's great. So I just wanted to talk about the advantage of the new site. It's a closed area. It's much easier to control. We'll be able to run multiple days a week. More importantly, though, we'll get a chance to diversify the products sold at the market. We'll be able to sell more arts and crafts and encourage the production of arts and crafts. We'll be able to have 20 or 30% of the stall space devoted to fruits and vegetables or conventional craft vendors, and this will increase our customer base. We already get between 5,000 and 10,000 visitors on an average Sunday, so it's actually quite a big market.
That's a good stopping point. You have questions, and you'll be able to weave that in. So, Councillor DeGenova, do you have any? Oh, she's missing in action. Should I clear that queue because I wasn't sure if everybody was there? I'm going to clear the queue, so those who have questions for Mr. Clark, please. Councillor Jang, you have questions? Thank you. Okay. There you go. Oh, no, you disappeared again. Sorry. Okay, let's try that.
Oh, am I up?
You're up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good to see you again, Roland, and good to see you. And I think one thing that has struck me so far is your discussions about how a closed, contained site is reached. But I know that you regularly send me updates as to how the Sunday went, the problems you've had with this, that, the other thing, when it rained and all that kind of stuff. And it's been really helpful for me to understand how the market is actually run. But I think I would like to hear from you in a little more detail about how a closed site would be better, because currently I think there's a lot of confusion now. There's the Pigeon Park site, which is the one that is the market we're talking about, and then there's the other site down by the United We Can, which everybody sees when they drive by, and they often get confused.
That's right, and that's unfortunate because we're trying to build something very different. We're
Right,
trying
and
to
I think-
separate all the other illegal activities from the survival vending in our market.
So I think this is what I would like you to talk to a little bit, because here we have an unregulated market on the street by United We Can, and then you've got the one at Pigeon Park. And, that is good, but it needs more work. Could you talk about the difference in the two?
That's right. I mean, so the unregulated vending on the unit block, I'm told is 20, perhaps 30 years old. I think some people have told me it actually predates even the bottle depot being there, and it certainly has survived since the bottle depot has left, right? So the questions of why it collects there rather than other locations is something sociologists and geographers need to study. I mean, it's an incredible thing that there's such a collection there. And in a sense, our market did form as a response to that, because you can see the economic need, and then you can also see that if the only tool the city has is law enforcement, that becomes a very unhappy relationship between the population and the city. So our goal is to create a completely separate entity, but maintain that low barrier opportunity for the vendors. If the vendors, the vast majority of them really are just survival vending, we believe. So if they can change their behavior a little bit, not sell anything illegal like beer or drugs and things like this, and behave themselves, take only the space they need, then that becomes something that is much more conventionally recognized throughout the world. It's a flea market, or it's a market you might happen upon if you were visiting Amsterdam or Bangkok or Hong Kong or anywhere else, where, you know, the people vending at these markets, they aren't rich. And it starts often as an informal collection of people that self-organize, and then the city steps in and organizes it or deals with complaints from neighbors and so forth. And so in that sense, the evolution of our market at Pigeon Park is undergoing the same evolution that a lot of these other markets have gone through throughout the world. And we're very happy to work with staff to see this. And so it is separate in the sense that an unregulated space will always have unsavory elements, will always have exploitation. There will never be an organization, let's say like our nonprofit, to maintain rules and to make sure that we have a vendors list and make sure that if a vendor misbehaves or violates the rules, we can kick them out. And we do that now. The permanent space is much easier. So one of the issues with Pigeon Park is that before our volunteers arrive on Sunday morning, it's an open area and it's a park. So if people come at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. and it gets light at 5:30 now, right? People can be there with a blanket very early in the morning. And then when our volunteers arrive at now 7 o'clock, it's very difficult to move them or say, do you have a vending ID and so forth. So that operational aspect impacts us. I mean, we work very hard and we work with the vendors, and the vendors are actually very supportive because they know that we're working on their behalf. But at the same time, if we were to keep very, very tight, you know, good control over who can vend there and a good vendors list and have stalls and things like this, it would improve the cosmetics of the market, and we think it would only provide a safer, let's say, more universally accepted shopping area.
So
and we could create that better at the permanent site.
So you're saying then with the even more controlled new space that's being proposed, you can then, you know, really look after a lot of the issues, for example, that the neighbors are raising, you know, issues about, you know, unsavory elements coming in and hanging around the neighborhood. This
Much better.
much better
Currently. Much better at that site as well. So one thing is that it's fenced in. So if you take control or if you have to interview someone, if they believe they're doing something wrong, they can't run away. It's harder to run away. As well, the commitment from the VPD to have an officer on site during market hours is absolutely crucial for us because you have to set the tone from the beginning. There are always people that will cheat or behind somebody's back try and violate the rules, and to have that tone set right from the beginning is incredibly important. For last summer, or it was about a year and a half ago, we had an officer stationed at the Sunday market steadily, but it was only for about 2 months. But it was great because then we could build a relationship with that officer. That officer knew the problems that the volunteers had in maintaining control and could assist, and there could be a relationship built. And for a long time, the Pigeon Park market has suffered because depending on which beat team came in, they would have different knowledge of the market and behave in different ways, and the consistency wasn't always there. So we would benefit greatly from that consistency, from a solid commitment from the VPD, and then the ability to start right from the beginning with a closed site.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Roland.
Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How's it going? A few questions regarding, first of all, the success you've had, and I'm just wondering how many of the street vendors have come from other parts of the city to, you know, you stores, have you seen most of them just from where you were down on the downtown east side, or are we seeing them coming from other neighborhoods?
So that actually was a significant issue before last summer, and we recognized it because as it became more established as a place that attracted customers, then it was beneficial for somebody from Surrey or Burnaby. They would have to pay $25 for a table or $40 for a booth at the terminal flea market, but they could come to our market and pay $1 for a table. We rent tables for $1 and we rent tents for $5. So that we were seeing a lot of those sort of opportunists coming in, and what I would say is essentially taking advantage of our social enterprise designed to help people in the downtown east side. But since we've had the vendor ID system, we've been able to clamp down on that quite significantly. If somebody comes in to try and vend, the first thing we say is, do you have a tag? Have you signed up for a membership badge? Why? Why not? And then when they sign up for a membership badge, the first question is, where do you live?
Okay.
And I'm not going to say that it's 100% foolproof, but we do make them show some proof, some ID or some kind of a rent or bill or something to show that they live in the downtown east side. We make exceptions if they live just outside the downtown east side, let's say downtown Vancouver or Commercial Drive. We make exceptions if they're on disability or welfare. That sometimes people are forced to find housing outside the downtown east side, and we don't necessarily say that you can't vend, but we do make sure that the opportunity is for either a downtown east side resident or somebody who's really in economic need.
Have you heard from the flea market? Have they talked to you lately about any impact, negative impact on their business?
We've done a few reconnaissance trips to the flea market, but we haven't actually approached them at a high level to say, you know, are we affecting your sales?
They haven't come to you and said, hey, you're killing us. Okay.
No, yeah.
The other issue, I think you've kind of touched on it with regards to, and I think staff have the spread out along Hastings, the move potentially will help solve that problem is the goal here, is by moving to a new location, we'll see that less spread along Hastings because there's no space in your thing, or why are we seeing that spread outside of your market?
Well, so there's a number of things that are going on. So first of all, obviously the unit block selling, unregulated selling has been going on far before our market was there. And certainly it goes every single day of the week, not just Sunday or not just, Sunday as an overflow or anything like this. So every single day. In fact, we have a webcam watching it and we count the number of vendors virtually daily. So that's there every single, so the need is really great for a core group of vendors there. So whether or not, one of the significant fears of residents or businesses in the new area near 501 Powell is, well, is that kind of street disorder, the unregulated vending, going to follow the new location? And I think for a number of reasons that's quite unlikely. First, that spot geographically happened by itself. It didn't happen because Pigeon Park was next to it. We see the number of vendors go up or down on Sunday depending on whether our market is full or whether we can accommodate a lot of those vendors in our market. So from that standpoint, it has an existence that's completely separate from our market. And with a fenced-in area at 501 Powell, we can actually ensure right away that there is not a secondary market outside our fence, that we can have guards patrolling outside the fence and so forth to say, look, either you come in or you can't sell, and we're looking at all sorts of other solutions, including working with Mission Possible Outreach or Lookout or other groups to maybe do patrols other days of the week, even when a market isn't going on at 501 Powell, just to make sure that another
just
collection.
To be clear, though, sorry, because I'm running out of time, the solution of moving may not necessarily solve the Hastings Street unregulated.
So actually, I'm sorry about this, but a piece
so
of it is also to open up 62 East Hastings as well, and 62 East Hastings is right across the street, and that will be a secondary, smaller market.
And are you going to manage
focus?
You're going to be managing, and are you also going to be managing the potential arts market in Pigeon Square? Is that also going to be managed?
That has nothing to do with us. That's a separate thing. No,
we're
not
taking
taking
a lot of projects there. Just one more question regarding, and I'm glad you brought up the policing issue, and I felt that the report didn't really delve into that as far as how to manage the controls, the patrolling, as you mentioned, and having somebody a specific person working there all the time. The other thing is that was brought was the structure from the TED Talks that you will be getting on the site. And after you're closed in the evenings, this is a big sort of fairly large structure. What happens and how will you manage that when you're not there with the market and it's after hours?
Well, you mean, is it going to become a campsite look, our volunteers during the market will come, we'll make sure, we'll prepare the market area, and then afterwards all the tents and tables will get taken down and the whole area will be cleared. If you're asking whether or not we need somebody to be a night watchman or something like that, or to have extra security, I think we'll play that by ear as it goes, because we're also planning on having a bathroom structure and other structures there. And we certainly don't want the lot to become an attraction for people that just are sleeping out of the rain and so forth. We need that taken care of in the proper way by agencies like Lookout and PHS and so forth that do that. That's not our role. And if anybody did happen, what we would do is we would refer them. We would say, look, this is not a sleeping area.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Mr. Clark, and really for all the initiatives that you've taken to achieve the market and some incredibly good social goals. My first question has to do with a point you made about the fact that there needs to be vending 7 days a week. And so this proposal is for 3 days a week at the Powell Street site and 3 days a week for 30 vendors at the East Hastings site. Is this sufficient?
Well, so obviously that's 6 total days, and the sizes of the lots are quite different. 501 Powell will accommodate, more than 100 vendors, we think, more than we get at least as many as we get at Pigeon Park now. 62 is significantly smaller, may only accommodate between 30 and 40 vendors.
Right.
But, the scale of the problem is something we're still studying. We've sent outreach teams out to the unit block. We had a brief period where we did it for 7 weeks where we'd ask questions, we'd monitor the numbers of people out there and so forth, and ask them how many days a week do you vend? And there's a significant hardcore group of 60 or 70% of them that really vend every day. So even though on average we have 40 or 50 vendors on the unit block, how many total individuals does that mean over a total of 7 days a week, month long, right? How big a scale of people and how often do they need to vend is it? We don't quite know. It depends on really studying it much more. But we hope that 62 East Hastings and 501 Powell can go a long way towards satisfying the small number of people that vend every day. And then we think there's a much larger population that vend, let's say, at the end of the month when they need rent money or when there's a long welfare cycle and so forth. And we see this at our market as well. Some vendors come every single Sunday, some come every other Sunday, some come once a month. So there's kind of understanding the distribution is very tough. And we don't exactly know, but it goes a long way towards satisfying the need.
Right. Okay, so I just want to be very clear about what you said. There's about 40 to 50 vendors now in East Hastings?
On average, yeah.
On average, and 60 to 70% of those are there daily, or like...
They say they vend every day.
Got it, okay.
Right, so that sort of truncates the total number of people in a sense.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. That's good to know. The report actually talks about there may be an increase up to 700 vendors, and from the current 200. Is that a sort of a number that came out of conversations with you and estimations?
But and this is part of the difficulty in actually analyzing the scale of the problem in the downtown east side. If you were to ask how many people vend at our market every week, we know the number. We count them at a particular time, and it's between 150 and 200. But are they the same people, right, every Sunday? They're not. So, for instance, what we can do is we can say, all right, with the vending membership, how many vendors have we signed up total?
How many?
And now the number is over 600.
I see. Okay,
right?
that's where the number.
So,
okay.
so that's why we believe that there's actually a really significant, possibly over 1,000 or maybe even 2,000, that occasionally want to make extra money. They might be, at the end of the month they're low on rent, or there's there's 5-week welfare cycles that are very punitive. Where, okay, now's the time to sell some stuff and make some extra money to survive that period. So that population that occasionally needs the market as a very low barrier opportunity to make money could be really large. Right. And then there's a much smaller group that are very, very core that need to vend all the time to meet their needs.
Very useful information. Yeah. You noted one other thing, which is that really these vendors are contributing to the greener city agenda by diverting things from the landfill. So how...
Well, it's amazing, right? Because it's an army of binners that go out and collect these things, and they'll clean up the old toasters and things, and then they'll sell them, right? So that would have been going to landfill.
No, I'm not disputing it. I'm just confirming and asking if you have an estimate on what percentage of the goods being sold would you say come from bins?
Oh, right now the vast majority. Right now it's the vast majority. We have a number of artists that I can talk about that are making dream catchers and so forth, but they're still, or we have artists, painters and so forth, but they're still the minority at the market. The majority of the stuff is used items that have been either cleaned up or just somebody has fixed a minor problem with, and now they believe is saleable.
Right.
So from that standpoint, yeah, it's essentially a recycling market. It's like what you'd see typically on garage sales, right? This is no longer good to me, so I'll sell it.
Got it.
So.
Good analogy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. I just had a couple of questions. Some of my questions have already been answered, but regarding food safety, what's your relationship and connection with Vancouver Coastal Health? And do you have certain requirements? And if those requirements aren't met, what actions are taken?
Right. So we're actually very, very careful to talk about food at all at the market. We know that in the downtown east side, food is being given out, and there's a much lower threshold of regulation towards that. But for instance, any meats or cheese or any sandwiches or anything like this is not allowed to be sold at our market at all. What we've done is we've said anything, for instance, we make money selling pop and coffee at the market. And then coffee was a threshold that we passed that was interesting because for a while we were using fresh cream. So I called VCH right away and found out the regulations for selling fresh cream and so forth. And now we actually just use creamer. But for our, so food being sold at the market, if it requires refrigeration, we immediately tell people you cannot sell it at the market. We want to develop that in the future. So that requires getting a better relationship with Vancouver Coastal Health. It requires having much better infrastructure than we have now, hand washing stations, food prep areas that are clean and safe and so forth. And we believe that's an incredible way to expand the market and bring other customers and diversify the customer base, but we're not there yet. So right now, effectively, we're limited to coffee, pop, prepackaged stuff that we have in a freezer, and we have a slushy machine. So no food preparation at the market and no selling of food by vendors themselves. We clamp down on it very strongly.
Okay,
Yep.
so do you ever have to address issues where vendors do bring in food?
Oh, sure. I mean, in fact, a common problem at the market, not so much now, but a historical problem was illegal cheese, believe it or not. I don't know why cheese is an item that people like to steal and then sell, but it's really easy to hide in a in a jacket or a bag or something, and then they won't be normal vendors. You know, they'll come in and then they'll try and sell to you. So we've had to chase out cheese vendors historically quite a lot, and we don't see that as much recently because we're consistently chasing them out. But that's an example of something that requires refrigeration, and we just can't have sold anyway. So we don't even need to ask whether, okay, where did the cheese come from? We just say you can't sell that, or things like that. Any kind of meats, no, we don't allow it to be sold.
Thank you very much. Another question that I have is you've talked about at the proposed new site increasing the number of vendors. I know staff had talked about increasing the number of vendors. I also know that you had spoken about this is for many people a way to supplement their income, a way to make ends meet their rent, whatever that might be. Is there any concern among about the competitiveness among vendors? And
it's interesting to see this because a market is a dynamic, self-organizing collection of people, right? So it's always interesting to observe this and to see whether people that sell similar things sit next to each other or sit a long way away, or where they want to go because of the flow of traffic and so forth. People, the vendors themselves think about this all the time. I mean, we've had, a vendor just the other day said, okay, look at the new site. If you have a food area, I want to have a lock on Mexican food. I want to sell the horchata. I want to sell burritos. I want to sell tacos. And I don't want anybody else to have this. We haven't started to think about that. What would he have to pay to get that exclusivity that would make sense for him? How, and even managing the food area, again, is in our plans. But vendors constantly think about it, and it's interesting. I mean, I've watched documentaries and I've tried to study other markets in the world, and one of the most famous markets, in fact, it was formed before Columbus visited America, is the market in Istanbul. And that one, the way it's organized is all the similar vendors selling similar stuff are all in the same area. And for that, for instance, that market works perfectly for them. All the rug vendors are in one area. All the plates and glass vendors are in another area.
Just to follow up to that, I don't suppose it's so much about the competitiveness and people having issues with other vendors. What I'm concerned about is them being able to meet their bottom line and have their booth or their tent or their table be financially sustainable. So I'm wondering, like, for instance, you have a marketing plan at this new site. It's a little bit out of the way compared to the old site. How are you going to drive traffic to the site and perhaps invite people from outside of Vancouver, outside of the downtown east side to come? Like, for instance, the Trout Lake Farmers Market. People come from all over the city.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, I don't think it'll be as hard as some people to drive traffic there, but we do have an item in our budget. We just applied for Downtown Eastside Community Economic Investment Grant, and we have marketing in there. We also have a commitment for support from the marketing department in the city staff to assist in driving traffic to the new site. I actually think it'll be easier than a lot of people think. This is on Powell Street, and morning commute traffic drives right by Powell Street, where if we have the enormous tent, the Lions tent donated by Michael Green Architects. That'll be at the new site, and it'll immediately signal that there's something new going on in that location. So I don't think it'll be as hard as people think to get traffic to come there. And the more traffic and the more customers come, then the better the vendors will do. I mean, already we know that the price for the really regular vendors that are they're very poor from the downtown east side, but if they spend $5 on a tent or $2 on a table, so their entire rent is $7 on a day, they're making much more than 10 times that, right? And we can only assume that a better location and better marketing will lead to better revenues for them.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you so much.
That's great. That's all your questions. Thank you for coming today. Next speaker is Mr. Jacek Lorek. Mr. Lorek?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Jacek Lorek. I'm data coordinator for Downtown East Side Street Market. And Roland actually, with his answers, tell most of what I was about to say anyway. But I would like to tell you how the markets actually run right at this point. It's one day a week, but just a day before that, on Saturday, we have meetings for a half a day with different groups of volunteers that work at the market. 3 different meetings, board meeting, then there is a job meeting, and then there is a security meeting. And those meetings all designed to review last day of the market, what happened and why, and how to improve the next day. So we planning to at least start in this similar way on the new site. That makes it very flexible for any changes or anything might happen. At this point, there is about a little over 50 volunteers working on Sunday market, and on any given time, about 12, from which only 2 are working to clean up around. Everybody else is in different ways assigned to make sure that the market is run properly. There are greeters at the entrances, security guards with the license to make sure that we can deal with problems accordingly. People that, we have few volunteers that sign up in areas to make sure that no vendors set up in these areas. So the same we want to start at the new site. So we have volunteers around market to make sure that there is no vending outside without a license. Greeters and security at the entrances to make sure that vendors with proper license can sell. Security to make sure that nobody with stolen goods will come into the market. And we went a long way with this before. At this point, for example, we not allowed bicycles to be sold at the market, which was a problem at one point. We don't have that problem anymore, simply because we're flexible about how we deal with anything that happens with the market. So I guess that with our already established way of running the market and the help from the police, we shouldn't have much problem with the area around the market during the market hours or even other days of the week. I've been around a few blocks around 501 Powell for the last few days to see how the street disorder looks at this point. There is some, not much. Most of it concentrated in Oppenheimer Park, but there's no more than in any other sites of downtown East Side. Our market is situated next to Zero Block on Hastings Street, and about 40, 50 vendors are set up there every day. Legitimate vendors that actually set up and sell their stuff. There's a lot more illegal activities over there. And if we take the legitimate vendors out of that spot, well, it's going to be like a shooting fish in a barrel for anything else. Very different approach. And the way we deal with the vendors, it's usually not with a stick. We do it with a carrot. And that always, well, most of the time works. Vendors learn quickly how to follow the rules of the market, and they know already that it benefits them. So we, with our vendor memberships, we were able to actually deny few vendors to come into our market for different reasons. And other vendors learned that quickly. So the new site will even help us to make those, even though very simple rules, will help us to follow the rules of the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lark. You don't have any question? Oh, Councillor Carr, you have a question? Okay, go for it.
Yes, thanks so much for coming. I really appreciate you going over the structure of it. Can you tell me what the rules, do you have rules around what can be sold at the market? And is that your primary set of rules, or are there other rules?
I don't have it with me, and I can't really remember exact details. But the rules we have very simple rules. For example, you cannot sell perishables. If anything that have to be kept in the refrigerator or freezer, you cannot sell it. For example, we have problems with pornography at one point. So we make a rule, okay, if it's displayed the same way like you have in the corner store, you can sell it, which means you have to be covered in some way. The same way with the weapons. You cannot have weapons. If you're selling, for example, things like knives, weapons, I mean, not weapons, but knives. We can sell the weapons. But if you have a knife, those items have to be close to the vendor, not outside so somebody can grab it. So there are very simple rules, and most of them is just common sense. Like, for example, bicycles. We not allow bicycles right now. We don't allow, well... Cheese. Well, but that's because you have to be refrigerated, right? So sometimes I do have sometimes like a strange request, like, I mean, not strange request, strange things that people came back after I say, okay, well, that have to be refrigerated. And they say, well, it wasn't refrigerated in the store. Well, so sometimes we have to deal with those things, but they are very, very small and not, I don't think they're really significant.
You have, there are some people who have said there's a concern around stolen goods. How do you manage to screen against stolen goods?
Well, after being there like for 3 years, you can kind of see what is stolen goods or not. If somebody comes in with 5 or 6 things that are exactly the same, they're brand new, clean with a price tag on it, well, it's kind of like obvious. That's not allowed at the market. But even this, even that you have to check, because some of our vendors already graduate from binning. There's 3 or 4 of them that I know that go into the auctions and buy things from the auctions, and sometimes things comes in pairs or multiples. But then they have receipts. And I've seen those receipts, and they're like a special sticker on the item, so they can be easy.
So no stolen goods, and you check, or somebody checks.
We checked. We have, there's, like I said before, there's about 10 people that walking around all the time checking for those things. And if it's questionable, they go ask for another volunteer and decide how to deal with this.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Councilor DiGenova? Okay, you were...
Carr's question, thank you. Regarding stolen goods, you had mentioned that someone checks and stolen goods are not allowed to be sold. How often would you say you find stolen goods and have to ask someone not to sell them?
I would say almost every Sunday I look at something and to see if it's stolen or not, because you never know. On the other hand, because I mean, according to the market, I went to different markets. And when I looked through what is sold on different markets, I had exactly the same questions. And actually, I noticed, well, not noticed, but realized that the stolen goods at our market are not that much more than on different markets. And usually in the Pigeon Park, at our market, there are low value stolen goods.
Okay.
There's not many high-value stolen goods at our market. on different markets, you have a lot high value stolen goods. And you can, well, I can see already after being at our market for so long, can kind of recognize things that are questionable.
So just one follow-up question to that, just to clarify, are the other markets that you visit throughout Vancouver or just in the downtown east side?
Vancouver.
Okay.
Not
Thank
only Vancouver.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jean. Thank you, sir. That's all your questions. Mr. Ray Lung.
Thank you.
Our next speaker. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Ray Young. I operate a food manufacturing business on the 400 block of Alexander. Our main concern with the proposed relocation of the downtown east side market is our employee safeties. Most of our employees are Chinese, middle-aged, or elderly women. Operations can start early and end late in the day. And we operate 7 days a week. Their main method of transportation is walking, biking, or public transit. As noted on page 8 of Section E on the City of Vancouver Administrative Report to the Standing Committee regarding the Downtown East Side Community Economic Development Strategy, dated on June 4th, safety issues are a significant concern. Many residents feel uncomfortable and avoid walking down a sidewalk that is crowded with people with goods being sold. We experienced this firsthand, a similar situation last year with the occupation of the Oppenheimer Park. Our employees felt unsafe in their normal commute to work. With the proposed relocation of the downtown east side market, we are concerned with such a scenario, as noted in the report. In conclusion, we have seen the area gradually improve over the last several years. With new investments from business, relocation of new resident developments, new nonprofit society and government agency investments, we have seen steady improvements. We are not specifically opposed to the legal street market. Our concerns surrounds the illegal vending and occupation of public land, particularly issues associated with Oppenheimer Park, K corner to the proposed site. We are looking forward to working with the market and the city on developing, communicating, and implementing a strategy to address these safety issues for the residents and workers in the area. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jang has some questions for you.
Hi.
Sorry, Councillor Jang, there you go.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming, Mr. Leung. Which business are you?
We make noodles.
It's not Double Happiness.
No.
Oh, okay. You're the Changfen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's rice rolls for those of you who speak Cantonese.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we've spoken a few times. Just wanted to confirm. So thank you for your thoughts here. So there's two questions I have for you. The first one I think is just to confirm that one of your concerns because of what happened at the Occupy at Oppenheimer Park, you don't want to see a repeat of that.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good. And with regards to your worker safety, and I think probably your views are right because of what happened at Oppenheimer Park, and I don't blame you, is that what would you like to see to help ensure the safety of your employees coming to work? I know that we've heard from Mr. Clark and our staff that we have a VPD officer will be there and all these types of things, but are there any other things that you would like to see that would give your workers, a good feeling to come down to work without having to worry?
I think the main concerns, we know the site. We're K corner to the proposed site, and the site right now is not a pretty site.
Yeah.
We welcome the market and occupying and provide vitality to the neighborhood. We think it's actually important and will be beneficial to the neighborhood. It's what it brings along as far as vendors that want to go into the vending and are rejected for bringing bicycles or bringing stolen goods, and they sell it right across the street. That's the part, and then that's where they camp out, because there are facilities there to camp out. There are undercovers in a lot of businesses. Our business has a loading dock. We already have issues around that. So those are the aspects that comes with the market that needs to be addressed. And I don't think we've heard a solution to address that. If the enforcement of the legal versus illegal activity is clear-cut and enforced, then I think the market and the issues of the illegal side of it will be addressed.
Okay. So if I just want to make this, I'm going to ask this question of staff. I think Mary Claire, they're listening intently here. So for example, we heard that it's a structured market and that, as you say, you kick out the guys who are doing illegal things, but they just may go across the street or something like that. How do we make sure we get rid of that? So we need to see some of that in the management plans. And I think, well, I'll ask staff for that, to get that answer for us later on.
Our concern is that, I mean, the current market and is correct. I mean, the illegal aspect on Hastings, probably prior to the downtown east side market as it exists now, is that issue hasn't been addressed. So how can we as a, as a resident and a business owner around there feel comfortable that once it moves there and if it follows, how can it be addressed if it hasn't been done prior to? So that's one of our concerns.
Well, great. That's a very good question, and I'll make sure our staff, they're nodding at me, they'll get an answer for you in due course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dow.
Councillor Carr?
That's fine. Councillor Jang asked my question. I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in today. Can you tell me, in terms of the experience of your employees, have they run into any disturbing incidents or anything that have needed to be reported to the police, or is it actually a fear of what could happen that would be alleviated by a plan such as Councillor Jang suggested?
Well, I think, again, most of our employees are women. Probably 70% of our employee base is women. And most of them are middle-aged and elderly. So, and they're all immigrants. Chinese is their first language. So they feel uncomfortable in reporting something like this. We know because they basically say, we can't work late today or we can't start early today because there's no traffic. A lot of them walk to work and they need to walk. When the Oppenheimer Park situation happened, many of them asked to start shifts together so they can walk or commute, and that's not sustainable from a business point of view. We do, operations on a sort of a shift basis. But I don't think we as a business should, feel unsafe for our workers. And when someone is, their path, typically they live in Strathcona, many of our employees, and they walk right by Oppenheimer Park towards Strathcona, towards Chinatown. When they walk by there, they would rather walk a block away than encounter that. Right? So they're fearful. Rightly or wrongly, they are fearful.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate hearing your side, and I know that staff have noted it, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. There's no further questions, Mr. Lung. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Doug King from Pivot Legal is our next public speaker.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Douglas King. I'm a lawyer with Pivot Legal Society. Pivot Legal Society operates in the downtown east side, just about a block and a half from where the proposed street market site will be. As part of my job at Pivot Legal Society, I've interacted with a number of survival street vendors who have been prosecuted under the city bylaws for street vending on city streets, mostly on the 0 block of Hastings Street or the 300 block of Gore Avenue. Through my time, I guess, working on those files, I've had the ability to see the impact of the city's bylaws and how enforcement impacts an individual's life, especially somebody who's engaging in survival street vending activity. I want to, I guess, impart on you the value of this project and this possibility in taking away the need for further enforcement, because I think it's time to acknowledge that enforcement has not been effective at dealing with the issues that we see with vending on the 0 block of Hastings Street. And it has had a very proportional impact on the individuals who have been prosecuted. A couple things that we've really noted about the city bylaw prosecution is that many individuals receive tickets, are summoned to appear for court, but do not feel comfortable going to court. And mostly that's because of the fear that exists that the judge will give them a fine that they can't pay, that somehow that fine will be collected against them, either taken off of their disability or income assistance check, and they will have an even harder time trying to make ends meet month by month. So we've seen a few individuals who have actually been incarcerated because they haven't been able to attend court or have chosen not to attend court. And in our opinion, that's the worst case scenario, and it's really not any kind of a solution to the issues of poverty that we see in our city. So we're happy to see the engagement levels that have happened on this project. We are, I guess, optimistic that it would create meaningful options for people that could in turn create meaningful options for how enforcement might occur in the future. We are committed, I guess, to working with the vendors themselves who either may continue to be prosecuted or may be prosecuted in the future, depending on what happens with this project. And we're also committed to working with the Vancouver Police Department to talk about what enforcement could be like after this market does get set up, if it does get established. I'll just point out, I guess, that last night members of our office were meeting with Mayor Nicole Reid of Maple Ridge and talking to the Maple Ridge councillors about the reality that they now face with a homeless camp that was just recently set up on Cliff Avenue in Maple Ridge. And we heard kind of a similar refrain from them, frustrations, I guess, that, or realizations that enforcement is not going to be the way to deal with the issues of poverty in their city. And I want to encourage the councillors here today and city staff to recognize, I guess, or to feel good about the fact that these projects that are being proposed are not just isolated to Vancouver. And it does seem like people from around the other municipalities and across the province are listening. We heard Maple Ridge talk about the initiatives in Vancouver and talk about how they want to bring similar initiatives to their municipality as well. So I would applaud, I guess, the efforts that the city has made to deal with the issues of poverty in our city and the alternatives that we've been trying to create, because in our opinion, from our experience, enforcement is not going to deal with the issues that we see with street vending. Thank you.
Mr. King, you have some questions from Councillor Reimer.
Thanks for coming today. Quick question, maybe not a quick answer. When we bring in these new policies that can be, there's not a lot of models we can look at and go, oh, this is what success looks like with it. So I'm not opposed, for the reasons that you outlined, to trying something new, because obviously what we're doing isn't working well. So the question is really around, how do you measure success? Like if you were going to set up what would you be measuring the success of this market by? And as much as possible, things that we can quantify.
I mean, it is really difficult to quantify, and I think part of that problem is because when we're talking about this issue at all, it's really because poverty has been kind of downloaded to the responsibility of municipalities, and our office continues to hold a position that the province and the federal government have not been doing what they need to do to address the issues related to income and security in our neighborhoods. And because of that, we're forced, I think, to look at different solutions to the problems. When we measure success in this area, from our legal perspective, and we talk about representation of our clients, it's really about creating those alternatives to prosecution. We don't want to see people being brought into court for behavior that is really about survival and really doesn't have a very strong impact on other people, but has a very, very disproportionate impact on themselves. So we're hopeful that this will create opportunities for people to take them off of the streets, because as it currently stands, obviously, the bylaw prohibits vending on the streets. And if that does lead to significantly less need for prosecution and greater dialogue on enforcement of the city's bylaws in the future, then definitely we see that as a success.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you for that.
Councillor Reimer. Councillor Carr.
What do you mean by that?
Well, one of the things that was discussed in the court case, and I should clarify, was counsel for a number of survival street vendors who challenged the city's bylaw. The judge in the provincial court, Judge E, ultimately upheld the city's right to draft that bylaw and to enforce it. But one of the comments that he did make on sentencing when he reduced the fines to virtually nothing was that he felt like he didn't have much of an option because the individuals in front of him didn't really have any meaningful options. When we're talking about survival street vending, we're talking about people who are doing what they're needing to do for their own safety and their own survival, and they're doing it primarily in the manner that they're doing it because they don't have meaningful options to do it in any other way. So It's part of a very complex and a larger analysis, but in the street vending context, to us, meaningful options is either alternatives to street vending itself or alternatives to street vending on the street, which is currently a prohibited activity. So we do see this as the potential for a meaningful option. We're also very quick to add, though, of course, that this can't be seen as maybe the solution for every single person with issues of poverty and every single survival street vendor in the city. We hope it creates a meaningful option for a lot of those people. We're, I guess, anticipating the reality that there probably will be people left behind. And we hope that the city will commit to, I guess, better outreach and trying to figure out why an individual might not be vending if we're able to set up the proposed site, why they might not be vending there but still vending on the street. And we'd love to see some more qualitative research. This is a group of people in our society where a lot of research has not been done on the reasons why they're doing what they're doing. And we would love to see members of civil society and some of the research groups brought in to give us a better idea of why people are making the decisions that they're making.
Okay, so that's interesting because my takeaway from that is that an option, not to enforcement, but an option is the legal sites, the two legal sites. And then you said if there are people who continue to street vend not on the legal sites, your option is to do some research on why, on who those people are and why. And is that correct?
That's one of the options. I mean,
Right,
enforcement as it currently stands is always an option too. I mean, the reality is if the city wanted to and if the VPD wanted to, you could go out to the Zero Block today and give out as many tickets as you want to, but we know that that's not working. And in fact, it's having a negative impact on most people's lives. So I guess what we're trying to do here is set up a proposed site where people will voluntarily choose to take their vending off of the street and have them place off the street where they can do it, which takes them away from the possibility of prosecution. I think we need to be prepared for the reality that some people will not make that move and choose not to make that decision. And I think when that happens, our hope is that we don't just rely back on enforcement. We don't just go back to the traditional tactics of trying to force that individual into making that decision, but really, first of all, try to figure out why they're not making that decision and try to meet them where they're at first. And then always, at the end of the day, once we have the answers to the questions, we can talk about what enforcement means. And our position has always been that one of the problems with the bylaw is it's very broad. It just talks about street vending as a whole, and not necessarily some of the things that we're trying to regulate about street vending, which is the fact that it takes up sidewalk space. It might be seen as a nuisance. People might be not taking their belongings with them at the end of the day. So there are also, in our opinion, opportunities to change the way that we do enforcement that actually narrows the bylaw and just focuses on the things that we see as the harms of vending when it happens on the street, not necessarily the act itself.
Interesting. Well, I will ask staff the question of if there's any plans or if it's been thought out what to do with people who may choose not to set up their vending in the legal sites that are being proposed in this report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. That's all your questions, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Ann Livingston is our next speaker. Ann Livingston from Vandu, not in the house. Ann Livingston, no. DJ Joe. Is DJ Joe here? Here we go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Oops, sorry.
You lower the microphone a little bit if you like. There's a button on the right there.
Sorry. Oh.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm DJ Joe. I'm from the Street Market. I'm here on behalf of the community and with all my friends. Having the street market in the downtown east side, it's like a family reunion where people get together with their family. And you get to see your grandkids and your nieces and nephews down here. And that's why I find it pretty nice to have it here. Sorry. Lost train of thought there for a second, sorry. It's great to be working there at the street market. And I've been there, I think, about 3 years now, on and off. But I find it very interesting because that's where I get to meet my kids on Sunday. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming down and being so patient. We don't have any further questions for you, but
okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Bye now.
Okay, our next speaker is Greg Gore from the Vancouver Buddhist Temple. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for inviting us to speak. Here I'm Greg Chor. I'm with the Vancouver Buddhist Temple, and I'm also representing the Sil Wushu Taiji Qigong Institute, which is located also at 220 Jackson Street. What we're asking council to do is to consider this relocation application, the following issues that we believe it will create for us. One is that has not been mentioned is noise in the area. Two, what has already been mentioned about the halo effect of the current market environment or the environment surrounding the current market moving somewhat to the Oppenheimer area and to our corner. And three, the perception that the area would be unsafe that has already been talked about as well, discouraging people coming to our market. The Vancouver Buddhist Temple has been part of Vancouver in the Japanese-Canadian community for over 100 years. And we have been in our location currently on the corner of Jackson and Powell since 1955. We have services throughout the week. Our regular services are on Sunday mornings, and we have many funeral services that surround those services on Saturdays and Sundays and Fridays, attended by a very conservative group of young families and elderly folks. During our services, as Buddhists, we have meditation, and our worship room is directly adjacent to where the open market will be. The market, we believe, is really good for the community, and the work that Roland and his team have done for people in poverty is applaudable. Our concern is that there is an open market there, and with the element there, we currently already have a lot of noise coming from the Oppenheimer side of our building, which really doesn't disturb us a lot because we have doors that we can close. But on the side that you're proposing to put the market, that would be an open market, and noise will necessarily come through our open windows into our worship room. Secondly, when we talk about concern that the activities on Hastings Street may migrate up into the area, our members currently would have a really difficult time keeping up with the maintenance of the area if there's increased problems created by garbage, things left over, people milling about outside of the street market hours. We've heard plans for dealing with the street market hours, but outside of those hours, we're not sure what is going to happen. And with the proximity to Oppenheimer Park and the ability for people to congregate there and mix, there may be a potential for people wanting to set up alongside buildings along the street, which would include ours. And third, the perception of safety in the area. Currently, we've gone through the transitions in the area from a time that it was really strongly supported by the Japanese-Canadian market and through the downturn, and now we see that the area is getting better and better. Residents and locals continue to treat each other with respect, and we think that things generally are on the up and up. Bringing in potentially another element into the area could potentially cause further problems. In the statistics that were provided by the report, 38% of the market goers were people who were repeated visitors. We don't know if those are people that are from the area in Hastings Street, and we don't know if that's going to cause them to migrate closer to the current market. I've outlined a lot of our other concerns In the letter that we sent across to you, including additional drugs and crime, potential for street camping, and those sorts of things.
Mr.
I won't
you
go
have
further into that.
You do have some questions, so you'll have a chance to elaborate on those, but this is your time is up. So we'll go to the questioners, and I'm sure you'll be able to weave in some of those further thoughts in response to their questions.
Certainly, thank you.
Councillor Jang.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it goes it's advancing twice at once. I'm trying to avoid that. But,
That's okay. I hate sitting in the chair myself. Thank you, Mr. Chor, for coming. And I have your letter, and I've read it several times. And I know I've passed it on to the staff, and I've met a number of your members over the last little while talking about this issue. One thing that kind of strikes me about the letter that you provided and some of your remarks today is a lot of concern about, and justified concerns about, what may happen. The potential, you use the word potential, this may happen, potentially that may happen. And it reminds me, I work in supportive housing. When we set up supportive housing somewhere in the city, we get very similar. I just was struck by the similarities of your concerns. And my question is that one thing that helps us put these fears to rest, or if there is a problem, is that there's always monitoring of the housing units, for example, right? Constant monitoring, and if there's a problem, they know where to call. There's an instant hotline. We go out and we take care of it, and we find out what caused it and fixed it in the long run, right? And sort of what I was thinking, and I read your letter, is well, if we were to give it a try, and we monitor constantly for the issues of noise and all this kind of stuff, and make sure we get instant feedback, community program, advisory committee as well that can report back. Would that be acceptable to start with, just to see if it works? If it doesn't work, well, then we need to allow it too, because sometimes things don't work. But would the church be willing to at least give it a try, I guess is what I'm asking, if we put a whole bunch of monitoring in, able to respond to your issues immediately, like we do with our supportive housing sites around the city?
I think it's absolutely mandatory that we do monitor it. We've had good discussions with Roland on how they might be able to manage some of the issues. The noise issue, I think, is something that is perhaps something that we are pretty sure is not a potential. It's going to be a reality. Our windows are right adjacent to that property, and we have had film crews on that property and such, so we have already experienced what the noise quotient is going to be. And our timings conflict directly with when the market should operate. It should operate on Saturdays, Sundays, and Fridays to be successful. And we want the market to be successful in its right for the social economic benefits. So we don't see how it would be easy to condition the noise for our services, and that's a rather selfish way to look at it. But we're making giving the information to you.
I wouldn't say it was selfish. I think it's part of your right as a Vancouverite to speak what you're concerned about, and this is why we have this process here. I'm a Buddhist too, and meditation is very important. I understand that completely. So, okay, I think I'm looking at our city staff there. I think maybe at some time they can come back with some ideas about the noise and all that kind of stuff that we're talking about. But I'm sensing that if we could come up with a solution, that it might, be worth a try.
Yeah, we think that there would be some positive aspects to having, say, someone to contact if there are problems around the area, particularly outside the market times. We know that during the market times, there will be proper patrolling and that sort of thing. It's what happens outside of those market hours that would be very problematic for us.
That's very, very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. The consultation process, though, so far, you brought up several specific issues, noise being sort of the number one for you. What's the process been like for you so far with staff? Have you already indicated this stuff? What's the response been? What do your other neighbors think?
Well, there has been a consultation process. We received a letter announcing meetings that we've attended. It's been very short, so we haven't had an opportunity really to spend a lot of time thinking about it. We did attend on May 20th and spoke to a number of people at the coffee shop about our concerns. A lot of the concerns around the migration of activities have been addressed with sort of verbal commitments towards policing and such, but we haven't seen any like additional funding or any type of thing that would, in writing, that would assure proper management of those outside activities.
So within the report itself, I mean, like the details, so the things that were brought up at the May 20th meeting, was it? I think you don't see reflected in detail in the report.
Right, not in detail. There are one-liners on the items, but I don't see them addressed as part of the financial aspect of the report. I think the financial aspect directly deals with the rental of the space and with the operation of the market, but there's talk about additional traffic lights, patrols, policing, and that sort of thing, and garbage pickup. We don't see anything in there financially from that perspective. We haven't been approached directly by the city officials to have a discussion.
You're the direct neighbor. Are you the closest neighbor to this site, do you think?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you feel if that detail was in the report, you'd feel more confident that moving forward, you'd be more comfortable with that?
Yes, I think the noise issue aside, the surrounding area, we would feel a lot more comfortable if there was a lot of detail around how the after hours was going to be managed and any kind of conflict or interaction with the Oppenheimer area. We think that community is already established, and if elements from outside of the area come in, we're not sure what will happen between the dynamics between the two communities, and so there needs to be some plan in place to deal with potential problems there.
The noise issue, what we heard from the staff regarding the future of the site, which is potentially a housing site, somehow they're going to develop it and continue with the market, which I'll be asking staff of how that might work and what kind of detail I can get on that. But knowing that, you're going to have, bare minimum in the future, a construction site next to you for a while, and then some sort of building next to you. So you're going to have a neighbor of some form. I'm wondering have you within within the temple have talked about perhaps rejigging your facility given what's happening to your direct neighbor, that it might have a building there that might impact you anyways for the long term?
We haven't had those discussions internally. However, I think if there's a temporary construction noise, we've been dealing with that sort of thing. Most of the construction seems to occur during the weekdays, but in those times we can deal with noise as a temporary issue. In the long-term view of having the market indoors in a building, I think that will have a lot of noise abatement improvements just by having the market be inside of closed quarters. In this case, this is just like it's an open field, just like Oppenheimer Park, where noise can travel anywhere. We have two sanctuaries on that side of the building, one on the third floor and one on the ground floor that will be impacted.
There is an intention to put that structure from TED Talks on there. I don't know the placement of it or what impact that will have on the noise, but certainly I'll be asking staff if there's any impact, perhaps they can address that and where that might be placed on the site to perhaps improve noise abatement. So, and then one of the questions, the issue that Mr. Clark brought up as a coordinator for the market was security and his preference to have somebody there. Would that also make you feel more comfortable as far as you mentioned it's safety for the people that come there on a regular basis? Is that something that would make you feel more comfortable?
I think Mr. Clark was mostly addressing security during the market, and our concern is the general perception of the area. So security, there's already a BIA security person that walks around, and that's been an improvement for our community. But I think what we're looking for would be an expanded sense of security when, if the element moves in. If the element doesn't move in, then that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
That's all your time, Councillor Effick. Thanks. Councillor Reimer has some questions.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I just had a couple of quick questions. Do you keep an incident log now of break-ins or noise issues or something where you record in an ongoing way any safety issues that you're having?
Currently, there aren't a large number of issues around the building like that. In the past, there were. I don't have a specific log, no.
Okay, I was curious a bit because it's, in terms of monitoring in an ongoing way, it's hard to do when you're not benchmarking against something, but that's something we could work with. There is an opportunity to put up, and we've done it in some other areas in the downtown east side, and in fact other areas of the city, a noise barrier wall where we can put a mural or something. So do you think that might work if we could figure out how to put that funding in place?
I don't have experience with that, but if that's the purpose and if it's measurable, then that would be great.
Okay, and then I was just emailing staff about the times on the market because I didn't remember anything definitive being said in the presentation. So the times for the market outside of Sunday haven't been nailed down, and it's quite possible that we could work with you around ensuring the minimizing the overlap between meditation time and market time.
One of the issues with the timing of our meditation is that while we have regular services at 10:30 on Sunday, the other times of the weekend are often occupied by funeral services and memorial services. And it's very difficult to manage those with a third party. In the past, we have managed it with the filming crew that were using the property, the same property that you're speaking of, but we only had to deal with one liaison there.
Right.
And because our funeral services have very short lead time, that particular operator was very sensitive to our needs and was able to manage the noise part of the issue. But I don't think it would be fair to ask the market on a short notice to not open this day.
Right. No, I appreciate that. And unlike Councillor Jang, I'm not a Buddhist, so I'm not that familiar with the demands on the space, so I appreciate you explaining those more. Last question was around, if there were to be an ongoing market next door, it seems like there would be some benefit, given your comments and reasonable ones about the general perception of less safety, if there was an opportunity to do an open house where your members could meet the members. The street vendors are licensed, so there's a sort of permanent population of vendors. Your, I'm sorry, I don't know the right word, but congregation or members are probably a fairly stable group there'd be an opportunity there for relationship building. Do you think people would be open to that kind of opportunity?
I think we're open to those kinds of opportunities. Most of our services and events are open to the general public, and we've had quite a number of public events in our facility and around our facility. The concern really would be that the type of market it is. If there are some First Nations or local art products there and creating the environment more of an upscale or a more localized sort of artistic product set, inviting people from tourist communities and from outside of the local Vancouver area, I think that would be very positive for the community.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor DiGenova.
I just have a few questions. Thank you so much for coming and for your letter to council as well. You had touched briefly on, I believe, during Councillor Affleck's questions and your presentation regarding the public consultation process. You said that it went very fast, and you did attend the May 20th open house, which is listed here in the public consultation. What do you feel that there are improvements that could have been made to how the public consultation was carried out? You mentioned it was a little fast, so could you elaborate on what you think could possibly be helpful in public consultation on the market?
Well, just looking at the report that was delivered today, it seemed like there have been a lot of discussions going on for a long time on perhaps locating the market in the area. The first time we received notice that anyone was thinking of this was in the early part of May. And then we were asked to attend, or we were invited to attend a session which was basically just a session where they described the market. So we took upon it ourselves to send a few people quickly down to see what this street market really looked like inside. And we just felt that with that period of time and getting now to a licensing development permit application, that's fairly short for us to even be able to consider everything amongst our members. We haven't had an opportunity to talk to all of our members and engage with the city at all, and we feel like we're in a rush to respond to this.
Okay, thank you very much. I also had a question. You had mentioned sort of worries and concerns about noise during, and although I don't practice Buddhism, I have many friends who are Buddhists, and I understand the importance of quiet and peace during meditation and also during services that you had mentioned. Are you concerned that people, A, will not book services or will have to go elsewhere for services? What's, if this goes on and there isn't any sort of noise control, what are your biggest fears? Could you share that with us?
Our biggest fears are exactly that people will feel unsafe or will feel like they're not comfortable in a noisy environment, and they will stop attending our services, which will essentially kill our temple. Our temple has been there for quite some time, and we've been through quite a number of ups and downs. We are now starting to attract the local community and non-Japanese Canadian attendees, but if we start to not offer that quiet meditative environment, then we won't have a future.
So as I believe Councillor Jang had mentioned and Councillor Reimer had suggested looking at sort of noise mitigation, I'm hoping that our staff will be able to sort of address that problem with you. And the other question I had, and it's just a thought, and maybe it's something that staff can work on, sort of having regular roundtables with the street market and with yourself. As you mentioned, you kind of felt like the decision had been made before you were invited to the open house, but in moving forward, would that be helpful for you if there were sort of regular, like maybe quarterly meetings where, representatives of the street market would engage with stakeholders in the new community?
We think that the advisory committee idea does make a lot of sense as long as it comes with teeth and resources. It needs financial resources, and it needs to have the right to police activities around there. It can't just be a meeting of people talking together.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions.
Thanks. Councillor Carr has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Most of my questions were asked. I have one. Can you please detail the hours that you offer services, maybe the days and hours? I'm interested in knowing where the real conflict in time is.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, our regular service is on Sunday, usually at 10:30, runs to about 1 o'clock. We have a senior service on Thursday from 11 o'clock till about 2 o'clock. And we have services in the evening on Wednesdays. And those are regular services. Memorial services can happen at any time. Generally speaking, will be Friday, Saturday, or Sunday to accommodate people's work schedules. We have activities that go along other non-service activities that occur, including seniors gate ball, seniors cards playing. We have a badminton group there. And then we also have the SIL Institute of Martial Arts that attends 5 days a week with adults and young families as well.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. It's so close to 12:30 that I propose we recess now for 30 minutes. Apologies to those who will have to wait, but we'll try to start promptly at 1. Thank you, Mr. Chor, for coming, and
thank you
for your time. If Asher de Groot is nearby, could you please, okay, you'll be first up because the person ahead of you has withdrawn, so, or moved to the end, so. The moment we get 6 people, and we're nearly there, we will start. There we go. Okay, Mr. de Groot, please come forward. Okay, thank you, sir. You heard all the deal. Just for the benefit of those who just came in, Ms. Johnson had to move to the end of the list because she couldn't speak right now. So welcome, Mr. de Groot. Please carry on.
All right, my name's Asher de Groot. I'm from Michael Green Architecture. And also I'm representing Michael Green Architecture and also DBR, or Design Build Research. It relates to the canopy structure. Design Build Research Institute, or DBR, is a not-for-profit institute dedicated to teaching the design and construction of socially, culturally, and environmentally relevant student-led installations. And it's administered by Michael Green Architecture, where I'm an architect. So to speak about the canopy structure, it was originally designed for the TED conference this past May. And it was called the Lions Marquee because of its reference to the lions of the North Shore Mountains. This is the second project that we've done for TED. Last year we built a stage and built a stage out of about 300 planter boxes, and those planter boxes were sent to schools around the area afterwards. And so we're really happy that this project, which we built in May, can be donated to something even closer in our community. Our office is in the downtown east side, about half a block from where the market currently is, the Sunday market. And so we're really happy to see it go to someone and to somewhere that we also get to see it become part of our community. So the structure is being donated for the downtown east side street market use. This includes all the wood and materials that were used in its original construction. And it will require some foundation and concrete work on the site in order for it to be put up. The exact location of that has not been confirmed yet, and we'll be working with the market people and also with the city to decide where that ends up on the site. We'll also help coordinate in our role as architects. The Design Build Research School has donated the structure, and we'll work with students from that to rebuild it on the site on Powell Street. And as architects, we'll help go through the permitting process with the city in that role. And obviously taking into account any concerns that are also raised in the process here today and afterwards. So just to clarify then also schedule, we're obviously available to work with the Downtown East Side Street Market and the city with whatever timelines come out of this process. And the foundation and construction of that in order to build this canopy structure is maybe a 1 or 2 week process. And then the reconstruction of the canopy itself is probably a 2 weekend process, and that's with staff from our office and students. And yeah, as I said, that's something that whenever that happens, whether it's July, August, whatever that ends up being, we're willing and ready to help out with that. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much to your firm for this donation of materials and your time. My only question is, in looking at the photos that were included, or the drawings in the actual report, it wasn't clear to me that this is waterproof, or this would keep the rain off. Will it be waterproof or keep the rain off?
Yes, so in its original installation, it actually didn't have the full wall on the canopy. So there's a plastic that gets installed between all the ribs, the wood ribs of the structure that acts as a roof. And the original detailing of that was obviously for a very temporary installation at TED. And our final installation will be detailed in such a way that it can last for however many years it needs to be there. And so the amount that we're also discussing with the Downtown East Side Street Market, how much is translucent and how much maybe is more solid to give some shade, not just protect from the rain.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. DeGroot. Oh, yep, that's it. Thank you for coming. Our next speaker is Chikako Osborne Sato.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to express our concern. I'm speaking on behalf of Vancouver Japanese Language School and Japanese Hall. My name is Chikako Osborne Saito, and the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors. We, Vancouver Japanese Language School and Japanese Hall, are non-profit and charitable organization. We are founded in 1906, so we are celebrating 109 year this year. And we are center of the Japantown when we were first established. But as you know, the Second World War changed this to very sad history. Our building is the only property reclaimed by Japanese Canadian community in Canada after internment. But sadly, the old vibrant Japantown is gone. We have been receiving great encouragement from the city and revitalized and energized our community in downtown East Side. 3 years ago, we opened a daycare after receiving the financial support from the City of Vancouver. And we recently received City of Vancouver Heritage Honored Award. And thank you very much for the City of Vancouver. But this time, we really, really need support and help. Our school is located on the corner of Jackson and Alexander Street. That is half block away from the downtown East Side Street Market location. We have over 400 students who study in Japanese language and culture, as young as age of 2 years old to the adult, elementary, high school, K-12, preschool, and daycare. Daycare is every day, Monday to Friday. Also providing the cultural experience program and local to the local school in all Lower Mainland, as well as in BC. And some of these students travel from the out of town. We have the family driving all the way from Pemberton, Kelowna, and who takes the ferry from the Nanaimo every Saturday. They look forward to coming to the Vancouver, not just in school, as well as just outing to the Vancouver. So we see the parents' commitment and effort to come to school. So we have to make sure they feel safe and comfortable in coming to our school. However, this downtown East Side Street Market relocation plan raises so many concerns. Many of the organizations already raised the safety, but our specific safety issued drugs. Our staff and volunteers noticing that there are the increase of drug needles and our remaining and are in the school, and our staff and volunteers are cleaning every single day and before kids and the family arrive at school. Break-ins and trespassing. We have experienced quite a few break-ins, so we had to invest in the good security alarm system. Even after that, break-in continued. With one break, it's just coffee maker and from the daycare. That was happened to be during the tent city happened. We noticed more trespassing by homeless people who try to come into our building when the school is in session. So we had to hire security staff just for the Saturday. But that's the busiest day for us. The safety is our priority, but the budget for the security is limited. So as a non-profit organization, and we need help. And we are concerned about this downtown East Side Street Market may increase this program. And parking and other organization mentioned, we skip. And so spillover, since the parking is limited, we encourage the student and family to take a public transit. The new market location is right by the walking school zone, which is from the bus stop. And the downtown street market financial plan does not give us the confidence of the security on the street if a spillover happen during the market hours and before and after the operation. We are already receiving concern expressed by parents as they reconsider registration for the next school year. We are concerned this market relocation proposal
may negatively impact our enrollment. And this new proposal suggests that market will be open on Saturday and other days each week. Saturday market hours overlaps our school time, so we request City of Vancouver to reconsider this market proposal.
That's your time, but you have some questions, so maybe we'll move to questions. So you have first questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming and explaining your concerns. So you've got a request. The last thing you were talking about was to reconsider the request. Are you asking for reconsideration of the timing of the market? That's one question.
As far as I know, the city already purchased this property, so if it's possible to relocate, that's ideal, but I understand more likely it's very difficult. So if could reconsider the time, which proposal mentioned the Saturday morning 8:30 to 7, which is actually our school start 8:30 and they're finishing 4 o'clock. So it's overlap on the Saturday. And the weekdays, our preschool and daycare start 8 o'clock until 6 o'clock. So that's other thing. And the by Thursday, the out of town, actually the local as well, and the cultural experience program and the local high school and the elementary school is coming all the way from the city and to visit us. And by school bus, some school choose to take a public transit. So for sure, they will walk by this market.
Okay. Is there anything around security, for example? The director or the executive director of the market talked about the need for ongoing presence of the Vancouver Police Department. Would you also agree with that they would need, like if there was a officer stationed there always during the hours that the market was open, would that give you some greater comfort level?
Yes, I think for the parents, I think if they see the police and around the corner, at the corner of when they walk by, definitely they would feel more comfortable. And also, it's not only the corner towards just only 3 blocks, and that area, it's more patrolling definitely will make us feel better. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Paul.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in today. And I know you have a beautiful facility. It's a gorgeous building. I've been there many times, so thrilled to see you here today. Right now, are you getting support for your issues in terms of drug needles and that kind of stuff, or are you taking care of that all yourself?
Whenever we notice the increase, we contact the Vancouver Police, and they are giving us they do more patrolling. But it's we are told if it's somebody just sitting on this homeless people just sitting on the sunbathing on the corner of the school, and they are not authorized to remove them. So.
But in terms of the garbage that you mentioned that was there, the needles and stuff, are you yourself cleaning it up, or?
Our staff and volunteer has to do every single morning before kids comes. So we are not really being supported. Yeah.
Okay. And so your concern is that will increase in terms of the market being closer, that's what will happen?
I think we don't know if it increase, but there is a possibility. But having so many parents with the little children, we have to be able to answer it's not going to happen. Especially this time of the year, it's the registration time for next year, and a few phone calls, and then probably we receive the question, but we do not have the very concrete and confidence to say it's going to be okay. So that.
Have you spoken with staff to date? Have you been involved in any of the consultations at all?
Yes, actually, we invited a city planner and Tom and other staff, and then they came to our school about a month ago, and we received all information. And the week after, we participate in Strathcona BIA and forum, and after that, we all visited the open house. And this coming Saturday, we invited the Marie Claire and Zach at the planner. They're also going to visit us, and they're going to see what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Excellent. And I do know, having sent a child to your school, that children are there all the time. So is that you would like the city, and just so that I'm hearing what you're saying, you'd like the city to make sure that children are safe walking past the market? I understand you would prefer relocated, but if it does exist, that you would like to make sure that the children are safe and that there's basically a safe conduct or a safe way for them to walk.
And as well as that, I want them to feel more comfortable walking around. And the moment, and we see, and some people, homeless people, they are very harmless, but every corner, if we see those people and they're sleeping or they're sitting, and they're especially newcomers from Japan, they are not comfortable walking by. There are the other option for them. But we need, with our history, over 100 years of history, we like to keep our history and as an institution. So if enrollment decrease, and eventually it will kill us. So it's very difficult to maintain as a school.
So you're very worried about your ongoing, the possibility of not being able to operate anymore. Is that
And
your main
if
concern?
if this market goes the way it's planned, I think we really, really like to support. It's a beautiful plan. It's nice to have the market where the parents and family and the kids can visit after school on Saturday. That's wonderful. But the proposal does not have the enough financial support, and therefore they don't really concrete the security, and so that worries us.
Well, thank you. We'll obviously staff have heard a number of your concerns, and
yes.
they've heard them again
That's
today.
staff.
So I'm sure that they will give us some answers as to how we can mitigate the things that you're talking about. Great. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much. That's all your questions. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. Our next speaker is Joji Kumagai from Strathcona BIA. Welcome, Mr. Kumagai.
Hello. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Joji Kumagai. I'm the Executive Director with the Strathcona BIA. The proposed move of the street market falls within our catchment area. So I believe we've already sent in the letter as part of the development permit process, but we just want to reiterate a few other points. One of the most significant concerns that our members have expressed is in regards to managing the adjacent areas. We are fully understanding and aware that the survival street vending and the street market are separate, but at the same time, these safety and security concerns regularly come up as probably the core issue here. And I've talked to a number of our members, both for-profit businesses and nonprofits as well, and they've similarly expressed these concerns. Excuse me. So the four main areas that we have concerns are around just the lack of commitment of resources for the VPD and a lack of financial commitment from the city beyond the first year, and a lack of metrics for assessing the success or the failure of the market, and also a lack of clarity on the full cost of operating the market itself. There's also, we also have concerns about the long-term feasibility of the market operations. There are a number of other costs that aren't included that we feel are important for the success of the market, including things like marketing, communications, and also, while by no means are we suggesting that we have a better idea of how to operate the market itself, I noticed in the report that eventually the plan is to have it offered 6 days a week at 2 sanctioned sites, both at 501 Powell Street and also 62 East Hastings. There's concerns just about how this can be sustainable in the long term and whether or not the market itself has resources to be able to continue to do the work that and achieve its mandate. So I think particularly when you start seeing some of the terms and conditions listed in the report around things like waste management, security and operations, other things like that, if you take the expense projections for 2016, it comes out to about $790 per market day, which seems quite underfunded given the scope of duties that they're expected to undertake. So the concern is if this project has any chance of success, really the marketing community we feel is owed the proper resources to make this a chance to be successful. Another issue is that we strongly feel that there needs to be clear metrics to be able to gauge the success or failure of the market, a baseline to create better data collection to track impacts and to also be able to make well-informed decisions in the future. Much of the conversation I've heard this morning has felt anecdotal and qualitative, and I think that if there are issues that are raised in the future, in regards to whether it's through the advisory committee or just concerns raised to the community, that unless these types of metrics and baselines are in place, it makes it challenging to have conversations other than through these anecdotal kind of philosophical levels. In closing, we need an explicit commitment of resources for the VPD, whether that's a dedicated police officer for a 2-year period or throughout the duration of this of the period outlined in the report. I think it's also very helpful to have a transparent budget of both operating capital costs so that the market is funded in a way that is envisioned in the CED strategy. We also need a longer commitment from the city to fund this project. I also need a clear list of metrics to assess the success or failure of the market. And I feel that without these, it's very, the community is being asked to take a lot of these assurances in good faith, which is very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reimer has some questions.
Thanks for coming today, Mr. Kumagai. I really, really wanted to thank you because I know it's been, I mean, your involvement in assisting with sort of the survival economy down there and making sure that the needs of businesses and residents are met as much as possible. That involvement has been long, and I appreciate both the time you put into it, but also your sensitivity around some of the more challenging interfaces. On the metrics, I don't expect you to give me a detailed list right now, but I know you've been doing some thinking about this. So if you, I'd be interested to know what sort of broad categories you see as potentials for being able to monitor relatively easily, because you'd need to put money and energy into that as well.
Right. So I think the first one would be around ensuring we have a baseline to, it was brought up a couple of times already this morning, but ensuring there's a baseline to adequately understand what the impacts around safety and security are. So if we do see additional or increase in whatever it might be, that we have some idea that it's there might be some correlation there. I think that's very important. I think another really important one is around the financial sustainability of the operations itself. It's, you know, reading in the report when I think year 2, the budget or the expense is around $246,000, with only about, I think, 43,000 of it accounted for. You know, there's a lot of alarm bells there in terms of whether or not, you know, there's a lot of priorities for the city, a lot of responsibilities and asks of them. And so if that type of funding doesn't fall through, then, you know, realistically, does it put everyone in a really bad position, and that the community has to bear a lot of these, you know, impacts and risks. So I think those are probably like the two that come to mind initially. And again, you know, we can break it down further, but I think those are the two that would address a lot of the concerns I've heard from our members so far.
Can you remind me what your western border is of the BIA area?
We're at Gore.
You're at Gore.
Yes.
So how much impact does the current, not the street market, but the illegal vending and, well, the vending along the 0 block of Hastings, 0 and 100 block, how much is that impacting your membership right now?
Directly, it's hard to say. I know in the downtown east side local area plan survey, one of the what was considered to be the highest impact of business was a perception of the area, and obviously the downtown east side isn't divided based on BIA borders by any means. So I think that kind of impact definitely plays, you know, an indirect role in how businesses are able to thrive in the community. But in terms of just whether or not that traffic is currently going all the way to the 300 or 400 block, it's harder to say.
So on the resourcing, you hopefully provided the $790 a day figure. Did you have a sense of what an appropriate resourcing per day might be?
Well, that's something that I think would be great to be able to work with some of our business members in terms of working. You know, a lot of them have done things like expansion. I think you know, one of the, I'm not insinuating anything here, but I think one of the biggest challenges for anybody who is growing a business or organization is really understanding the extent of resources and time you really need to make it successful. And I think that, you know, I know Roland and Jacek put a lot of time and pretty much do it on a volunteer basis. And I just don't see how that's sustainable over a longer period of time. So I think that if there are ways of working with, say, businesses in the area, small businesses who would be able to look at pro forma statements or just look at the business models, you know, business plan, marketing plan, those sort of things. And I've talked to some of our members and they'd be happy to do that. But I just think right now there's so much up in the air that it's difficult to say for certain, but we're definitely willing to work on that.
Which I appreciate. So if that were in place by August or by the timeline that staff are proposing, you would have a higher level of comfort. I'm not trying to say you'd be comfortable, but your comfort level would be higher than it is right now.
Right. I mean, I think the essence of what we're trying to say is that there's a lot of uncertainty and that, you know, again, there's a lot of aspirational goals, but that hasn't necessarily translated into direct dollars that have been committed. And I think it's a difficult thing to take these assurances in good faith.
But you're still supportive. My memory was your position has always been supportive of a permanent street market, but it's a question of where and how you're monitoring its success.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of the economic continuum, absolutely. I think there's some, you know, if there's ways of having greater community benefits by doing something like this, I don't necessarily think that's, you know, something that would be opposed by our membership, but at the same time, again, it's difficult to sort of weigh the pros and cons without clear assurances in a number of these key areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Or sorry, Councillor Councillor Carr is the next speaker.
Yes.
Questioner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, thank you very much for coming and actually also just the work you do for the Business Improvement Association. It's great. So I've got some specific questions around the 4 areas that you identified as important. Lack of commitment of resources of the Vancouver Police Department. Are you wanting ongoing constant presence? I think you said something about 2 years. For as long as the market's there, do you imagine a police officer being stationed at the market? Is that the vision?
I think there needs to be a direct contact through the VPD that can help build this program together. And whether that's a regular person or not, but I'm not sure. But I think there needs to be some kind of dedicated policing resources. That being said, I know that there are opportunity costs. So that if you pull an officer from one particular deployment or assignment, it's going to have ripple impacts down the road. So I think really what we're saying is we need to have additional resources for the VPD in order for them to manage this, because taking them away from one thing to do another thing isn't necessarily, you know, it may not be the most beneficial.
Do you have a sense of whether or not that has to be a regular officer, or could it be a community police officer?
Or it could be a community, I don't know, maybe it could be something like a community policing center in that area. I'm not sure. We haven't really had formal discussions about this internally at all, but I just think that there needs to be some kind of direct contact or direct liaison there.
Right. Okay. And you talked about the lack of the commitment of city resources. I'm assuming from having talked to you that engineering is one area, cleaning up, but can you maybe be more specific, or if there's any other city resources that you feel have not yet been committed to that need to?
I think if you're looking at the budget in the report, which has a lot of gray areas to be sure, I think if that we're looking at whether or not this market can be successful or not, really requires a longer term commitment. And I don't think we see that in the report right now.
Right, because of the redevelopment of the site in the long term?
That's, I think, part of it. I mean, there's a broad discussion around the CED hub, but at the end of the day, in terms of the short term, unless the market is able to make a successful transition, I think it puts a lot of pressure on local residents. The vendors lose an opportunity, impacts businesses, and it creates it's a pretty delicately balanced community in the Oppenheimer area. So without really clear ideas of how these impacts are going to be mitigated, I think that's it's unacceptable, quite frankly.
Okay, so it's in terms of resources, it's really over the long term. Have I got, though, the gist of it, that in terms of, so some of those resources are simply like resources that will run the market or support the running of the market on a longer term perspective. I gather that from what you're saying. But are some of the other resources to ensure that the impact of the market is lessened, like cleaning of streets, which I know the BIAs end up having to participate in. Is that a concern?
I think that's fair. I think if we could, in the perfect world scenario, I think if we could ensure that the streets are cleaner and because a lot of the streets are used obviously as spaces for a lot of the people, local residents as well. So I think if the streets are cleaner for them and the businesses, I think that's a win-win. I think if we can ensure that there's progressive opportunities to address some systemic issues around things like street vending and housing and those kind of things. I think I think if we can package it up so a lot of these are win-win situations, I think I doubt there would be a lot of pushback from our membership. But again, not to keep saying the same thing, just because there's a lot of gray right now, it's hard for them to really, take these assurances with anything other than good faith.
So what you would like to see is more detail on the commitments of the city to address these kinds of concerns. Is that, if I got that right?
Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Again, the budget is contained in the report is very, very high level. There's very little in terms of the breakdown, and I don't think it covers many of the ancillary costs. I think those need to be highlighted.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Carr sort of addressed most of the issues and questions I had. I mean, so the detailed budget, are you saying there's missing items in the budget, or you think it's just not enough detail in the budget that we have?
I think both.
Both, okay. For you, I think this is an issue for all BIAs when they feel like they're shouldering a lot of the cleanup in their business neighborhoods. What is your current cost for your BIA to do that?
So we're actually quite lucky in the sense that we're getting a lot of additional cleaning services through engineering in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But right now our budget's probably, if you combine graffiti and cleaning services, is probably in the neighborhood of about $65,000 to $70,000 a year.
And what percentage of that is of your budget?
That's about 10%.
And if there is no extra support coming from the city for when the market moves there, do you have any estimate of what that might mean to your budget and how that might impact you based on your experience?
That's a good question. We've had some very, very preliminary discussions about that, but we haven't had a chance to really sit down and think about that. There's, obviously we have to see what the opportunity costs for other programs would be.
Okay. And we've heard from the local schools, some of the other businesses that are coming here, residents, but you don't deal with residents so much, but overall, you're speaking on behalf of all the businesses here today? Mm-hmm. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Kubik. I have a couple of questions of my own because I think we're going to hear quite a bit about business planning and so on. And Councillor Reimer took a look at metrics, but I would like to focus a little more on outcomes, like what the strategic objective of the business plan would be. So I take it the BIA agrees that the status quo is not sustainable or acceptable, and that low welfare rates are the fundamental cause of street vending, survival street vending. Is that fair to say, sort of as a starting point?
Sure, yeah.
So if you were going to do a baseline, would you not include, the cost to the city for policing, the cleanup costs, the street disorder issues, all of those things would be incorporated, although they're hard to quantify in financial terms, right? And so I just wonder what would the objective of the business plan be? Would it be to maximize revenue to vendors or minimize costs to the city? Because on the one hand, you seem to be proposing that the city should be investing higher levels of financial support or policing or whatever. I haven't heard you talk too much about what the objective is for the vendors, and so how would you reflect that in a business plan?
So I think what I was trying to say is that without the proper resources to give the market a chance to be successful, it's going to be it's going to be challenging. I mean, again, just growing a business, moving to a new location, all the sort of additional costs, such as around marketing, communications. I think if those aren't in place, it makes it very difficult. I think, we see it time and time again with any kind of entity that's trying to grow. So it's partly due to the fact that, again, there's safety and security and those kind of issues in adjacent areas. But again, I also think it's part of putting the resources in place for the market to best serve its mandate and not leaving it short-staffed and under-resourced.
So when you talk about being financially sustainable, you're not talking about a break-even basis or anything close to that, I assume.
I think given the fact that, again, in 2016, their expenses are $246,000 and they're projecting initially revenues of $43,000. Yeah, I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, so I guess just to close off, I'm anticipating, and I'm not a business plan writer, but it seems to me that your idea of a baseline is quite interesting, but it would include many items that probably would not be in regular baseline analyses and outcome analyses, like how is the street disorder? Is the, is garbage worse or better? And in both areas, that kind of thing would be incorporated. And I assume that we would try to maximize revenue to the vendors, because the whole point of this is to encourage them to participate in this program and not be doing it in an informal way.
Fair enough. So, sorry, just to clarify, are you saying that if we put too many resources into things like measurements and those kind of things, we're taking away funding?
Well, no, I just want to know what the purpose of a business plan is, because not only is this not a profit-making operation, it's a huge loss-making operation on a straight financial basis, as you've pointed out. There's a massive gap. It's like $13,000 in revenue and hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenditures, and concern coming from the community that perhaps those expenditures are insufficient in terms of not having enough police presence, which is not cheap, or enough cleaning, which could be a concern from time to time, and we just don't know. And so I guess strategically I'm asking what advice you're giving council in terms of how that business plan should be focused. Should it be focused on an outcome that maximizes revenue to vendors, which would minimize revenue to the city? And then how would you propose that we strike a balance in that plan for city resources that are committed, because it's overwhelmingly city financed? Now, I think that there's going to be a lot of questions about business planning, and Councillor Reimers, asked you for some of the metrics, but the metrics are presumably helping you test your performance against some larger outcome. And in my view, many of the outcomes that are sought here are social, not financial. So I just trying to explore that.
I mean, there are models. For example, if you look at something like a balanced scorecard approach or something like that, where it takes in both qualitative and quantitative measurements as sort of goals that you want to try to achieve. I think there are models out there that can do both in terms of like the social aspects, financial aspects. So I don't necessarily think it's starting from scratch. And I don't necessarily think we have to, come up with something that has never been done before. But I think the essence is ensuring that growth stages are done in a way that ensures that there is potential to have the market succeed, but also to address, again, if there are instances where there's whatever it might be, safety issues or whatever like that, we can at least find out how to best address those and whether or not resources have to be shifted to address some of those areas. So again, these are things that we're happy to leverage our business membership and the experience and acumen that they bring to help work with some of this. But I think that longer term planning is pretty critical.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Oh, Councillor Louis, welcome to the list.
Sorry for the late add-on. Just when you talked about you're bringing the BIA's members' resources to bear in this longer-term planning, does the BIA have a longer-term plan currently? Have you started an exercise at all to envision what that business plan / larger, longer-term vision might be?
For the street market itself?
No, not the street market, just your district, your BIA association area.
Yeah, so we're actually currently nearing the end of our current renewal period, and so that's an exercise we'll be taking on for the next year and a half. Obviously, we've seen a lot of change over those 7 years. Even for things like our Made in Strathcona campaign, we really want to ensure that places Strathcona remains a place for independent businesses, for young entrepreneurs, for emerging enterprise. So I think, it won't shift dramatically from that.
When's your renewal come up?
So March 2017.
Right, so, okay, so a bit of time, and by the time we get to that renewal, we'll have that available. Will we have to see it as council, and that's what you're proposing?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're making some good points, I think, but rather than focus it on just one particular activity, some wider vision would be a positive thing.
I mean, I think, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And I think that's where we also need to ensure that this project is, not to, again, flog the dead horse, but we need to ensure that this project is properly resourced, because there are, I think, longer term implications in around, social enterprise and having this intersection between business and nonprofits and social enterprise and residents in areas as unique as Oppenheimer. So I think there are longer term implications.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kumugai.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Councillor Louis. Brian Wong, I'm advised, has withdrawn, so our next speaker is Peter Allingham. Mr. Allingham, welcome.
A lot of the points that I'll go over today have already been stated, and I want to thank all the speakers today and everybody that's put themselves out there. I'll just dive right in. A lot of these points have been stated already, but I'll just go into it. So, I'm a resident of the downtown east side, more specifically of Strathcona, and I'm a new resident. My fiance and I just moved in the last few months. We're actually neighbors with the Buddhist temple and very close to the Japanese Cultural Center, so a lot of their issues I as well have the same idea from, but I'll go further into that later. We moved into this neighborhood for a number of reasons. The location to all things the city has to offer are well within reach from where we live. We can be downtown 20 minutes, Gastown 5, or the highway in 10. There are a number of businesses in this area that we enjoy and we try to get out to as often as possible. Chapel Arts being one of them. Both of us love to be outdoors and enjoying our neighborhood. Currently, the neighborhood could be considered rough. Every day, we as well as our neighbors see people shooting up. We see hookers with their johns sitting in garbage that they have laid down directly in front of the entrance to our parking lot. We see mentally unstable people walking naked down the street. We see a beautiful park that we are scared to go into for the blatant drug and alcohol use, as well as the verbal and physical abuse that we see going in that park at all times of day and night. Every resident should be welcome to hang out in that park, especially children, but they are not going to this park, and I fear that placing the street market right next to it will further deter this. We bought our place on the idea that Vancouver is doing everything in its power to try and lift up to Mr. Robertson's dreams of ending homelessness and developing low-income housing throughout the city so that we don't have to contend with a slum which will only create a boiling point for those that haves and have-nots. Everyone realizes that putting the same caste, creed, or class of person in one area breeds more of the same type. It does not allow people to grow culturally or mentally. This neighborhood already struggles with drugs, prostitution, and sometimes a feeling of hatred towards what is not understood. I share in Greg's feelings for the city. This is a world-class city with an unbound potential and opportunity, but kicking the can, so to speak, with the street market and shoving it to a new location where it is not visible to the new people that are driving down Hastings is not solving anything. What is being proposed today is to further deteriorate an area that is struggling to move ahead. Every piece of the city has a responsibility for dealing with homelessness, drug addiction, and prostitution, as well as the street market. Adding a possible 3-day market with extended hours in comparison with the current market will only intensify the area to more issues, further homelessness, drug addiction, prostitution, trash, graffiti, pollution, noise pollution, traffic safety issues, and condensed poverty. I have some general questions about the market that I don't feel have been addressed. Some of these have. I don't expect the answers right now, but I'm very concerned about. Where will people that get caught selling stolen goods move to when they are kicked out of the market? Across the street to Oppenheimer Park, where they will set up a permanent residence? Where will the people go after market hours have closed? Are the vendors supplied homes? Both Powell and Cordova are major thoroughfares for people coming and going to and from work. Will these roads, like Hastings, have to be brought down to a 30-kilometer-hour zone for people that don't sometimes look out for their own safety and just cross the street? Are people welcome to be vendors at the market that aren't homeless but are struggling? That's been answered. Why not let others of the city area share in the junk market? This would give an opportunity for more people to be involved and would not allow vendors to become complacent and set up camp in that neighborhood. The site has been tested for pollutants and is simply paving over the polluted dirt good enough to keep the people at the market from becoming sick. The proposed hours exceed what the market currently has and falls right into prime traffic times. How is this going to be addressed to minimize that disruption? How are noise levels going to be minimized for the residents of the area?
Mr. Ellingham, you're out of time. You have some questions, so perhaps you can incorporate those remarks into some of your answers. I've got questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Hi, thanks so much for coming and for waiting. I know it's been a long day. I was just wondering, you had mentioned that you'd sort of moved into this neighborhood with the hopes of change, but understanding what the neighborhood sort of currently is. I'm just wondering, what would sort of a market that you would frequent, because you mentioned you like to be in the community, what would that look like for you? What changes would have to be made to the market? Because I think what this report I'm seeing is trying to do, and from what I've heard from the downtown or from the people who are working with the street market and managing the street market, is they're looking to engage new people like yourself who live in the community. So what would that look like to you?
Well, I don't see a reason why all markets throughout the city couldn't be involved with having the street market at their locations as well as us welcoming people that could sell their food and vegetables, something similar to the Kits Market or any of the other markets that go on in town, and having a range of people there as opposed to only street market people. That seems like a way to me of not giving everybody an equal opportunity. If you have both genres of people being able to sell their goods, wouldn't that bring more people together and possibly increase sales for all people?
Okay. Well, I will incorporate that in my questions to staff later. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Ball has some questions for you too, Mr. Ellingham.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today and sharing the reality of your life. I'm just wondering if you could give us sort of what you think is the main thing that you think would make a difference here, besides opening up the market to other vendors. What's the biggest issue that you think the city could try to solve or work with the organizers to solve?
I don't think it's a small issue.
No.
I don't think it's it's just the market issue. I think it's the general area and the general perception of the city of trying to hide what our city is in certain areas as opposed to taking the responsibility of poverty and drugs throughout the city.
So the drug issue is something the city...
It's very strong in our neighborhood. Every morning when I go and bike to work, I come across needles, or out in the alley there's prostitutes every day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellingham. So our next speaker is Patrick Cooling. Welcome, Mr. Cooling.
My name is Patrick Cooling, and I've been a management consultant for about 40 years, and you were asking about business planning earlier. That's what I do. It was interesting, a lady right at the beginning just said you're about to create a community development strategy for the downtown east side. We did that 30 years ago. I was part of that, and I seem to remember we did it about 20 years ago as well. So it just keeps coming around, but I just wanted to point that out. Specifically, I work in enterprise development. We develop business plans for growing enterprise. We do the marketing, we do the whole thing. And while I was going to say I'm about to retire. No, I think I've probably got another 10 years. But the fact is, it's what we've been doing for over 40 years. The question I place to the people back here is that, have you done a business plan, marketing plan? No, they haven't. I offered to help them with that, and they haven't got back to me. But the point is that needs to be done. There is no business plan. There is no marketing plan. There is a strategy, but that is not a business plan. A business plan answers the questions. It answers all the questions that could come up. And a business plan becomes a strategic plan for the operating company, and that's what becomes the model for the company day by day by day. And it answers the questions. It hasn't been done. In fact, as we talked, there's one question I'm going to come back to what I asked you. What business are you in? That is the first question you must ask when you're creating a business. What business are you actually in? Now, I've done work with ENP, so you have to balance that as to a social enterprise or a commercial enterprise. You can be both, but first you have to identify what business you're in. We don't know here. And so we must consider all that. I should also point out I am a member of the Vancouver Buddhist Temple across the street as well. So, but I'm also a member of 3 other Buddhist temples on top of that. So I'm a bit of a guru groupie that way. So I have an understanding of what's going on. I should point out too that when Greg Chor was talking about noise, somebody out in the, and you talked about somebody, Mr. Reimer, I think, talked about putting up a wall. Somebody out in the room said, why don't you get the city council to put in double pane glass and an air conditioning system in the temple? That would solve the problem. So, but you see, there are issues that have to be considered. You know, and I don't think you should consider that the Buddhist temple should have to spend money or the school should have to spend money to correct the problem that you are creating. Now remember, in business and in marketing, perception is everything. Perception is everything. And what that means is that if the parents of the people going to the school believe it's dangerous, or the people going to the Buddhist temple believe it's dangerous, or there is no parking because most of the people coming to the temple drive, they're elderly, then they won't come. If there is and then we have to consider the market. Who's going to go there? Will it in fact be successful? That was what Georgie said. He's right. There hasn't been enough study. We don't know who's going to go there. We don't know who the marketplace is. We don't know how they're going to get there. No one has answered that. There's just been a strategy. So that's what needs to be done. A business plan, a marketing plan. There has to be a little bit more work on there. There has to be a little bit more study. I would also like to, I would say, ask on behalf of the Buddhist temple, by the way, this Sunday, if you are busy this Sunday, shot ski. It's a monthly ceremony to honor your dead relatives. And it's at 10:30. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely ceremony. So I would welcome all of you to the temple on this Sunday morning at 10:30.
Thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor Affleck.
End on an advertisement. That's good.
And so, yeah, I do.
Show you know what you're talking about when it comes to marketing, I guess. I guess, you know, the question is, you've read the report, and the kind of thing you're describing, you know, you heard Councillor Meggs talking about that this is really not about a business, and it's never going to make money, and it doesn't matter about that. This is about, you know, so is this report the right place for that kind of detail, and if so, why?
Yes, a business plan is always necessary so that you have a plan, you know what you're doing. And with regard to what business are you in, are we considering that this is going to make money? Well, you define that. You define what you're trying to do, and then you design the business specifically to accomplish those goals. That's what a business plan is. And then it grows from there.
But this is a social enterprise meant to, create employment and create work for and empower the neighborhood. Is that not good enough?
True, and I've done work for them, ENP down in the downtown east side, yes.
That definition is not good enough? It doesn't give you enough feeling that this will succeed?
Well, the point is, let's design a business that will succeed. Let's do the, as Joji says, the metrics. Let's look at how we can, let's define who that marketplace is. Let's define who is actually going to go to that market, who is actually going to go spend money, and let's go out and bring them in greater numbers.
We heard one speaker say it's her family, it's her place where her kids come to visit her. It's a different kind of. I think she's gone now, but
Isn't that lady right there? No.
Yeah, there she is. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting description of not necessarily a business, but that there's more to this. Than does that come into it? That it's more than just a business.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, when you do a business plan for a social enterprise, you look at all those factors as well. But you also have to look at how that enterprise is going to survive year after year. And so if it means money investment from the city, then that has to be built into the business plan, and it has to be agreed to. So we can't just assume that the city is going to provide money one year and then not the next year. It has to be agreed to, and that goes into the plan.
The total startup costs for this are into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, based on this report. And we've heard it's probably never going to make money. Is this a good investment in your mind? Is this a way that this taxpayers' money should be spent?
That's up to you guys as the politicians to make that decision. As a businessman, I would say no. However, if we're looking at it as a social enterprise endeavor, there are other things that you have to measure. And therefore, if there are people becoming gainfully employed, if there are people who could stay out of jail, if there are people, you look at these other aspects as well. I've been on the board of the Falls Creek Community Center for 30 years, and one of the things that we've always looked at is if we look at these kids, if we can keep them out of jail, we've been successful.
And there's metrics. Joji kind of talked about that from the BIA, that there are metrics you can create for that in a business plan?
No, it's very subjective, but you look at it case by case in that particular type. But you do say this is what we have. With metrics, in business, it's dollars and cents. It really comes down to that. How do you make a profit year after year after year? And that's business. This crosses over into social enterprise, and you have to look at other measuring aspects or measuring criteria as well. And I agree, I accept that. But that can be written into the business plan, and should be.
And you think that business plan should be in this report?
Yep.
Okay.
But that's my bias. That's why.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. As you said, I'm a salesman too.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson has a question.
Thanks very much.
Hi.
Something you said kind of triggered this question, but you said these folks need parking because they drive in and so on. How many of the people who belong to this temple are from the downtown east side, and how many would be what percentage would be from the outside that would need to drive into the temple?
Yeah, good question. Originally, that was the Japanese community.
Right.
And so when I first came to Vancouver in the early 70s, I took Tai Chi at the corner of Jackson and Cordova. And we would do our Tai Chi out in the park in bare feet, which I wouldn't do now. And that was the Japanese community. Aki's and all those restaurants were open, and it was wonderful. But it's all gone now. And so the Japanese community has dispersed out. And so most of them come in. And even in Steveston, where you have another Japanese Shin Buddhist temple, they come in from around. So yes, they do come in.
So what percentage would you say would be from the downtown east side?
Very few.
Very few. Like 10% maybe?
Even less.
Oh. Are you from the downtown east side or elsewhere?
I'm from Falls Creek.
Okay. Now,
I ride my bike.
do you apply this, would you apply this business plan as well? I mean, do you help the Buddhist temple with, do you apply a business plan to a temple as well as what?
We could. We've never done one there, and I haven't offered to do it there. The thing about the Vancouver Buddhist Temple is there's a tremendously large group of volunteers, and it's very, very well run, even without my help.
So it's not necessary to have a business plan?
It's always a good.
Or it's not.
It's always a good idea. It's always a good idea to have a business plan which becomes a strategic plan. Therefore, you lay out your policies and your rules as you go along. And then you saw that where it breaks down with Union Carbide in India, where the Bhopal problem, they didn't have it laid down properly. Well, BP, when they had the problem with the hurricane, they did have it laid down properly.
Well, maybe you should go back now and suggest that you give.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Jang, you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In just listening to your conversation with Councillor Affleck, you both talk a lot about advertising, dollars and cents and money and business plans, and I'm an expert in business plans. I've offered all this kind of stuff up. You're an advertising guy. But you also recognized that the issues around social enterprise, those things like, as we saw, peer support and all that, and family is also very important. And that should also be written into the business plan.
I said that.
How would you actually write that in? I'm a healthcare professional, and I sit there and I'm trying to write up health outcomes for hospitals and things like that, and it's very difficult. So how would you, as an expert in business plans, write actually in those intangible, those difficult things? Would it be things like number of lives saved, number of hours spent? I mean, how would you write in those social enterprise things in a business plan?
You can't quantify it. It's a qualitative thing. So we would sit down and look at, actually we have a couple weeks ago, but what are your goals for a particular population base? You want to offer increased education. You want to offer increased opportunity to sell products. Therefore, we want to get more people in to get your products. There are ways to do that, to get people working, to get more disposable income, to do that.
No, again, you're going back to the money portion.
Well, unfortunately, a business plan and business works around that. But the thing is,
well, that was my question. Yeah. Is a business plan only about money at the end of the day?
No. But the thing is, in the end, we must, unless the city is prepared to continually put in money into this enterprise, particularly if people don't show up at this particular location, given the location. I'm sure you've gone by it. It's a bit isolated.
I know it well.
It's isolated. So therefore, are people going to go there? Well, you have to get people there. You have to merchandise. You've got to somehow draw people in there in order that it will be successful so that the people there will accomplish their goals.
Well, certainly from my experience working in the downtown east side for many years, as you have, is that word of mouth is really quick. And I suspect, my own hunch is that it will be well used and well marketed on the street, and then later on it can develop into something. But I think what I'm trying to get at here is, can we apply exactly the same principles that you would in a business or in healthcare to something that is organic and growing and has had gone through many shape shifting? And if so, what would those be to help us along? Because you say you got to put it in a business plan, but I'm not quite sure what to put in there.
It is, and people have done it many, many times. And
like who?
Anybody working with social enterprise, and frankly, I haven't done a business plan for ENP. So
for who?
The organization that looks after social enterprise across.
Oh, okay.
So I used to go to all their meetings, and they fed me. But the point is,
does that count in the business plan that you get fed?
I do that, yeah. Feed me well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, yeah, who feeds me the best? Which church feeds me the best? I go there.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Chang. Councillor DiGenova has,
Thank you very much. Actually, a few of Councillor Jang's questions provoked a few questions from me. And I have actually been to the enterprising nonprofit workshops, and they are very helpful. And they actually offer grants on how to write a business plan. So
yes.
I'm just wondering, from what you've said in your presentation, you want this market to succeed.
I would. I would like to see it succeed.
So you're not, and it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're not here speaking against it. You're just trying to contribute some ideas to help this succeed. And your belief is that a business plan would set this up for success.
Yeah, I think so. I think that it has the benefit to succeed. I think that if it's well run, I think if it's successful, then in fact it will, what should I say, it will limit or reduce the impacts to the community.
Now, one of the previous speakers had mentioned maybe integration with other types of markets throughout Vancouver, or bringing in other markets as partners to this market might help. Markets that are successful, do you share that same opinion?
You know, I was wondering about that because you have the farmers markets. And seems to me that's it's a small group that coordinates most of them. And it would make sense to have some type of integration with those people as well. But there's an interesting thing about those markets is they're all located where there's lots of parking.
Okay.
They're very smart about that.
Well, I will. Some of the points that you've brought up today certainly will be included in my questions to staff. So thank you very much.
Take two.
Thank you. That's all your questions, sir. Our next speaker is a celebrity visitor, Mr. Nathan Adelson.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs. I've never heard that before. I'm here to speak in support of the proposal. I do this primarily because city staff and the Market Society believe that this may help create a more permanent facility for this much needed service. It's in the spirit of cooperation between staff and the society and their willingness to work with neighbors that I think is really at the core of why I support this. I'd have to say I'm not sure I understand why the market needs to be relocated at this time, but the determination that it can be done and that it can be successful, I trust the assessment of the people working on it. My support does have some reservations. When I was on staff many, many years ago now, Carroll Street was the first downtown greenway that was intended to connect the hearts of Gastown, Chinatown, and the downtown east side. It was to be a place, it was developed in support of local community leaders as a place of celebration for the three communities. As students from the class I teach at UBC's School of Planning have demonstrated, the street market has matured over the years to become an important source of income, community building, and pride for a large number of inner-city vendors and their customers. If you think this has been a simple feat, try to imagine what it would be like to hold a party every Sunday for 5 years to which all your friends and many others are invited, and to gradually transform it into an increasingly safe and successful venture. When I was in the position of assessing business plans, often what I did when people came in was look them in the eye, and I looked at what they'd done, because often it's hard to predict exactly what a new enterprise is going to do, but we have a 5-year track record with some data, and I think as Joji said, some of that data has to be looked at again, and as the previous gentleman said, we can do more. But the essence is there. It's the partnerships and it's the track record. My sense is, and I'm making this a serious suggestion, that Roland and the team with which he has worked deserve our thanks and appreciation, and perhaps formal appreciation by council, for a hard job well done. Are there benefits to the relocation? Yes, it will provide the market with a stable location to store materials and a base from which to grow and to learn. Will there be challenges in the new location? Yes, the primary one is as others have said, it may be hard to attract enough customers and to do the kind of expansion that they're interested in. And there will be impacts on Oppenheimer Park and the surrounding areas. The question is, how can we work together to address them? And is that plan serious? But the main question that I have is, will the relocation eliminate or even significantly reduce the informal market that has taken place along Hastings Street? And here I very much doubt it. I remember with a great deal of sadness the day my good friend Ken Leotier told me he had decided not to sign off on a report I had drafted to accommodate United We Can in a larger and well-designed facility on the ground of what is now the Lux. The idea that binners, many of whom work so hard to eke out a living making recycling real, should have a convenient and visible location in the heart of the downtown east side still makes a great deal of sense to me. But for several years, and I apologize, but some members of the police and others argued that allowing binners to earn money in this location, United We Can was contributing to the open drug market, as well as for what then was a small and emerging informal market. So United We Can relocated to a less visible location, and the informal street market has dramatically expanded. I think the same kind of, I wonder if the same kind of set of ideas is driving this street market, which has been enormously successful in its current location, to another location. I would ask about it just to make sure that we're on the right track. I'd also suggest that we look at two other things. I know the time is brief. One, what are the plans for when the new building is built? I like the idea of a permanent facility in the new location, but what are the plans for during that period when there's going to be rebuilding, and how does that affect the attraction of a new market and so on? And then finally, I'd ask that you give some consideration, in addition to whatever the decision is on this market, if we reconnect the downtown east side to False Creek by removing the viaduct, are there other locations where we could plan for a major set of markets, including businesses from the inner city communities, as well as possibly the farmers market and others, to create the kind of inclusive, larger frame market that this group may at that point be prepared to be a great partner in? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Edelson. Councillor Reimer has some questions for you, as well as some others.
Thanks, Mr. Edelson. You didn't give your biography, but you've got 30 plus years of experience working in the downtown east side, specifically around planning issues.
Some days were longer than others, but yes.
Right, I didn't want to give the hour count on it. It was interesting listening to the last couple speakers talking about the need to do this planning and get these pieces together, as though we were talking about whether to start up one business or another. Can you speak a bit to the what else? Like, if one doesn't have access to the survival economy, what other options do they have?
Well, right now, not enough. I mean, the report, I'm proud, I have to say, if I can, I'm proud of the discussion by all the speakers here today. I think that this is a long way from when we started the Downtown East Side program, that there's a real attempt at trying to learn and listen that I think is a very big asset for all of us. In terms of the,
The question was, I think the relative merits of a robust business case for the downtown east side street market have been well canvassed. The question is, what if there isn't access to the survival economy, legal access to a survival economy? What other options do people have in the downtown east side?
I think under the current welfare rates and as all the things that were documented in the report, the need for better health services, housing, and other positive activities are essential. There are some things the city can do and is doing that I think are also important in terms of creating regular jobs for people in a supportive environment through the city's own local procurement policies, and its development permissions requiring for major development that jobs be established in construction and ongoing operations. I think people also, they need real opportunities, but we have to develop with the nonprofits and business ways of creating real supportive environments and recruiting people, giving them the proper training and supports they need to be successful.
Do you see the existence of a street market as a potential bridge to those opportunities in the future?
Absolutely, and I think some people, it's frustrating. I have to say some businesses feel they're a bridge. They work hard to get people on their feet, and then suddenly they go off elsewhere, and they become graduates of that business or that nonprofit society. But I think that's happening all over the place in our society, and it's an inevitable thing and probably a good thing.
And I would imagine, I know you did a lot of work on the economic plan back in the day, 95 zone, that, I mean, our hope would be not to, we would want to make sure that any business that has found stable operations in the area, we would want to do everything we can to keep it, even as we're supporting a survival economy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that other businesses and the city can target their procurement programs to those businesses that are willing to give people with challenges to employment a leg up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Good to see you again. I just want to be really clear, though, that you are supportive of this, but you just have some qualifications, as I heard.
Yeah, and substantively, the main qualification, and it's one that I have a confidence that the working group that's working on it with community and city staff, a lot of bright people, a lot of committed people, plus a lot of neighbors who have been speaking with, with real concerns. Working together, I think they'll make whatever they decide successful. I think they do need to do some of the things that Joji was talking about, because that isn't pie in the sky stuff. They have a lot of the data to do that basic planning. And then the other part is the transition plan. When will the housing be built? How does the timing of the housing work into whether the market is stable and successful? If it's going to be a year from now, maybe you better not do anything. If it's 10 years from now, the market will be quite strong and so on.
Well, I'm sure, as you know, staff will.
I suspect they are.
Take those things into consideration. I just finally wanted to say that Councillor Louie and I are quite concerned when you say you were here a very, very, very long time ago, because we were both here then. So.
I know, you're very old, don't you? And some have graduated to new levels of success. Which is
Probably out of order, Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry.
Probably out.
Councillor DeGenova.
Well, I have not been here a long time, but your reputation precedes you, and thank you for coming and for offering your experience today. Something that you did say was talking about partnerships with other organizations. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that. And the reason I ask is because I had asked other speakers earlier, and I had some concern and reservations. If we're increasing the numbers of tables and booths at the market, there's obviously going to be competition among vendors. And if we don't have more consumers and customers down there, there's a concern that people won't be doing as well as they have been doing in the current location. So I understand that city is going to help with marketing here, but what is it that you would recommend? What partnerships?
I think there's some good ideas. I guess it's figuring out together, how do we make it successful? How do we manage it? How do we track the basic data and watch it grow? I suggest that if it's growing, you'd want to do it kind of incrementally, and to have that as a discussion issue among the vendors. There's a lot of maturity within that organization. Nobody in their right mind, sorry, Rowan, would have started this. It takes a certain vision and dream. And this is kind of getting into the areas where I just have full confidence that with the staff team, the police being engaged, and everyone being committed. And I would think that groups like the Buddhist Temple, the Jackson Co-op, the Japanese School, there's a lot of resource there to try to figure out different ways of working together and addressing these issues. That's the kind of thing I have real confidence in. If people are, if we continue to create the idea of this is a community effort, how do we make it work? And if there's a problem, how do we solve it? We don't just let people suffer so that others benefit.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just one quick question. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming. It's always great to have you here. You started off your talk to us with a question, which is you don't understand why the market's moving. Is that because you believe the market should be at the location it's at now, like that is the better place for it? I certainly will ask the question because it's not clear. I think there are some building safety issues, but I'll ask that, and otherwise I'd like to
it would be the
respond.
question I'd be raising. Again, I'm not into the detail of that. Right. What I see when I go down on a Sunday is I'm amazed. It looks better and better every week. There's lots of people there. I don't see violence. And I know, because of my experience with Ken Leotier, that has nothing to do with the informal market. That I'll bet on him. I'll bet 25 cents right now.
25 cents?
That the informal market will not disappear or even be significantly reduced with the relocation of the market. I could be wrong, but 25 cents, I'll say that. So that's part of what I see. I just wonder about it. But if there's a decision that's been made, if the street market sees opportunity in the location, if it creates a stability with a permanent facility and a real recognition, this is what's happening today is astoundingly important to the street market. There's nobody that said they're doing an awful job. There's no social, maybe somebody will later, but I haven't heard anybody say that. It's all like, how do we make this successful? What an incredible achievement. That wouldn't have been there a couple of years ago. It would have been seen as, really fragile or not something that's really contributing as enormously as it is. And I have to say, I got to know it a little bit better when students were doing some of the research with Roland. I got a bit of an eye view of the spirit that they were working with and what this means to the community, the residents, and the people who shop there.
Well, I've already sent a question to staff asking if the vision or the goal is to see the illegal street market right now somehow be accommodated in the new location. So that question, but I will ask about like what is the overall or the key rationale for moving? I think that's a really good question you've raised. And I'm just wondering if you want to comment on whether you think the motivation might be related or the desire might be to see a lack of street markets in that area like it is to concentrate it somewhere else.
I think for many of the people involved with the illegal street market, they're in desperate situations. That's as the larger society's issue. The one thing that was nice about it, or is nice about it being on Hastings Street, we don't have the largest poverty in the world or the biggest drug problem in the world, and the council would know that, but it's very visible. The one thing I like about the visibility, and don't get me wrong, I don't like it's there, is that it's in our face. We know it's there. We know we have a problem to deal with. We're not just putting it off to the edges. But also the success, getting rid of the informal market is to outcompete it with real jobs and real supports and good housing and nutrition, the kind of thing you're working with almost every week. Those are the solutions. I don't think that many of the people would volunteer to work under the conditions of the street market to make a couple of dollars a day.
Thank you.
The informal street market.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Mr. Edelson. I may have misread the report, but you mentioned that there would be a permanent home, that this was planned to be a permanent home. But in terms of reading the report, isn't social housing going to go in on that site and the idea is to move them?
I may have misread it, but my understanding is that the first choice for the ground floor of the new facility, in a similar way that with the Lux building, we had dedicated the ground floor of that to United We Can if they wanted to be there. It would be designed to withstand the noise and the other things. It would be designed to accommodate the market. And I believe, and if it isn't and maybe not just the market, there may be other enterprises that would go in there, but it would be a consideration in the design, and it establishes a more permanent base. It's not just a couple of tents somewhere or a temporary site here or there. This is a major step forward, whatever you decide, or pretty much whatever you decide today, that this market needs a permanent home. And also the fact that that the report recommends that there be a partial market right on Hastings Street, to me, is a good thing.
Thinking ahead, while the social housing is being built, the market would have to be reaccommodated.
And that's the question I'm just raising. I know there's a solution to it, but I'd want to think about the timing and also what is the plan? And I just didn't notice it, and there may have been some thinking going on, but I'm also confident if that was missed in this period, that the team of people that are together will figure that out, especially if there's goodwill with the BIA and the other partners in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Next speaker is Matt Schluck. Welcome, sir.
Just a little history. I was born in St. Paul's Hospital, and I had my 6th birthday party in Pigeon Park. I'm on the board of directors of the street market. I'm the sergeant of arms on the executive, and I'm also the tent boss.
Mr. Meshluck, maybe just stand a little bit closer to the mic.
Sorry,
Thanks.
I'm also the tent boss. So if you guys want to come down and do some vending, I can cut you a deal for a tent maybe. Anyhow. In January, February of this year, we had some funding hiccups, and we couldn't run the market the way we usually do. We were just going to go down, throw up some barricades, and nobody was going to get paid, and if they wanted to come down, they could just come down and help us out. I got the idea that maybe I'll just go around to our vendors and see if they would prepay for a tent and tables, and the response I got is, I put up every tent and table that we had. It was a normal, and we were able to pay a stipend to all our volunteers that day. These people, the vendors, helped us out that day. They dug into their pocket, these binners, and they helped us create the market for them. And that goes into my next thing. Society, to me, is like a tree. If you don't take care of the roots of the tree's going to die. The roots rot and the tree dies. Society's like that. If you don't take care of the roots of society, the lower levels, if you don't water it, take care, the rot and decay slowly moves up the tree until the tree dies. Society dies. So when we take care of the lower end of our society, the benefits slowly work their way up. And that's what we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about helping the lower end of our society, which will in turn help the rest of society. There's nothing, where this market is going to move to, the grocery store is closed even right across the street now. There's only one business, the meat store basically, on that whole block. The restaurant shut down last year, but I bet you if we get there and start getting the people there, that grocery store is going to open up real quick. Somebody's going to figure out that they're going to make some money on Sundays. And then after this grocery store opens, who knows? Maybe a restaurant will pop open. The benefits alone outweigh the... Anyway, thank you. Sorry.
Hey, thanks for coming in. Just a couple quick questions. Very interesting point at the end there about helping businesses in that neighborhood. I think it's a point that hasn't been brought up today, and I think it's very interesting. One of the challenges that we've heard, though, is the move potentially having an impact on attendance and having people come there. What do you feel about that? Can we move those crowds who are coming to your location currently and get them over that far away, several blocks away?
It's going to take a lot of word of mouth and advertising, I think. We haven't done anything. The word of mouth is everybody's that sees me now is, are we moving, are we moving, are we moving? And yeah, I'm telling them we're moving. So you got to get used to it. But as far as getting the people up there, we got to start getting the advertising out there, and because we are moving there.
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Do you know something I don't know?
Well...
so that's definitely a challenge for you guys, for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be a challenge. But I think once we do move there and the people realize that we are up there, like there's the deals that these people come down for, they don't come down for the ambiance. Let's be serious here. They come down because they can get cheap stuff. And if they know that cheap stuff is just a couple more blocks away, why not?
Right.
Why won't they move?
And that's the unsanctioned vendors on Hastings you're talking
about? No. I have nothing to do with them.
No, but what are you saying that a few blocks away? Oh, you mean?
The street market.
Yeah, let's do the,
If
yeah,
we move from up to 501.
right.
Once the people realize that the cheap stuff that used to be there is now up there.
Oh, I see. They'll make that move. And you're odd, the people that come there, the customers, they're quite diverse looking at the report, but do you think there's an opportunity, given the expansion overall, that you'll see people coming from other, beyond where they're coming from? Right now, you might get a lot of people who kind of are walking by and they go, hey, what's this?
Yeah.
You'll lose that crowd, but...
Yeah, Mary Claire Zach has brought it up at one of the city meetings we have with them, that an economic hub. And I think once we get established there and get the TED tent up and that, and the people just driving by, well, what's that? What's that? They'll take an interest in it. And like I said, once we are there and the people realize we have moved, the interest should, it'll allow us to expand our, like we're talking about maybe getting food there, certain zones. It'll be a lot safer for one. That's going to be one of my main points of getting this. We'll be able to run a real safe and legal market, so the people won't be afraid. I hear this afraid. The way we run it now, I don't think anybody that walks in there is afraid of anything, because they see that we are there, and if anything happens, we're there en masse. It's taken care of, and away it goes.
What about noise? 'Cause, we've heard that a few times today. And having been to the market, it's just a noisy neighborhood, so it's hard to really know what it sounds like. What do you think about that?
We're talking about a business that's on a street that's a thoroughfare to the downtown area of our city. So there's a lot of noise that comes just from the street, from the cars and the buses and everything that goes through there anyway.
So you think it'll drown sort of the people noise out a little bit?
And to pick one day out of the week that you want it completely quiet like a Sunday, well, it's not going to happen. Come on, it's a city. You get people complaining downtown because at 3 in the morning when the bars close, the people come out, well, you bought that place knowing that bar's closing at 3 o'clock, and then people are going to come out in the street drunk.
Good point. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Actually, the discussion answered my questions, and just thank you for being here. I do have, I guess, another question though. In terms of who you see as the vendors that you have listed in the street market, the main market, versus the market that's sort of ad hoc or on the street, that you said, well, you don't have anything to do with that market. Are they really two different groups of people?
Yes, most of them, I can't say most of them, but a lot of them are just a front for something else, let's say. They're not vendors. And what they're selling sometimes isn't legal, and it's hot. So that's one of the big differences between them and us. And another thing, some of them were in our market until we implemented the rules and regulations that we've implemented over the last year and a half. And we've slowly weeded people like that out. So now that we're dealing with legal and safe vendors, that's the only place that they're allowed to operate. Mm-hmm. And to think that if we move, they're going to move with us, no. No, we're not going to have anything to do with them. They're not going to be able to set up within a block of us. We're trying to come up with, to implement ways that maybe we do rotating shifts of people walking around during the market, maybe even the afternoon of Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we'll just get a couple people for an outreach program just to go around and see if it is starting to set up. And then we'll implement something to slowly get them away from there. Because I'm listening to the people here that, oh, we're scared to walk down the street, blah, blah. I can understand their concerns. If I saw that, if I was new, or if I just saw that 0 block Hastings and figured, okay, it might be moving up there, it'd scare me too. But we are implementing ways of dealing with stuff like that. It's just going to take time.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much. Really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just to remind Council, we have 8 further speakers on this item. Thank you, sir. And that's assuming we don't even debate the matter today. So I just would encourage people to, focus on extracting new information or new perspectives if you haven't heard them before. And to the speakers, we have had quite a strong canvas of it. I don't want to deter anyone from making an additional contribution, but we only have 2.5 hours left on our agenda, and it would be a full day's agenda without having, even if we were starting now. So, Regina Daniels. Welcome, Ms. Daniels.
Thank you. I'm Regina Daniels. I'm from Squamish Nation. And my sister, her name was Flenda Natrell. She used to live down on the east side, and I used to always go down there and look after her because she was sick. And how I got into this is with her, taking her to the street market and helping her, bringing her stuff there. And then I started getting into it when we lost her. So I started going down there, and that's how I got to meet Roland and Yazik. And then now we're board members, me and my daughter. And I seen it grew from when my sister went there. And it's really different than when she was alive. And I'm the one that carved. I'm a carver that carved on those carts for Roland and Yazik. And I want to start teaching people downtown for the street markets so they could have sell carvings down at the street markets, so they could even teach. So I know how to teach them how to weave. I know how to bead. I know how to knit. I know how to do a lot of stuff. But my band office is teaching us our West Coast culture. They're teaching us how to do that. So that's what I'm trying to help the street market with, is just to get stuff rolling so they can make their own stuff and sell it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and your patience tonight. I don't know of any further questions for you. Did you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to speak.
Okay, that's not the way we normally do it, but if you could be brief, that would be great. We only have one speaker down at this point.
Okay.
So I thought you were there in a supportive role, and so we didn't have a joint speaker thing. So are you on the list?
I'm on the list.
Okay, sir, what's your name?
Mark Curry.
Okay, well, you're up in a couple of minutes after Gwen Paul. Are you Gwen?
I just wanted to quickly.
Gwen went home. Okay, so Regina, you're okay? You're finished your comments? Okay, and Gwen's gone home? That's right, Roland? Okay, so that's, thank you very much. And Mr. Curry, you're fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make a couple points. I work security at the current market, and earlier one of the councillors asked about the stopping of the sale of stolen goods. And I just wanted to say that we have a policy of no bikes can be sold because they're frequently stolen, and also no clothing with tags on them. And also as far as the vendors, we do have actually a fair number of the vendors do come to the market from the illegal market as well, but they have to be able to abide by our rules, and some of them can do it and some of them give up and go back out there, but I do think a fair number of them would come up to the new market. I guess that's about it.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience. I don't see any questions, but I appreciate you coming down. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Did you have a question?
In on later items that we notify them so they don't have to stay. It would just be, I just thought it would be courteous to people, especially on issues 9 and 10. We just might not get to those today.
Well,
it's just a thought. so that people don't have to wait and not have the opportunity to speak if we're certain that there are
We-
other
we-
people here
we-
ahead of us.
We flagged it this morning. I don't know if any of them are here, but we can certainly do it again at the end of this.
Yeah.
I live in hope, Councilor Genova, that we'll get through more of it than we think so.
I hope
Anyway,
so too, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Cunningham, is he here? Mr. Cunningham? He's okay? Mervyn Smalllegs. Mr. Smalllegs? Also missing, absent. Kiri Bird. Is Kiri Bird here? Not able to stay? Okay. Scott Clark, I saw him a moment ago. Does Scott want to speak? I think I see him coming. Looks like Scott Clark coming over the horizon there. Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you're good to go.
There you go. Good afternoon. My name's Scott Clark. I'm with Aboriginal Life in Vancouver Enhancement, and I came here today to speak in favor of the project for the downtown street market. And I've been actively involved on behalf of our organization, working in the community, in the inner city, and through Our Place, which is a collective of a large number of organizations, be it BIAs, nonprofit societies, community centers, just a wide diversity of organizations. You can't look at the street market project in isolation of the broader dialogue amongst all the other organizations and that continuum of services that we're talking about in order to help our most vulnerable citizens in the inner city stand on their feet with pride, taking their place in their community, building their skills. Collectively, Henrik Hokema, who unfortunately couldn't be here and sends his regrets, we've been working extensively with Urban Core, who's turned their mandate from housing and homelessness to employment and training. We've been talking to Open Door, so many other organizations that are committed to working together with other organizations and the City of Vancouver Downtown East Side Local Area Plan Community Economic Development strategy that one day we'll cut to your table here. But there is a continuum, and there's a whole bunch of really goodwill that are vested in working through an empowerment lens. And one of the reasons why we're such a big supporter and champion of the street market as an Aboriginal organization is almost half of the vendors are Aboriginal people. Almost half of the volunteers that they have there are Aboriginal people. And I know because many of them are members of our organization. And what people need to know about the market is they have a continuum. And as people begin to stand on their feet and they get selected for the work, they have a process where you become a RPIC, responsible person in charge. And they have a level where the more they take on, the higher their title. I don't think they get any more money, but that's not the point. They're very proud and they're very excited. And this gives them an opportunity to network. And what we're currently doing now through what we call our inner city economic strategy is partnering with other organizations like Embers, Mission Possible. We've worked with Wall Development on the 955, I think it is. And it's about creating dialogues, creating relationships. And I can tell you right now, we don't have the means to, the metrics as others have been saying here, to actually measure it yet. But we did have one outcome come from Embers on the partnership we negotiated with Embers. And they had reported that they had hired 151 people from the inner city, from the downtown east side, on other jobs outside of the downtown east side. So it's those initiatives that we're able to start to tie together that is that continuum of empowerment, employment, and training that we're doing. And of course, the population in the downtown is extremely diverse with many different challenges. But there's a whole lot of organizations out there that are working together, working to implement the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan, working to implement the Healthy City for All. And this is what, when we look at on the heels of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission approach, it's really about community coming together, supporting each other, and assisting each other to stand on their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your patience today. Jennifer Johnson was unable to speak earlier and came back. Thanks for your patience. Got that where you want it?
Pulling it down.
There you go.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to this issue today. I'm the president and CEO of the Central City Foundation here in Vancouver. I hope you know that Central City Foundation has been bringing neighbors together in Vancouver's inner city to improve lives since 1907. And in recent years, we have become a key philanthropic partner with the city in a number of endeavors, in particular in the investment in social enterprise and opportunities for people in the inner city. We, back in 2011, at the request of city staff, made an extraordinary grant to match a city grant and hire the first coordinator to build a street market. We had some goals around that. In particular, ultimately, we were hoping that the street market would improve the lives of people in the inner city by tackling the stigma and criminalization of people living in poverty, build leadership and capacity in the downtown east side community. I think you've heard lots of evidence today and have read reports that indicate that those goals are being truly achieved. Central City Foundation has continued to make grants and will continue to make grants to the street market to help improve its operations. We're excited at the prospects of what can happen in this new location with the opportunity to build a community economic development hub around the street market, the opportunity for makerspace and ways that folks can create their own opportunities at this location are also elements of it that we think bode very well for the future of the community. And I think that's all I need to say because you've heard lots of other positive things today. So I appreciate very much and let you get on with your agenda.
Yeah, well, thank you for being so patient and for coming back a second time. So that's all our speakers. I'm not going to take the chance of calling for any further speakers like we would at a public hearing. I think it's a good point for a procedural thing. Obviously, council will want to decide how to proceed on this, whether it's by referral or debate or whatever. But while we're doing that, I'd like to just throw out some options following up on Councillor DiGenova's comment. I mean, it seems clear to me that nothing dramatic turns on 8, 9, and 10, except that people may be waiting around for those. So when we conclude this item, we may want to consider referring those on the spot to an upcoming meeting, and those people and those staff could then be released, because I think that I presume everybody does want to deal with item 5, which may take some time. 6 and 7, I have a question mark next to because they were pulled by Councillor Carr. They could certainly wait because they're not time sensitive, but if we somehow wound up completing our discussions before 5, maybe we could get one of them done as well. So I'll take your question, Councillor DiGenova, but I just thought I'd put that out there and we could complete this item and come back and have a proper procedural discussion. But what do you have?
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, I just noticed that unless things have changed, number 4 has no one speaking to it. So I would also suggest that we, yes, sorry.
It's been done.
I had a mark next to it that it had been held, but I'm thinking of 5. Sorry.
Okay, so I see some names on the queue, and I presume that's to speak to the current item rather than to, or is it's a point of order as well? Okay, let's do it now then. Councillor Reimer.
Very much like to try and maximize the time of the speakers who've stuck out staying here all this time for whatever item. So I would be prepared to move a motion that we refer the rest of this item to the next council meeting. So questions to staff as well as debate, and that we also refer items 6 and 7, as there's no speakers waiting to speak to those items, and Councillor Carr may be able to get her questions answered in advance of the next council meeting. So that would be the rest of 2 plus 6 and 7. I'm not willing to give up hope on 8, 9, and 10, although what would greatly aid me is knowing whether there's speakers who've stuck it out for them or not, because if there's not, then I would be prepared to move those to the next council as well.
Well, we have an additional speaker for item 9, I'm advised. I never can tell whether people are watching at home and standing by to rush down, so it's very difficult to know if they're available or not, given the way things have been unfolding.
But do we actually have the speakers for 8 and 10 here?
I don't know. We can ask, but
We've got one who stuck it out, and I'm guessing that's 8.
yeah, There's a couple there, okay, yeah.
So perhaps I would be prepared that we move 2, 6, 7, and 10 to the next council meeting and see what else we can get done.
Well, we're in the middle of 2, so could we do 2 and then carry on to the rest, just to see? I just want to...
You want to finish the questions and debate on?
No, I just, we're on an item 2. You're proposing that it be referred. We've
Yes.
heard the strategy. Let's just settle that while we're on.
Okay,
the item. Then
so
we'll
I
refer
would
the rest.
propose we refer the rest of item 2 to the next council.
Yeah, so let's do that as a standalone. Maybe I'm being fussy, but let's do that as a standalone. Then we'll do the rest and we can see where we go. So I feel like we should just draw a line under that one by itself. Is there a seconder to refer this item remaining? Councillor Stevenson? That's the proposals. We not do questions.
Or you ask questions at.
So any discussion to refer the rest of the questions on this matter and debate to the next meeting? Okay, Councillor, so I'm going to clear this queue. Councillor Affleck on the advisability of referral.
I worry thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the problem with the referral is the report's very specific on dates, and I'm wondering what impact that has on the dates that are very clear in this report, and maybe staff can address that for us before we make that referral.
Zach?
The dates that have been specified are approximate. So if there's a referral by 2 weeks, I think we can manage with that. We're trying to work within a timeline, but we're also trying to adapt and have some flexibility. And it's important that, council be, have the questions responded to, et cetera, so we can adapt to that.
I'd also, thank you. I'd also be happier to hear the answers to the many questions that have been raised by some of the speakers who are still here. If staff, I know that takes some time, but I think it's important while the speakers who came and spent the time here can hear some of the questions that they did have that I think we've probably all sent in, and you've had time maybe to find those answers so that we could get through that process today so that there's sort of more clarity. Otherwise, it's 2 weeks from now, we're getting answers to questions 2 weeks later from the time that they were asked, and I think that's somewhat unfair on the speakers that are, or the people that came in here to ask those questions of us.
Okay, that's Councillor Jang on the referral.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support the referral for decision and debate till the next council meeting. I don't think it's not, I'm trying to put this in the right way. There's a lot of questions that have been asked by speakers and councillors alike. Some of them will take some time. I have a few more that I'm going to send to staff on my own, for example, on things like programming in the downtown east side and availability of funds and things like this to give people more things to do, for example, to support the market and the area. So there's other things I would like to ask staff. I think many of the questions that were asked by the individuals are very similar ones I had, and I gather that it will take our staff some time to compile detailed answers, for example, on management plans and things like that. How do we look after things after the market closes and during the weekdays or evenings and things like that. And so I think it's important we give our staff that 2 weeks time in order to get fulsome answers. I don't think it would be, given how important this issue is in the downtown east side, I think we need to give our staff the time to do the proper responses to our questions, as opposed to trying to whip them off quickly. Because when you do that, you're too short, and you can make mistakes or something like that. So I much prefer that we simply refer until the next council meeting, have all our questions answered, as well as those raised by speakers, for example, and have the debate and decision at that time.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, I'll test the council on the motion to refer the outstanding work on this item to the next council meeting. So go to a screen on that. See if we can work this time. So all those in favor of Councillor Reimer's motion to refer, please show. Yeah, okay. It's great to have this step forward. All those in favor, please show. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, okay, the referral motion passes. Councillor Reimer, you had on those other items, which we haven't had a chance to engage on at all. You were proposing to refer 6, 7, 8, and 9, is that right? And 10? 6, 7, and 10. Okay. It's been moved. Anyone wishing to speak to that referral proposal? Councillor Affleck?
Speaker, we do have a speaker signed up for 10, so I'm just worried that that speaker just maybe, as you mentioned, at home, watching, waiting, and that would be potentially unfair to that person. So, well, I don't know. I think Councillor Meg's made a very good point. We don't know where that person is, and they come back in an hour.
It's always the hard part. Sometimes it's just tough on certain people at the end, but is Mr. Brinton, he's not here? Mr. Brinton, don't see him. Okay, well, I think notwithstanding the possibility that he is en route or something, we're just, this is the motion that's on the floor. I think it's been seconded. It was. Councillor Stevenson, you seconded it. So did you want to debate the advisability of this again any further, Councillor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Affleck, I lost you there. Your mic is on. Did you want to say anything further on that point?
Well, I mean, I think it's unfair, so I won't support the referral of all three. I'd support the ones where there's no speakers, absolutely. But I think if we have a speaker signed up, I think if I just don't think it's fair.
Okay, do you want to sever them then?
Sure.
For 8 and 9? Okay, so, or sorry, I got the numbers wrong again. 4 and 5. 6 and 7 it is. Man, okay. So, Councillor Reimer, do you have anything to add on? Oh, Councillor DiGenova, do you have anything on this point? Sorry.
I'd like to support Councillor Affleck on this one. I think that, it's kind of unfair. Some people might be taking a walk around the block. It's been a long day. You don't know. I think it's all or nothing, and it's fair if we either refer all of them or at the same time, if we're just excluding one, if there's a speaker signed up, that's really not fair.
Well, we will sever it so that Council can, okay. Councillor Reimer?
If Councillor DiGenova and Affleck want to keep Mr. Brinton hanging on the long shot we get to him, I'm fine to amend my own motion and take that out, and we'll just take 6 or 7 off and leave Mr. Brinton in some limbo for the next few hours here. So let's just do 6 and 7 and move along here.
It's funny how these time-saving ideas.
Mr. Chair, just to be, if I may.
Oh, you may not. You have to go back on.
Yeah, that's on actually.
Councillor Carr.
Okay,
I'm fine with supporting Councillor Reimer's suggestion to delete 10 off, just do 6 and 7.
Councillor Louis?
Well, I would, given the conversation today, I'll go with the majority, but recognizing that there was conversation earlier about sending people home because we would not get to it, and this is the reason why the motion is before us, to realistically send the message to those that are not going to be able to speak today, to give them that opportunity not to waste their time, and that hence the proposition of sending Mr. Britton home rather than hanging around. But given some of the conversations, I'm happy to leave him on the list and keep him here as long as and give the try. But I just think it's a bit odd to now have this debate on when it was earlier said we should send people home and not have them hanging around. So my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Affleck, last word on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that's what I heard. I heard the actually 2 arguments on that. One was from the chair regarding not knowing where people are. Being that there's only one person on that speaking queue, perhaps while we go into the next discussion, staff can make a call and reach this person and see where they are, and then come back to us and tell them that's cool, they're not around, they're fine. Then we can have a vote on that when we've confirmed that. I think that would be the most sensible and sensitive thing to do if we can.
Okay, let's be sensitive. We could leave 10 to defer to a later moment. And
first for you, I know, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Reimer, I think we're left with a motion to refer 6 and 7 to an upcoming meeting of council. All those in favor? Any opposed? I call that a unanimous vote for that. So, while staff are seeking to see where Mr. Brinton is or not, let's do community arts grants, item 3. Is there anyone here to make a staff presentation on that? Great. Mr. Durand?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I am Doug Duran. I'm one of the cultural planners in Cultural Services. And today, with close to $400,000 worth of community arts grants being recommended to 76 nonprofit organizations working in 21 neighborhoods across the city, your approval of these grant recommendations will make this a good day for the arts in Vancouver. This report represents the collaboration of city staff within Cultural Services and across the corporation in such diverse departments as engineering and the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, as well as advice and input from other funders and community members in the review and evaluation of the 2015 Community Arts Grants applications. Further to the efforts that went into assessing these 91 grant applications, the report also outlines the policy development work currently underway by staff in Cultural Services and other departments, working to make the Community Arts Grants program more flexible, adaptable, and in better alignment with this suite of other cultural grants available in support of Vancouver-based artists, arts organizations, and the practice of making art with community. Working on the assumption that good public policy is based on sound data and research, the online grant application process is collecting data to help staff gain a better understanding of the diverse range of projects and types of groups supported through this grant program, identifying what distinguishes them from each other and guiding our direction to set parameters around appropriate and sustainable levels of support based on the types of activities and the events being proposed. The grant recommendations made in this report are a response to requests from some established organizations with long-standing events and celebrations, as well as to emergent ideas and initiatives from new community groups, or in some cases, simply new to us. And as in any competition, not every group is successful for a myriad of reasons that are linked to the program objectives and evaluation criteria. Eligible groups can reapply to the grant program for support of a project that hasn't been successful in the first time around. And these groups will likely have a better chance of receiving support, especially so if they are able to address any concerns identified and brought forth by the assessment committee. While I am identified as the report's author, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my cultural planner colleague, Alex Sales, who has been a great support and integral to all the work undertaken on the Community Arts Grants program this year. I'd like to say that Alex and I and Rich Neuwirth will soon be here to answer any of your questions, but I am here.
Are there any questions, he asked nervously. No, it looks like you covered it very comprehensively, Mr. Durand, and so when Mr. Neuwirth gets here, he won't have too much to do, I don't think, I hope. So our first speaker is Paolo Murillo from Carnival del Sol. Thank you for coming and your patience.
Thank you for your invitation, and I'm going to have Francisco, the president, who's going to be speaking on my behalf.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and councilors. Nice to be here, seeing some of the familiar faces. And we're here representing and talking on behalf of Vancouver, one of the organizations that made an application for the arts grants that Mr. Duran just presented. And we definitely appreciate the recognition of the assessment committee for recommending a grant of $5,000 to support our artistic programming during the Carnival del Sol and Latin American Week, which is going to happen next month in July, and we hope that you all will attend. And we are going to use that grant as intended for the young children and greening of the event as we propose. We also are here to also express our appreciation and thanks to Council for supporting us in a new venue for this event this year. We've we faced a very difficult situation when we received a very short notice that we were not going to be allowed to be on Granville Street as we have done it in many years. As you may know, Carnaval de Sol grew from very humble beginnings back in 2009 when we hosted with the help of only 15 volunteers, and we attracted 500 visitors. However, over the years, that has turned into a week-long celebrations where we are bringing over 100,000 of visitors to Vancouver, to the street of Vancouver to experience Latin American arts and culture and music. And that is the hard work of over 300 volunteers from very wide backgrounds, not just Latin Americans, but we are happy to report that many non-Latinos are also members of our volunteer groups. And that event, or those events that we are hosting, have been estimated to bring an economic impact of over $1 million to the city of Vancouver and the business community. So we come back, and during 2011, you may remember that our event was hosted right after the unfortunate event on the street of Vancouver, and our street events were hosted peacefully and in a way that enhanced the image of our city. This year, we are inviting over 400 artists. This is more than double what we had last year. Back in 2009, we started very small, and the artists that we had there, they volunteer all of their time. With support from sponsors like you, now we are able to financially compensate some of our artists and performers. And this year alone, we will be spending over $30,000 towards our performers and artists. However, the relocation from the Granville Street has created new hardship for us. We lost the grant from Viva Vancouver and the support of the Downtown Business Association. This last-minute decision had significant negative impact on our planning, and many sponsors couldn't accept our invitation to participate because we didn't have a location, or because they wanted to be in Granville Street. So with the support from council, we secured a new location in Concord Pacific, and it's going to be a great location for us. But the fact that we have changed the location, that has increased our cost to double in some aspects, such as marketing and printing, and not to say the least, the loss from the support from many sponsors. So we anticipate that this year, like many years, every year, Carnaval de Sol will be another successful, where we showcase the Latin American heritage, culture, and people can dance on the street, enjoy arts and craft. But at the same time, we are concerned about the financial support that we receive from council, which has been diminishing over the years. And I have a few examples for you. In the past, the city has supported us with a bus shelter promotion and has allowed us to use 30 different bus shelters to advertise our event. That has helped bring over those 100,000 visitors that I mentioned. This year, only 12 have been allocated to us, and there hasn't been any reasonable explanation why that has been reduced. So we are trying also to ask you, why are we not receiving the support from council as in the previous year? So in conclusion, we really want to appreciate the support from council, but we would like to see how we can understand better the procedure to obtain a stronger financial support. There have been conversations made to us, and then when we see the report, the information that is on the report doesn't match what we were told during the application. And we we are going to use the grant for the intended purposes, but at the same time, we are hoping that we will receive a stronger contribution from council.
Thank you very much. I have questions from Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, well, so I just briefly to say that this isn't the venue for us to change allocations. So I don't anticipate that anyone will be attempting to do that, but I definitely will follow up with staff with questions. I'm a bit at a disadvantage because I know Councillor Deal's been helping you get the access to the different programs, and of course she's not here today as she's away on civic business. So, but I will follow up with questions to staff afterwards, and thank you for your efforts. I know it's been a challenge around Granville Street this year.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. Well, similar to Councillor Reimer, thank you for being here and thank you for your good community work. I just wanted to clarify, you said that you haven't received the support or you weren't receiving the support as previously. My looking at the report has you receiving the same amount as last year. Is that correct?
Well, the amount has been the same. We were encouraged not to request more.
Yeah.
So being a bigger event, we were planning to request, apply for a larger grant, but we were informed that we shouldn't be doing that. So that's one of the questions that we have no answer for.
Yeah. I'll ask that of staff, but thank you very much for being here. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Yes, I'd like to thank you again for coming in and for your work, which I have seen. I would perhaps want to give you a little bit of comfort in that there is a limited amount of money that is spread around over so many organizations, and really qualified organizations that have been working for 20 or 30 years in the city are still receiving the same amount that they received 10, 15 years ago, simply because there is no more money at this point. And so city staff work really hard to work within the envelope they have and spread it around as much as possible. And every once in a while, an organization will decide they've come to the end of their natural life, and that money will be freed up, and then it is divided among other organizations. But it is indeed difficult for staff to do those raises. It may have nothing whatsoever to do with your quality or what you've done. So unless city staff have actually informed you that there's an issue that you need to deal with, which they will do if there is a problem, then I don't think you need to put it on yourselves or in any way think that there's something wrong. But certainly I know that our city staff do spend a great deal of time coaching our organizations and telling them what they perhaps might need to do to move forward with the art and the work they're doing. So hopefully you'll be able to have those in-depth conversations, because I know they are there and they do exist. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah. So we have worked very close with the city staff, and we are trying to meet that. I just believe, like, as a small organization, if we cannot get more, it's hard to demand all the stuff. We want to become greener. We want to become greener. We want to do it better. But if no more funds, and that's the top that we could get, we shouldn't spend that much time and spending more resources to trying to meet the expectation of the city or meet the expectations of what this, what we need to create, because it is very hard, and it is, we spend more time trying to meet all those requirements. So if the top is going to be 5,000, we will be presenting always the same. But if we try 5 times harder to do something better and to produce a better thing for the city, and then we're getting the same amount when we're doing a lot more, it is hard. So we understand what is the amount of money that is there, but it's harder to request more to organizations like us to do more for the city.
And I completely understand, as an artist myself, having applied for those grants many times, my sympathies are with you, but diversification of your funding sources is one of the most important things, and I know that's tough too. So I just do want to encourage you and let you know again that all the support is there in terms of directions you may want to go, but there is that limited budget they're up against all the time. So please don't take it as a personal judgment unless you're told. Yeah.
It's just that we can know, is what
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming, and I'm sorry for the long delay. Yeah, thank you for your time. Next speaker is Raymond He.
Hi, councillors. My name is Raymond He, and thanks for inviting me to speak on behalf of our festival. I have a PowerPoint slides too. Okay, it's not up. Okay. So our festival is a Vancouver Halloween Parade and Expo. Our festival mandate is to present and develop arts and performances to reduce blood and gore themes so that Halloween can be carried for use in family-friendly and healthy direction. We have hundreds artists participating in our festivals. The artists can apply on our website, and also we contact the qualified artists directly. In order to be considered as a professional artist, the artists need to meet certain guidelines, as you can see on the website. And for example, they need to be educated and recognized by the peers, and if feasible, work full-time at the art practice. And at least 3 public presentations, presentations over a 3-year period. And we recognize and strengthen the role of artists in several different methods. For example, we pay artist fees to musicians and the marching bands on the parade. And for the dancers, they feel it's more recognized and strengthened if we could advertise their group. For example, other organizations and business, they pay us for advertising on the parade, but we provide the value in kind advertisement for the large dancing groups. In this way, they can not only promote the dancing schools to the public, but also the teachers are able to recruit more students from the community and grow the dancing market. Also, for the cultural artists, we also provided value in kind advertisement on the parade and also on the website, because different cultural organizations, they are proud of showing their own superheroes and fantasy on the parade. There are about 300 cultural artists on the parade last year. Some examples including Vancouver Francis, Vancouver Chinese Lion Dance Association, and the Korean Traditional Arts Society. The festival also contains an indoor exhibition of arts and performances. And the artists felt it's better to be recognized and strengthened if they could sell more drawings and paintings. So we provided exhibition tables and booths for the visual artists. So on average, our artists bring 30 to 30 paintings per artist, so total about 600 drawings and crafts. There's also a stage set up at the expo, and the live band and dancers and theater companies promote their performance to the public. We also had a lot of handmade costumes brought by the artist. For the artisans, it was better to be recognized and strengthened if they could get a networking, mentorship, and career development and business opportunities in films, games, makeup, and entertainment industries. No, this is one of the artists came to the expo. His name is Tom. He actually won the Oscar Best Visual Effects in 1992, and he created the alien costume. And at the expo, we provide him the panels and logistics so that he can give the mentorship to the other fellow artists. So in the summary, we recognize and strengthen artists in several different ways, including artist fees value-in-kind advertisements on the parade, and the business opportunities and career development opportunities for the artist. So statistically, we had about 2,000 dancers, drawings, crafts, and handmade costumes, and about 150 public activities. We sold about 5,000 tickets on the parade. There are about 95,000 spectators, about 1,000 artists involved, and over 600 volunteers. We didn't get the arts grant this year because we were not asked to provide this information about how we recognized and strengthened the artist. So please add a field in the application form next year, and so that we can just say describe how your festival recognized and strengthened the role of artists. Now we know what the information the committee is looking for. We understand there's a limit on the grant allocation, and it's a learning curve for us and for you as well, because it's a new festival. To be considered as a major parade, the city requires at least 20,000 spectators, 20 participating groups, and most participants are in costumes. And I think our festival qualifies as a major parade. So if it's possible, we would like to get a 50% discount from the city bills, because it's we increased the tourism, we boost the economy, and right now if you Google Halloween parade, Vancouver Halloween parade is the first one on the first page.
Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Hay. I don't see any questions, but appreciate the hard work you've put in and congratulate you on your success. And I think that we'll certainly have a question to staff about whether the form needs to be clarified. We're not in a position here to start issuing discounts for various fees. That would have to happen in some other venue. I doubt if it would happen anywhere on a specific basis. But again, it looks like you've done an outstanding job, and thank you for your patience in staying here today to give us this feedback.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Liu, did you have a question? When I started, you didn't, so I was just going to say very similar comments. Sorry, I lost you there. Okay, go ahead. You're done. That's it? Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Hay. Okay, next speaker, Margaret Naylor. Ms. Naylor.
Thank you very much for letting me come and speak today. My name is Margaret Naylor. I am a community arts programmer with the Vancouver Park Board. I work with the Arts, Culture and Engagement team, and I am the coordinator of the Arts and Health Project, Healthy Aging Through the Arts, which is a project, it is a partnership initiative that is a partnership of Vancouver Coastal Health and the Vancouver Park Board primarily, and we have many community organizations that partner with us that serve the seniors community across Vancouver and on the North Shore, including the Tsleil-Waututh Nation on the North Shore. So I'm here today to speak in support of Elders Arts Alive, which is a project that is housed within the Arts and Health Project. I am also the coordinator of Elders Arts Alive, and we have been recommended to receive support through the Community Arts Program grant. So I'm here to speak about Elders Arts Alive and answer any questions if anyone here needs any clarification about what we're planning to do next year. So Elders Arts Alive is planned to begin in October of 2015 and run through to June 2016. It's housed, as I said, within the Arts and Health Project, which is a larger arts initiative that runs from September through June each year. We've just completed our 9th year yesterday with a large showcase and exhibition that is still currently open to the public in the Roundhouse Community Center and through until Saturday of this week. Our project is funded through Vancouver Coastal Health Smart Fund, through the Vancouver Foundation and through the Vancouver Park Board, and if we're lucky enough to receive funding from you, also through the City of Vancouver. In the past, we have also received funding from the BC Arts Council and through the Canada Council as well for different programs that we've run through the Arts and Health Project. We provide professional arts programming for vulnerable seniors across the Lower Mainland. We pair professional artists with groups of vulnerable seniors, targeted seniors in different communities that we recognize are in need and can take advantage of opportunities to work with professional artists and develop their work together as a collaborative group. The objective of the program is not to create a classroom setting where the professional artist is actually teaching the elders, but rather a collaborative dynamic where the elders are actually working together with the professional artists, developing collaborative projects together that emerge out of the elders' discussions around their own life experiences. Elders Arts Alive is focused on 3 particular groups in the Vancouver area that come together throughout the year and share their experiences of working together as artists, exploring ideas within the First Nations community, urban Aboriginal communities, the South Asian communities, and also Cantonese-speaking seniors as well as Philippine seniors. There are a few Caucasians in our group as well, but our focus is reaching out to the groups that I've just mentioned. It's been a very successful program this far. The Elders Arts Alive component of this project is the final year of a 3-year mentorship program that we established 2 years ago with these 3 groups that are going to be supported in the final year. And then we will have a summit showcase in June 2016 that will celebrate the work of these 3 groups as well as other groups that have graduated out of financial support from us over the last 10 years, but do continue to find their own support through different funding agencies in the province as well as across Canada, and they exhibit their work with the artists that come together from the Elders Arts Alive. So
Thanks very much, Ms. Naylor. I don't see any questions, but that's a very interesting and helpful update on that program. Are there any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And for your patience. So that is all our speakers. Amelia Ridgway was unable to stay. So are there any questions to staff at this point? Councillor Reimer has one.
Well, I know this would be an inappropriate place to resolve the issues around the Carnival del Sol, but to flag that I will be following up with you on some of the issues that they've raised.
If I could, Rich Neuwirth, Managing Director, Cultural Services. Just wanted to say that while working closely with Park Board Engineering and other departments in terms of these community arts program grants has been a great opportunity, it's also created some challenges, which is that we need to make sure that when there's a change in one aspect of one of the programs in a department, it's going to have a ripple effect. So Scott Edwards can speak about Viva, and that is one of the challenges I think that occurred here, where support through one program then shifted, and then so our support could not go up equivalently.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, but it sounds like the structure proposed moving forward anticipates that better. And unfortunately, Carnival del Sol is a guinea pig from whom, and unwitting, I think, on all sides, but we've learned something from it, which is probably the most important thing at this point. So I'm prepared to move the recommendations. Oh, sorry, I realize there's a
Good to know, but there's a couple more here.
Sorry about that.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your report. And I just want to make a comment that I really appreciate the way the report's laid out with sort of the analysis, target demographics, target groups. I think that that was very helpful to me. So one of my questions is just that, just to clarify that there's no way to increase an amount to any single organization from this council table without having to, at the same time, decrease an amount somewhere. Is that not correct?
Yes, it would have to be removed from the report.
Yeah. Okay. And so I realize that that's, from previous years, I realize that that's just not on. We don't have the analysis to do that. But I do want that on public record. In terms of the demand, would you say that the demand is increasing for the resources that we've been able to supply?
Absolutely, and that is one of the issues, is that we've tried in this program, which has, you know, a $400,000 budget, to accomplish and accommodate many different types of activities. And so for a one-time event, we're usually more able to meet that need. But when a new event that's recurring comes in, we're trying to show support, but at a very modest level because of the scarcity of funds. And so that's the challenge that we have, is that while we want to encourage ongoing activities and to encourage things that will occur annually, this program is not the greatest fit for that, and we need to talk about that interdepartmentally, about how we can support these ongoing events going forward.
I appreciate that you know, that, and that you will come back to us with that kind of information. Meanwhile, thank you for taking on this challenging job, and I think doing a good job in terms of balancing across the city, different demographics, cultural backgrounds, age groups, etc. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Louis, you have a question?
Mr. North, thanks for coming today and the presentations and all the work you do to find that balance. It's very tough with, as you say, the limited amounts of funding. Can you just describe to me what sort of metrics we use to consider the success of our allocations of funds? How do we determine, is it, you know, the exit interviews that we do with participants of these events that we fund, numbers of public people that attend? How is that determined?
I mean, in most cases, it is self-reported. So we do look at, you know, what people have said in terms of the attendance, their demographics, the number of artist participants, the number of people that have been involved in one way or another, volunteers. Because there are so many events, there really isn't the capacity to monitor them individually. So we do rely largely on both self-reported results as well as knowledge of people who are sitting around the table. If there are members from Park Board or the engineering staff that know a little bit more about those projects, they would be helpful in informing our decisions going forward.
So what do you think the leveraging opportunity is as a result of these grants? How much money do you think is spent in total?
It's a good question. I don't have the figure offhand. I can certainly find that out for you. In some ways, some of these grants don't leverage as much as some other grants do, in that sometimes we're actually, if it's a very small project and we're funding it entirely, it may be the only funding source that it gets. So, but I can certainly get you figures in terms of what this leverages versus what other programs leverage.
Yeah, it was created very specifically for this area. And I'm just trying to understand how efficient it has. If for the reasons set out originally, it made sense to create it, but is it really performing as we had originally thought?
I mean, I think that is definitely going to be part of our evaluation. And I think it's something that we do, again, need to look at interdepartmentally, because this pool that was established for these programs, the growth in applicants has been something like, 75% in like 2 years. So it's encouraging a lot of new activities to start up, but it's very hard to sustain. So that's the question, is, are we setting organizations up? You know, we certainly don't want to do that. We want them to succeed. So, and probably, and maybe one of the things I'll take away is that maybe the program is better aligned to support one-time activities than ongoing activities because of that. If the pot is, you know, such that it can't continually expand activities, maybe one-time events is the thing that we should focus on. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think we do need to consult with our colleagues in the other city departments to figure out where the gaps are.
Just briefly on content, it's intriguing to, it caught my ear in terms of the one parade, the Halloween parade, and its non-blood and guts type theme, juxtaposed to something else that we do in the city in another organization, which very specifically caters to a slightly more mature audience in relation to Halloween. But another offering would be, I think, appropriate in our city. And so what sort of thinking do we do in terms of the theming and support that we do?
Well, I think, again, I hate to keep going back to the same point, it's that I think we need to be talking, you know, there's the parades program that is one aspect, and we have Viva, we have the park board, and I think that when we're looking at neighborhood-based events, we need to figure out what is the best way of structuring our support across the board to support these different activities. I do think that you are pointing out a very good point about this is a limited pot, and so are we maximizing the impact? And that's what I think we need to determine and assess and report back on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
I think Councillor Reimer was going to do that. I have one question, Mr. Neuwirth, about the just about the specific proposal made by Mr. Hay about the form and the clarity that would be helpful there. Did you, what's your reaction to that suggestion?
Without being at all critical, there was very little in the application that that gave any of the information that was presented to you. It was, I think we need to work with the applicant to flesh it out. They had a lot more space to fill out in the form than they used actually to describe their activities and their outreach.
So you'd be happy, I presume, to sit down with them and go through that if that's necessary. Okay, thanks very much. So, Councillor Reimer, do you want to do it or defer to Councillor Louis? Councillor Louis, you want to do the honors here?
I will do the honors. Very pleased to move the recommendations. This is something that we've long supported in our city. As the city with the highest per capita funding for arts and culture in the country, very pleased to advance this.
Okay, I'm going to call a vote, see if I can do that once this time anyway. Is anybody getting their screen up? I'll assist myself. We got it all?
Thank you.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Which takes us on to item number 5. And we have a presentation, I think, do we, from Mr. McDaniel? Hastings Park Pacific National Exhibition Governance Review and Bylaw Update. Welcome, Mr. McDaniel. I think we're ready when you are.
Council, Mr. Chair and Council, Penny Ballum, City Manager. I just wanted to, really, we don't have a presentation for this item. I think the report is self-explanatory. This is a process that was undertaken by staff at the direction of Council. The history of the city's oversight of the P&E goes back to the year of the transfer of this property by the province to the city. There are a number of steps along the way, and most latterly, Council directed staff to go back and look at the some final terms for the governance of the P&E and the renewal of the board that would take us into, you know, a long-term view of this, really remarkable destination exhibition site and green space in the city. So a lot of work has been undertaken by staff and by Mr. McDaniel and his organization. We had the benefit of KPMG, who provided quite an extensive review of governance for us and did a lot of consultation with the community, with a variety of stakeholders. It's very clear that Hastings Park is a site where, as Mr. McDaniel will be able to answer any questions in relation to it, but it's a big operation. It has revenues of about $50 million a year. It's financially self-sustaining. It takes no subsidy from the city on an ongoing operating basis, but obviously the master plan, which was the result of extensive work by planners in the city, working with a variety of stakeholders from both our cross-city and park board departments as well as outside, resulted in a very, very significant commitment by council to fund a whole series of investments, both in the exhibition and entertainment space, as well as the green space of the park component of it. And it's resulted in really, a vision for that basically is a platform for recreation and public participation in park board type activities, in a very broad-based entertainment and cultural celebration space, as well as significant investments in some of the structured facilities on site, which can be used year-round for exhibition, for conferences, for community gathering. So it's a very robust plan. It's quite extensive. It is rolling out, as you've seen, Council, in the last two capital plans. We're very excited about it. And I think the purpose of this report is to, with the help of our consultants, is respond to your request to say, okay, what should a permanent board of the PNE look like? What's the kind of representation we need on the board? And, how does that relate to the whole mandate of that site and its future for the city? So we're here, we're very happy, both Mr. McDaniel and I, to answer any questions, and hopefully we'll get approval of the recommendations in the report. I don't know, Mike, if you want to add anything?
No, you're just there. Okay, are there any questions for staff before we go to the speakers?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. May I suggest that we actually have the speakers first, and I'd be happy to ask questions afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. We have some elected officials from the Park Board joining us today, so take Councillor Carr's suggestion to heart. So our first speaker is John Cooper, Chair of the Park Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, councillors. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, as always. 2 years ago when I was here, I proceeded on a history lesson, but it's the same group that's here with the exception of former Commissioner DeGenova, who was here and heard the history lesson, so I won't repeat my history lesson of the long involvement of the Park Board in Hastings Park. Only briefly I will mention that basically it was our second park in 1889. Now the push and pull between the Park Board and the City Council is not new, and I'm certainly not the first Park Board Chair to be here to speak about that push and pull. In fact, in June 1908, the Board first heard of Council's plans to lease Hastings Park to what was then called the Exhibition Association, and it's noted that the Park Board reacted angrily. In 1908, the Council leased 60 acres of Hastings Park to the Vancouver Exhibition Association. So there is a long history. You should all be in possession of a letter that was written to the Mayor and Council yesterday. I'm very proud to say that this was with the unanimous support of all commissioners across all political parties, just as it was 2 years ago when I was here and the vice chair of the park board spoke, who was a member of the ruling party at that time at the park board. And there was very big concern about this change in government's model. However, what kind of concerns me the most is how commitments and statements that were made at that time 2 years ago appear to not be contained in this report. And I'd like to point those out to you because I hope that it will perhaps cause you to pause and think about what was promised to the community and what's in the report. So at that time, there were comments by PNE Chair Raymond Louis, which said there are going to be more open public meetings and the makeup of the board may change. We already have Park Board Chair Sarah Blythe that sits on the board and the GM of the Park Board. But if it's required to have additional park input, we can do that as well. Now, this report that's before you today makes no mention of that, and in fact eliminates the elected park board representation on the PNE board. I think that's a very serious concern to the board, to the park board for sure. And it should be, I think, to the citizens of Vancouver. The other thing that concerns me is in the Vancouver Sun yesterday, in an interview, the PNE chair and deputy mayor made the comment, and unless he was misquoted, that there is no need for oversight from park board commissioners because Hastings Park was never within its jurisdiction. Well, in fact, it was within the jurisdiction of the park board. And so another comment was, it's because the role of the chair is to act as the liaison who would report back to the council directly. I was under the impression that the chair of the PNE set the agenda and was in fact the chair of the PNE and not just a liaison to council. So I'm confused by some of the statements I'm hearing in the media, and I'm also confused by some of the information that's contained in the report, and I'll just really briefly go through it. It basically does not say anywhere here, even though our general manager is now the vice chair, it doesn't actually say anything about a park board general manager being on the board. It says a city councillor will serve as chair, 4 city employees and 4 appointees who come from outside city staff or elected officials. It also talks about the consultation that takes place, and it names a whole bunch of groups. Circus West, the Downtown BIA, you've seen them all. They're contained in the report, but there's no mention of the park board there. I certainly, over the last 6 months, as the chair of the park board, have received no information that would have led me to believe that this drastic change was happening. There's another comment where it says we need to balance interests. Skills-based board alignment with other entities, city, park board. Well, I can tell you there is no alignment because there has been no conversation. So I just hope that I know that it's a big job, and I know the PNE does a great job for our city, and we have a great event there. But I think we have to think about the park, the sanctuary, the Italian garden, all those components of Hastings Park that make it a park. And I think we need to keep the park in Hastings Park. And I don't think there's any danger of having one park commissioner to sit on the PNE board to be the eyes and sort of ears of the community and also press for those issues that we as a park board, and not me because I'm fairly new to the park board, but over decades, the park board has been working hard to ensure that the PNE reflects the wishes of Vancouverites and becomes more of a green space. So I'll leave you with that. I hope that you will step back from this recommendation. I hope that you will take the concern of the elected park board, the 7 elected commissioners. I hope you'll take it very seriously before you proceed with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Cooper. I gave you some latitude because of the long time we've waited, and you do have some questions. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper, and thank you for coming today and for your work on our beautiful parks. My question is, would you mind commenting on some of the the benefits that you feel and that the park board feel, because obviously you've all united in this, what do you think you bring to the PNE board, and what do you think you would bring to the PNE board in the future, yourself and the staff member from the park board?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. I think those of us that are on the board, it's really a real public service opportunity. You know, over many, many years, you'll see the people that serve on the park board, they're not involved in generally zoning issues and all the issues, the technical issues and complicated hearings that you sit with and work so hard up at City Hall. And the development of our city, I think, is reflected by the fact that we have had this independent park board that has really pushed for green spaces all around the city. And that's what makes me so proud to be a Vancouverite when I go along the waterfront and I see the access that we have to nature in Vancouver. So I think it's that sort of thing. You know, we're working at the other end down at the New Brighton Park. We just passed at the park board to start to move forward with the salt marsh and trying to create those connections up into Hastings Park. This has been a long time dream of the park board to have the sanctuary connected to Burrard Inlet. And I think we could be at a stage at some point where we might see salmon coming back and salmon enhancement and all those good things. And I think it's the park board that does that sort of work in the city. And it's a different perspective, but I think it's a very valuable perspective.
And do you think that the perspective of the park board works well with the desired path of the PNE? Do you see you fitting in well together?
I mean, it should work well. It really should. And I think over many years, there's been a very good relationship. Our staff have a great relationship with the staff at the PNE and the executive team there. And I think that's been proven time and time again. So basically what we're doing here, we're cutting the elected representation by half. We're going from, 2 elected members on the PNE board, 2 people that are elected by the citizens of Vancouver down to 1. That's hardly more transparent than it was in the past. In fact, that's less transparent. So that's a concern.
And can you describe a little bit about the kind of work you've been doing at the PNE, the sanctuary you mentioned, the other specific things that you've added to the PNE over the years?
Yeah, certainly. There's been a lot of work now in terms of the greenway connections through the site. One of the things that I think it's important, and I'll go a little off topic here, but the maintenance of the trees and all of that is actually done by the PNE to park board standards. Yet everywhere else in the city, it's the park board who delivers street trees, park trees, all that kind of thing. We have the expertise. We have the professional arborists. I think our reputation is stellar. And that's a concern. We've just introduced the new watering bags across the city so that the younger trees have a chance to develop deep roots and are more, last longer and get off to a good start. Those are the kind of innovative things I think the park board, at its core, know what to do. And I think it would be nothing but an asset to have a commissioner on the PNE board.
Thank you again. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much for coming out, Commissioner or Chair Cooper. I was just, I understand you wanted to spare everyone the history lesson. However, what I do remember from when I was a park commissioner and here with you 2 years ago, and I'm hoping that you can confirm and maybe elaborate for those who aren't here, who are maybe watching at home, it was a monumental decision of the Vancouver Park Board where across party lines, everyone voted together for the park board to have governance of Hastings Park under the board. Is that correct? And could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, that is correct. And I mean, as you know, as councillors know, and it's very rare to get unanimous support on contentious issues. So when we get that, we all remember it. We remember it very well. So the fact that I think we saw, and this was, at that time it was there was 5 vision commissioners on the board and 2 NPA commissioners, and there was unanimous support around that table to have the governance of the PNE remain out of the park board. Then I think, obviously council made their decision, but as I said earlier, the comments at that time gave us some comfort and made us feel that, you know what, we would still be at the table, and we would still be a voice for really the green work that we do.
Just another question that I had sort of regarding the park board's role at Hastings Park. You and I have had many conversations about this, and it really should be a fair in a park, not a park in a fair. And I know the P&E does a fabulous job of, the exhibition and throughout the year with the farmers market. What do you think might be lost without having elected representation of the park board on the P&E board?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just really perception. Like I see things in the report when we talk about parking as an example. So it says when event paid parking is in effect, including a fair period, P&E allocates at least 10 parking stalls for park users. 10 parking stalls for park users across a site the size of the P&E doesn't seem very generous to the public, and seems to me that that limits access to this major park on the east side of Vancouver. So I think when you have a commissioner at the table or when a report like this is being developed, I think there'd be more conversation about access and the ability of the citizens to visit the park.
And then in the report, it does state that it has been reviewed and best practices would be to have 9 people on this board. I mean, obviously, Park Board has 7 commissioners. Here at Council, we have 10 councillors plus a mayor. Just wondering, do you see any harm in adding sort of that extra person to the board, or do you think that it would be best to replace a position, or do you have an opinion on that, Commissioner Cooper?
Well, I think that you want to have an odd number, obviously. I think that makes sense. And of course, you never do that, so you're immune from that, I know. Well, I would say that I think we're trying to strike a balance here. I've been in a number of boards, and boards are getting smaller because governance is easier when you have a smaller board. There's no question about that. But I think it's still important to have a park commissioner on the board, whatever the number is, whether the number be 9 or 11.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Chair Cooper, for being here and to bring really the verbal message to expand upon the letter that we received from the Park Board yesterday. I also just want to recognize that we have 2 commissioners, Commissioner Shum and Commissioner Wiebe, in the room, and I thank them for coming to attend our meeting here. My first question is...
Commissioner Shum, we have 3.
Well, there's the chair. I recognized him. I did say that.
Oh, okay.
You're not listening.
Sorry.
Wouldn't be the first time.
That's the problem. All right. Regarding the statements that you've made, you've definitely made it very clear that there should be at least 1 park board commissioner. Is that a fallback position? My understanding is that there was a motion that there should be governance.
Well, I think that this is a reaffirmation in the letter around governance. We do not. I mean, that was voted on 2 years ago. That is not what's before us at the moment. What's before us is this governance model that doesn't have a commissioner on the board. I think that is at this point the most serious concern. Obviously, the park board believes, and previous boards have supported it as well, that the park board is the entity that should control the park.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of that position then, would it make sense from your point of view if there was a park board commissioner added that person be in the position of being the vice chair?
Well, I mean, that would be great. I think that would be a good balance. I think you'd have 2, it may evoke some chuckles from the councillor, but I don't think it's out of the question right now.
Specified.
Right now, we have the park board general manager as the vice chair, and I think it would make sense to have the 2 electeds, if there is a park commissioner on the board, to be in those 2 positions. Absolutely.
Right. So I know that you've stated that this is a drop back in half from two park board representatives, one being the general manager, the other being the former chair that was on.
Yes.
Commissioner, to one. But in my read of this document, I don't see that it specifies that the city staff to be appointed, that any one of them must be from the park board, i.e. the general manager. It's up to a council to make that decision. Would you prefer to see it specified that at least one, or I don't know, more than one, I'm looking for your opinion here, be actual park board staff, not just city staff?
Yes, I think I mentioned that earlier, and I think that's a very salient point. It's important that there be a senior staff person. I think it's most appropriate that it be our general manager, but at the same time, I believe there also should be a park commissioner on the board.
Right, and I also noticed that you had commented earlier about spaces like the sanctuary and the gardens there. In Appendix C, which is around operations and maintenance, section 2.1, green spaces, park areas, and plazas, I notice in that areas of the PNE and the Hastings Park areas, Creekway Park is to be maintained by the PNE, not the park board. Hastings Skate Park to be maintained by the PNE, not the park board. Italian Gardens, PNE, not the park board. Momiji Gardens, PNE, not the park board. And the Sanctuary, PNE and the city, not the park board. I mean, you haven't commented on that, but I mean, do you want to give me some response to how you feel about the responsibility around maintenance being divided that way?
Yeah, I think it's clear that all that the park board really has left is Empire Fields and Plateau Park, which has just been completed. So we have lost, under this new governance model, we have lost most of the green space at Hastings Park. And that's, again, a serious concern for the park board.
Yeah, I noticed that citizens, over time, it's not just been recent, but over the last number of years, have certainly come to me, and I wonder if they've come to you or other park board commissioners that you know of with concern around the way in which maintenance is done from a PNE perspective as compared to the park board perspective, which might be in the sanctuary, for example, a greater focus on the actual ecology of the site.
Right. Well, I think we saw an example of that in the last term, where Councillor DeGenova was quite concerned about fishing in the sanctuary pond, which was really created as a PNE attraction. That's the kind of thing that the park board would generally not support.
Great. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
Well, okay. Commissioner Cooper, Chair Cooper, thanks for coming today. I appreciate you expressing your comments to Council in advance of this decision of Council, and your strong advocacy for parks in our city. I think it is absolutely good to see the park commissioners in a united fashion advocating for parks, and of course that's what you're elected to do, and that's why you're here. So that is very good. You recited a bit of history to us. It was a long history of the park and the involvement on the site. You negated to talk a little bit more about the more recent history where there was a transference of the site and change of the Hastings Park Trust, and it was granted to the city in 2004. Recognizing that you weren't around in 2004 and don't have that more recent history, but can you perhaps speculate to me why the Liberal government of the day gave it to the city instead of the park board?
Well, first of all, I was around at the time. I just wasn't on the park board.
That's what. Well, you weren't allowed.
So I cannot speculate. I have no idea.
Okay.
All I
so
can.
then I'll move on to my next question.
But just let me
the reason
tell.
Why
well, just
I'm
let
asking,
me just
Mr.
let me
Cooper,
finish.
is the reason
just
why.
let me finish.
Oh, sorry. You said no idea, so I thought.
I said no idea, but I hadn't finished.
Sorry, Mr. Cooper, I have very limited time.
Yes, I know.
5 minutes, so you've answered my question. I'll move on to my next one.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think.
So, Mr. Cooper,
earlier
you'd made a number of statements in regards to.
Let him finish his thought, Councillor Louis, and then you still have a fair amount of time left in your 5 minutes. Do we really need it? Yeah.
to answer councilors' questions if they choose
Oh,
not
I think
to.
someone as senior and experienced as Commissioner Cooper knows what he can answer and whatnot.
I said also.
Okay, Mr. Cooper, would you please carry on with the thought that was interrupted by Councillor Louis, and then Councillor Louis will quickly get back to his questions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you think about another government that I was never involved with, it's very difficult to say exactly what their motivation was. I'm certainly fairly familiar with the history of the P&E going back a long way, and you know, for you to say that the Park Board has never, or in the statement that you were quoted as saying that the Park Board has not had governance of Hastings Park is factually incorrect.
So that's not my question, Mr. Cooper, so maybe we'll stick to the answers to my questions and we'll get along well today.
Great.
How's that?
That'd be great.
I wanted to talk a little bit about some of those statements that you made at the start, where I was, I think, accurately quoted in regards to the makeup of the board at the time. And then if we're looking for additional inputs from the public, we would look at that as well. And generally what you've stated, and I think generally what I said at the time as well. Have you read the entire report, Mr. Cooper?
The report in front of me here? Yes, I have. Yes.
And in the report, did you notice the additions of public meetings?
Yes.
And would you not call that an improvement in addition to, and in line with what my comments were?
I understand.
To me that,
I would say that there are half your meetings are public, which is in contrast to Park Board, where virtually all of our meetings are public.
Well, what I would say is that that's
it was an
improvement,
yes.
though, over what was previously available. Was that not right?
That's an, yeah.
So it is an addition to what was previously not there. Okay, thank you. You can describe it with an adjective any way you want, but it's there. So what I was concerned about was that you were confused also in terms of some concept of liaison, a councillor, chair of the board, and you made some comments in that regard. Not here today, but certainly on social media. Sorry, I couldn't respond to you on Twitter. I was busy in a council meeting, and but if you wanted an answer, I would like some further clarification on what you're confused about.
Sure, I'd love to give you that. That'd be great. Okay. So in the Vancouver Sun article today, you were quoted as saying, it's because the role of the chair was to act as a liaison who could report back to council directly.
Yes.
Okay. So I wasn't aware there was a liaison position between City Council and the PNE. I understood you to be the chair of the PNE and not the liaison.
It's expected, I expect, Mr. Cooper, that similar to you and a position being appointed on to any number of positions from the Park Board to represent community center associations, for instance, you would liaise back and communicate back to the Park Board, I would hope. And that's a similar situation here in council as well.
The difference is, though, when I'm the liaison to a community center association, I do not vote at their meetings.
Understanding the difference.
Whereas you as the chair vote. So it's quite a different situation. You're not a liaison, you're the chair of the PNE. That was my understanding.
I think I have the ability to conduct both roles, Mr. Cooper. I hope you do too.
Glad we could clear that up. Mr. Cooper, I do have one question of my own. You said a moment ago that we have lost most of the green space at Hastings Park.
I said we had, no, I mean we've lost a jurisdiction over it.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that because the green space will still be there, maintained to Park Board standards, and the oversight of the standards, at least being an operational matter, would fall to the general manager, who would still be on the board. So I think we're on the same. We understand that, but you may not agree with the proposition, but the space will remain green. The standards are set by the Park Board, as you explained a moment ago, and the general manager of the Park Board will be on the board to make sure that's the case.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I don't see anywhere in the report that it says the general manager will remain on the board. It's not specified in the report in any place.
Okay, well, a city, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, the follow-up question I had, though, is related to a separate matter. I recently had an inquiry from a neighbor a few blocks away on the seawall, and you and I meet in the seawall quite often walking and so on. And she's frustrated by grass growing around certain trees in Legenboot Square, and we've got some staff now doing a forensic audit to try to determine whose grass that is to cut. And one of the things that I find confusing in the city is knowing where parks begin and city ends and so forth. That's particularly true along the seawall. And so my question to you is, doesn't it clarify things a bit? I mean, the position of the Park Board has historically been it should all be park. that's not the proposition here today, but why hive off certain parks for park board maintenance in a site that's unitary where we could presumably achieve efficiencies and so on? I just don't see why, presuming that we've all said the P&E is a great organization and the park board's a great organization, why we would need to have a shared jurisdiction at P&E. I just don't understand that. In this recent example,
we have many areas of shared jurisdiction across the city, and our staff and city staff are working at ways to rationalize that and try and make it more efficient, and I think that's an ongoing process. And in some cases, we do very well at that. In some cases, we don't, but I've certainly noticed recently there's been a focus on that. Certainly, it's been a focus on trying to clean up some of the traffic medians that are actually under the control of the city, but we are contracted as the supplier of the work. And although most citizens believe that it's the park board that's responsible for the upkeep and the look, which is true. So we've been pushing on that because we want to put a bit of a shine back on the city and have it looking good. And I think that people appreciate that.
Yeah, we all want the city to shine. Okay, I'll move on to our next. I think that's all the questions for you, Mr. Cooper. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
I know one of your colleagues, two of your colleagues are up next. So Commissioner Aaron Shum, we have you next. So welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, councilors and past park board commissioner, now councilor, and I hope Mayor Robertson is listening as well. I just want to say hello, and I am your park board liaison to Hastings Community Center, and I grew up in Renfrew Park area, so Hastings Park is a very near and dear place to my heart. I remember holding parking signs, waiting for people to come by to park, and I am here to speak on behalf of the community. I am an elected official, and I want to represent the community. And time again, I've been hearing from the community saying how they really want a representative on the P&E Board of Governance. And here today, I am here to ask that council rethink why you would want to eliminate a position where elected officials would be an asset to this Board of Governance. As a park board commissioner, our mandate is to protect our parks and ensure that there's green space, and to listen and engage with the community. And through emails, through phone calls, I've been hearing from the community saying we need a park board commissioner on this Board of Governance to be the eyes and ears. And it's important that council here today listen that this is what the community wants. And as a park board commissioner here with my fellow commissioners, we're here to be the representative for the community. And we really want a part in the governance and really be there for the community. So I'm hoping you would reconsider eliminating this position, really reconsider it, and really look at how it would be an asset to have a park board commissioner present.
Thanks very much. A question from Councilor DeGenova.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Shum, for coming out. And Hastings Community Center Association, I was formerly the liaison to. So my question, I suppose, because I understand that Hastings Community Center Association has always taken a very active role in the park. I believe that they have individuals from the Conservancy who sit on their board. Have you spoken with them about this? Did they have a position on this that they've shared with you or asked you to bring to us today?
Thank you for your question, Councilor DeGenova. Actually, I have, and I am the liaison there, and the president of Hastings Community Center and the board have sent a letter to the commissioners expressing how important it is to have a park board representative at the board. So time and time again, through even now Twitter messages we've been receiving, is that they're in supportive of us and they want a park board commissioner present.
So just to clarify, what I'm hearing from you is if there was an elected park board commissioner on the board, and I know that Councillor Carr had suggested perhaps that could be the vice chair, but really, I'd leave that up to the park board to decide. I'm just wondering, with that and perhaps changes to the meetings being more public or more frequent, I'm wondering if you would support this plan if those changes were made. If I can ask you that, and I remind you, you don't have to answer my questions.
I think at the end of the day, I think everybody wants to know that we're held accountable and there's transparency to what we do. And as an elected official, we're accountable to the citizens of Vancouver and to the neighborhood. So I think as long as we're there and we're still engaging with the public, they're able to express their opinions to us, and we can really work together to further better the governance of P&E Board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner Shum, for being here. And as a liaison to Hastings Park and Community Center, I'm wondering if you have heard from the constituents there around the sort of management and the maintenance of particular areas of Hastings Park, in particular the sanctuary, Momiji Gardens, and if anybody has raised concerns with you around the projected structure which would put the P&E in management control.
Well, currently, we've been elected and sworn in the last 6-7 months. So in terms of the actual jurisdiction of the sanctuary and the park, we haven't fully heard from the community. But what we have heard from the community is that we need a park board commissioner present, and that's what they're asking for. So now that we're able to know that this opportunity might be eliminated, it's scary for the community to know that this could be eliminated. So it's important that we're there, and that now that we know we can be there, we can add more value to the board and to the community.
Okay, that's great. And just one other question. I'm wondering if any of the members of the public have talked to you about any concerns regarding the meetings of the board, the Hastings Park P&E board being open or not. Has that been raised with you?
Yes. In the last few days, I've been heard that it's the most secretive board. And for me, I'm as a newly elected official and representative, that's something very scary to hear when they call it secretive, because our job is to make sure we're open, we're transparent, we're accountable, and we want to be able to share information with the public, especially in such a large land asset. So it's important that we have somebody there that can relay that and have it be open.
Thanks very much, and thanks again for coming.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry, Councillor Ball, you were next and you disappeared, so we'll try to
thank
get you
you.
back on there.
Councillor Carr asked the questions and they were fully answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Shum. That's all the questions for you. Your colleague Mike Weeb is up next.
Hello, Council. Thanks for letting me speak today. This is a very big issue. I used to be part of the Board Resource and Development Group for the BC government, and we looked at board governance in public organizations, and we actually wrote the BC Best Practices for Public Governance. And currently, the public governance of this Hastings Park needs to be a harmony with the actual park side of it. So one of the things we need to look at is we talk about efficiencies, and some of the efficiencies are lost when Park Board is dealing with one skate park on one side of it, and the P&E is dealing with one on the other side. If we're looking at efficiencies for this park, we should be looking at having Park Board, who's got a park right to the north of it, take care of the park facilities, have someone on board governance that can look at the issues and deal with it in the proper way. So my main issue for this is that we talk about efficiencies, we talk about why the expertise needs to be part of the P&E, and the Park Board doesn't have the expertise to be there, but we do have the expertise. We do have the park expertise, we do have the skate park expertise, and we also need to have a more transparent government model, and we need to look at best practices when we look at a model like this, and understand that that's what the review was from. But I do think that we need to relook at it, because I think there are gaps in what needs to be done. Thank you.
You have questions from Councillor DiGenova?
I will keep them short. I just thank you for coming, Commissioner Wiebe. I had a question, and it relates back to the question that I had originally asked Commissioner Cooper, and that is, I think it's great to see commissioners come together on important issues and not be voting necessarily party lines. You too feel, I just want to confirm, that if there was elected representation from the Park Board on the P&E board, and perhaps if some of these meetings were more transparent or set out to the standards that you felt that they were more transparent, you would support this?
Well, I think that there's a lot of things in the report that need to be looked at. One is, I mean, Malcolm Bromley, our GM, is one of the most informative persons that we have at Park Board and is very, very experienced. And in nowhere in the report it says that our GM should be on it. So I think that is very important because he's the one that understands all the park issues. Next is that there's also the transparency of not having open meetings. This is a public board, right? So this is public board governance we're talking about. I know there's a lot of finances involved, but we have to realize this is a public board on public land. And so we need to make sure that it's being run properly because people right now have a perceived, and it might not be true, but have a perceived feeling that it is closed and very secretive board.
Okay. And thank you very much. Just another question that I understand that there's letters that have been sent to councillors and letters that have been sent to commissioners. And I understand what you're saying about transparency and secretive meetings. I'm also understanding that that's what the public is telling you. That might not necessarily be your perception. Is that correct?
I don't actually know much about, right? I'm not there. I'm not at these meetings, so I don't know how public or private they are. All I know is that we do hear a lot from the community.
Okay.
And all of us have got constant letters. But it's not just that, it's just looking at the report. If you look at the report, it doesn't seem transparent. You can see that there's gaps when it doesn't specify who's going to be on it, where they're coming from, how they're being appointed. And the fact is that Hastings Parks is a park, right? I mean, we're looking at a wonderful job Park Board's trying to do of daylighting a stream, creating a salt marsh. We have the Italian gardens. We keep looking at these skateboard parks. We're a big deal in Vancouver. And everyone talks about, oh, we got this beautiful one at Hastings. Well, that's not under our jurisdiction. So there's that jurisdictional stuff that we were talking before, who's cutting what grass, right? Penny Baum talked about in the master plan of Hastings Park, right? A lot of it talked about park recreation and the enhancement of it, the enhancement of the bike lanes, the enhancement of the tree cover, the urban forest cover. I mean, there's so many things involved in this master plan, and the park should be involved.
Thank you very much. And I do agree with you that the GM of the Park Board, Malcolm Bromley, is certainly a brain trust of information. I know he attends many meetings, but certainly I know that he's an asset to the P&E Board.
And I think that's part of the independence of the Park Board. I mean, we've been talking about how sometimes the Park Board commissioners, we feel like we're not getting the respect that we deserve for what we do. I know it is a part-time position that's different than what we have, but we do have some expertise around the table. We have a staff that's very good at what they do. So I think we need to recognize that. And there's little things like there's the awards that are coming up for Vancouver, and it's put on the Park Board meeting night. And the Council of Councils was on Park Board meeting night. So it is something we're looking at is how can the Park Board have a true voice, because it looks like we're losing it. And this is a big example of that.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Commissioner Weeb, for being here. My question is really in a follow-up to the comment you made about the skate park, et cetera, and some efficiencies that could be found. In the list that's in Appendix C, I did read it out to Chair Cooper. There are a number of places within the Hastings Park area that I thought potentially should be Park Board. It just seems logical. I'm going to go over those and just, if you could just say, yes, I think that should be maintained by the Park Board. We have the expertise in that. So Creekway Park?
Yes.
Hastings Skate Park?
Yes.
Italian Gardens?
Yes.
Momiji Gardens?
Yes.
And the Sanctuary?
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Because, I mean, the main reason is that we're connecting this to one of our largest parks. So New Brighton, with the saltwater marsh, everything we're doing, we have to, if we're doing any water restoration, if we talk to anyone about daylighting streams, we're connecting the two together. So if water quality is bad at one, or if there's an issue with water flow, if there's an issue with invasive species, if there's an issue with any of that, then our whole side that we're doing, the amount of money that we're going to put in for the saltwater marsh, the amount of stuff we're going to do is completely useless if we don't have any say in what's happening on the other side of it. So it doesn't make any sense for even us to start working at New Brighton and do all the work we want to do and try to daylight and rewild Vancouver if we can't have the upstream. So that's the problem right now is we only have half the stream and it doesn't work because it starts from upstream.
Great, thanks for that information. That's very useful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Commissioner Weeb, and thank you. I know you've been following Park Board for a long time and are very dedicated. Did you have any idea that the Park Board was going to be removed from the PNE? Has there been any discussion? Have you heard? discussed it at all previously to this?
No, I haven't. So this is something that came up. I mean, if you asked me a month ago the full disclosure of what was going on, I wouldn't know what's happened at Hastings. So this is really sudden. And it's also, I've had a lot of people that would want to speak here today. So there's one of our colleagues, I mean, they're at school right now, right? Some of them are working because it's during the day. So it's tough for people that want to come out to speak in the day on something like this. So there's a lot of people from that community that would love to have been here. Some of our colleagues would have loved to have been here, but to get here at this time of the day just didn't work for them. So I'm hoping that we can voice some of the concerns of what they had to say, but they just felt that this is another way that they don't get their voice heard.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming in and taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer.
I just had a quick question about a document you referenced that I was able to bring up from the Premier's office, the Board Resourcing and Development from 2005. That's the one you're referencing?
Yep.
And you're the Michael Weeb, who's listed as the Office and Technology Administrator?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in this report, it actually, I've only gotten through about 4/5 of it, but it certainly suggests
a
that
100-page report.
Sorry?
It's impressive if you got through 4/5 of it.
I have to do a lot of reading in my line of work, but from what I can tell, it says that except in rare occasions, elected officials should not be on public, like Crown agency boards. So perhaps you could comment on why you're arguing for more elected officials as opposed to less.
I'm actually arguing for more park board representation on it. And I didn't come here just to say we should have a park board commissioner. I said that we need to have more park board influence. And that's why the first thing that came out of my mouth is that someone with the expertise like Malcolm Bromley should be on this board. Someone that understands the governance, someone that can be there more than the one term of elected official. A commissioner is great because we represent what's going on and the people around, and I think that's very important. But I think the number one importance is that we need to have expertise from the park board on this board. And it doesn't have to be elected. I mean, the elected gives that democracy that people ask for in the city, and I understand it's really, really important. That's what we want. But we need this to be under park board jurisdiction. There's so many key factors in this park, and we keep talking about looking at the Hastings plan for the park. A lot of it has to do with rewilding. A lot of it's changing a certain amount of hectares back to greenland. I mean, that's what we keep talking about is how can we make it greener? How can we make it look nicer? We have beautiful sanctuary. There's lots of great work been done. And to pull the park board out of that when we have the expertise for that and for the city to take on stuff that they don't need to be doing. I mean, the park board has a team ready to work on this stuff. And I think that the PNE has a lot more financial decisions and big decisions to make. Someone was saying it's a $50 million organization. So I think that we need to have both sides on it.
Sorry, you said 15 million?
50. Is that not what I heard earlier?
It's a little higher, but okay. No, I just wanted to understand because you had referenced yourself as an expert in this area based on this document, so I wanted to understand the alignment of it. But that makes sense. I understood your points about Malcolm Bromley, the staff person being...
Or the next person on that, or I just, maybe if it's two park board people and you put someone that has an expertise that knows that park directly and should be on there for a long time. Because it is a park that doesn't change overnight. This is a long-term plan, the Hastings plan, so I think we need people on that board that will be there for more than a couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a long-term process just getting the plan.
Yes.
We're on like step, I don't know, 5 over the last 5 years here. So thanks for coming today and for waiting.
No.
Thanks, Commissioner Weeb. That's all your questions.
Thank you.
Are Melina Auerbach and Kirsten Utheim here? Don't see them, which is fine. Our next speaker is Sarah Kirby-Young, and the protocol is we have elected officials first. So if they were here, I would let them know that's why it wasn't happening yet, but they're not, so there's no problem. So welcome, Ms. Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs, and good afternoon, councillors. It is my pleasure to be here as the Vice Chair of the Park Board to show our unequivocal and unanimous support from all elected commissioners in opposition to the removal of a Park Board representative from the board of the PNE. I can attest that over the past 5 days when we became aware as elected Park Board officials and stewards of green space in Vancouver at the same time as the citizens did with no prior discussion, consultation or engagement by any of the Park Board elected officials, that there has been an outpouring of community support. That support has come in the form of letters, social media, outpourings of comments and social forums. It has come from not only individuals, it has come from BIAs. I've received communications from groups such as the Hastings Park Conservancy, from various community centers in the area, and general residents who are all very concerned. There is a general sentiment that green space is particularly important in East Vancouver, where it is underserved. And there is a general real lack of genuine disappointment and dismay in the community at this continued lack of consultation. With the fall election, the mayor made a pledge to be more transparent and consultative, and this seems to be a bit step backwards in my opinion. I'm not sure, I have been unable to discern a good reason as to why we would remove, or it would propose that a park board elected representative is removed from the board. I would also add that there were some comments made about having an elected versus potentially staff representation from park board on the board, and I think they serve two very different functions. One certainly provides the subject matter level of expertise, but an elected has a different role. We, as park board commissioners, pledge to protect parks and green space. I find it difficult to believe that protection of green space in a city with such development and such growing demands as Vancouver would be something that would be divisive along political lines, yet here we find ourselves at the council level, whereas I'm pleased to say at the park board level, we had unanimous support across 3 party lines, including our vision councillor. So I'm also very distressed about the potential reason for removing an elected representative and the future of the park. The green space and the elements within that park are critical and fundamental to people. There are many that have been referenced, whether it's Hastings Park, the Salt Marsh, Plateau, Empire Fields, Plateau Park, and so on. And so I am here to lend my voice. I am here to express deep dismay and concern on behalf of the amount of communication that we have received, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reimer, do you have a question? Okay, I'm sorry, that was there before. Councillor Ball, you have one?
Yes, I do.
There you go.
Thank you so much for coming in today. We do appreciate it. And I did ask Commissioner Wiebe had he heard any discussion about this, but I have a different question for you. Was the park board consulted in the preparation of this document in any way? Had you seen it beforehand, before the last 5 days, as you said?
No, we had not had any consultation. We had not seen any information. We found out about it when the City Council agenda was released.
So although you did have representation to a staff member, you did not have representation on the board at this time, although last year or 2 years ago we did say there would be a commissioner on the board, but there is not one on at the time.
That is correct. My understanding and what I have been told is that despite repeated requests to fill that seat, that did not take place.
Was there any discussion with the park board about why that role was not being replaced?
No, I'm actually at a loss to understand why that would be the case, or why we are discussing removing an elected position and what benefit that would serve.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the time to come in.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. You don't have any further questions. So thanks for coming down.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just to make sure, Melina Auerbach, not here. Kristen Utheim? No. Are there any questions for staff? I see staff ready to answer some, if there are any. So Ms. Auerbach did make a written submission. Okay, that's great. Question from Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question regarding Councillor Louie and paid positions on the P&E board. Are they paid? Is Councillor Louie paid to be on the board?
Mr. Chair, members of council, thanks, Councillor Affleck. Mike McDaniel, CEO of the P&E. Currently, there is a remuneration for board members, certain board members. The staff category, the city staff category, is exempt from that. All other positions are paid. That's through a resolution of the current board. That includes the chair of the board. That includes the currently vacant position of the park board commissioner, as well as the independent positions. And that was done in April of 2011 as a resolution of the P&E board.
Sorry, to be clear, no or yes?
Yes.
Yes, they are
and
paid.
It's $150 per month.
Yep.
Except the chair receives 25% more than that, as was customary in the research that Peony staff were asked to do by the Peony board and delivered to the Peony board for their discussion and deliberation.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend that Councillor Louis be in conflict here. If he's paid, how can he vote? This was a discussion that came up a couple of years ago, but I think knowing now that he's paid, I worry about a conflict of interest.
I'm happy to speak to that.
Yeah, so it's just to be clear on it, the way I understand the bylaws, and I've had to read them quite closely because of statements made about me, is that it's really in the purview of the member to identify a conflict and to declare the reason for the conflict and to withdraw. I have had to get more legal advice than I ever wanted on this point, but I'm happy to have clarification from the city manager. I don't believe that there is a conflict, but that would be up to Councillor Louis ultimately to determine.
Yes, Council, just to reassure you, this issue of this position on the board of the PNE has been visited on a number of occasions just over the last couple of years by the legal department, and I am advised by the city solicitor that this is all appropriate under the charter. Councillor Louis has no conflict as the chair. He's there designated by City Council to represent City Council's interests. So it is not a conflict. We've reviewed that a number of times, Councillor Affleck.
Although I thought I heard the chair say Councillor Louis has the ability to recuse himself if he feels uncomfortable with it. Is that correct?
That's any member of council can recuse himself if they perceive themselves to be in a conflict. But what I can tell you is our official legal opinion is that there is no conflict.
Mm-hmm. So it's really a conscious decision not to recuse himself.
Well,
okay.
We try to make all our decisions consciously, Councillor Affleck, and there's a recent court decision that I was very familiar with that I commend to your attention because it clarifies some of these matters yet again. So is that your,
yeah, that's
do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm good.
That was it? Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. My first question has to do with the Appendix C, the Operations and Maintenance 2.1 green spaces. I mentioned this during several speakers in questioning them. I noticed that the column that identifies the responsible party says maintenance accountability, including costs and utilities. I'm concerned, of course, about and for the reasons stated by the speakers, that the park board should be involved in the maintenance, especially from an integrated planning perspective. But I'm asking you around the costs and utilities. Does it make more sense to have the park board and PNE jointly responsible so that there might be some elements of cost and utilities I'm uninformed of right now that would make sense to have them as a partner in this, or does it make more sense to just have the park board? I mean, I know you've recommended something different, but is there some logical reason why it's important to keep the PNE in there from a utilities and cost perspective?
Well, I'll start with that and let Mr. McDaniel finish it because I think he can give you the rationale for how this was mapped out and why it was the case. But let me be very clear that the cost for the park board just to maintain the space that they were allocated to be responsible for and have oversight on is an incremental cost to our operating budget. And it was a substantial amount of money. Whereas the expectation of the PNE is that they operate to the standard of the park board, but that they get no operating subsidy at all from the city or the park board. So in fact, it's cost us incremental money to the taxpayers to actually have the park board operate at Empire Fields and the new park and the areas they're responsible for. So we use their standard, and as you can see, we have a tripartite agreement that is designed to ensure that park board input is very clear and that they have a formal relationship with the PNE and with the city to advise on things that are critical, but that there is no incremental cost to the city budget that has to flow through the park board to have that happen. And maybe, Mr. McDaniel, you can just speak to, there was a lot of thought and a lot of time put into mapping out the different areas of jurisdiction. It's quite logical, and it's really designed to ensure that the success of the PNE and Hastings Park as a destination, exhibition, celebration, and green space actually be self-sustaining and financially successful as not just a local asset, but a citywide asset, a regional asset, and in fact a provincial asset. This is a provincial and national, to some extent, destination. So maybe I'll step aside.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. The Appendix C that you're referring to in this report is titled the Multi-Party Operating Policy. This document was delivered to Council for review. It was developed in consultation with City staff, PNE staff, and Park Board staff throughout. It was the direction of Council back in 2013 when Council made the decision to maintain the governance of Hastings Park with a renewed Hastings Park and PNE board. It was to look at what the responsibility areas were throughout the site. So what I can tell you is that all of the information that's in here has been worked on by all three parties, by all staff in all three parties, and consensus throughout the document. What it also identifies is what we have historically been doing. So it does reaffirm that we are maintaining the park to Park Board standards, but we at the PNE, as pointed out, are paying for that through revenues we create on site to spare the taxpayers any burden relative to incremental costs for park development and future park development.
And thank you, Mr. McDaniel. And do you supply the utilities in these areas then? Is that the PNE's responsibility? It says costs and utilities.
Right, so the cost to operate the utilities,
right.
Yes, we do. The infrastructure that is within the land is the responsibility of the city in terms of infrastructure replacement, and that will be part of the city capital plan that comes forward.
You just, in answering my first question, you said that this operations and maintenance schedule and was delivered to Council for our review. I've only received this. You don't mean prior to when we received it last week?
I do not. I mean when you received it last week.
All right, that's great. Thank you. I have one other question, which has to do with meetings, and I don't know which one of you wants to answer it. It does talk about, in the report, regular meetings, and I'm going to ask if regular meetings do not include in-camera meetings. In other words, if regular meetings were made public, there would still be the opportunity for in-camera meetings. I'm just asking for verification.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. The reference to public meetings and regular meetings, the board will meet on a regular basis 6 times a year. Half of those meetings, 50% of those meetings, will have a public open portion. That protocol is detailed in the multi-party operating policy for how that's going to work. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, my question is, I understand that this report is recommending that the procedure bylaw that is used by the City Council will be the same procedure bylaw, and that allows for an in-camera meeting. So I just want to verify that the standard meetings that are, or the regular meetings that are being called for here does not mean that there won't be other in-camera meetings, because those can be called under the procedure bylaw.
That is correct.
Right. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Thank you for being here. I just had 2 questions. The first is, why wasn't a commissioner appointed immediately following the election to the board to replace the previous commissioner?
Maybe I can answer that, Councillor. After the municipal election you're referring to in November? Mm-hmm. Yes. So, you know, the appointments of people to the PNE board is done by council, and staff knew that we would be bringing forward this report to change it. So it was basically my decision that it didn't make sense to have somebody appointed to the board and then as we brought this forward to have changes. So we left it vacant pending the final outcome of the more permanent plan for governance of the PNE Hastings Park that is the subject of today's discussion.
So the decision to not have a park board commissioner was made long ago, but not communicated to the park board, just so that I understand.
No, I think that the bringing forward of the vacancies of the park board, vacancies to the board of Hastings Park PNE is part of the work that I do with the city clerk. Those kinds of, whether it's e-com or parking, Easy Park, or the PNE, all of those different agencies that are subsidiaries of the city, I discuss with the clerk when vacancies arise and how we bring those forward. And so in the case of this one, because we had planned to bring this report forward where there would be things discussed with council about changes to the board as directed by you, I, with the clerk, made the decision that we wouldn't bring forward a vacancy to have your committee go through, I think you're on the committee, Councillor, to go through the process of appointing someone and having them go through being oriented to a board that was going to change within a matter of weeks. So that's why.
Thank you. And my other question was, given the staff that is mentioned or presumed for the board as it's recommended here, there is not a specific assignment of the general manager of the park board. Is it also intended that there will be no park board staff person or senior staff there on the board as well? Is that also the presumption, given that they're not named or that position is not named?
No, I think that those positions were left general because those are positions the council will appoint, but they're brought forward by the city manager it's my office that provides the report to council suggesting who the staff are that are appointed from the sort of city family. And, you know, I think in discussions with KPMG, you know, when you write bylaws, it's not, you know, an insignificant thing to rewrite your bylaws, and they have to be approved by council. And so leave it general. It's very, very clear in the fact that the general manager of the park board has been on the board, and it would certainly be my intention to continue that practice. And, you know, but as, you know, the demands and issues that Hastings Park is facing, you know, we need to just make sure that we have a number of mechanisms by which the park board has influence in Hastings Park through the tripartite agreement. So I can tell you as city manager, I can't guarantee what a future city manager would do, but from my perspective, it would be very important to have the senior staff at the park board sit on that board and provide their input. I think it's really critical. But it wasn't written specifically into the bylaws because we just want to retain just that flexibility, you know, not to have it so prescribed that you know, it would have to come back to council for reconsideration if for whatever reason that didn't work for a term of whatever the years are, 2 years, 3 years.
So but my understanding is in the future, because we do not name any staff member from the park board, that it's entirely possible that there would be absolutely no representation from the park board on the PNE board, from what I read here. So
I think that it's, you know, the commitment, there's so much language in our master planning process was so clear about the understanding that this was, you know, a complex site with many different agendas and mandates, and that we, you know, the park board was clearly designated the stewardship of Empire Fields, which and the new beautiful park, which is, I think, award-winning in terms of its innovative design. Very, very strong and very explicit and very well documented recognition that the park board definitely has a role to play on that site. And so, you know, I think it would be, you know, remarkable not to have a park board member on the board. I couldn't see that happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova.
I just have a few questions. First of all, we've had a chance to review the report before the meeting today, and I know that we've also, as councillors, had a chance to speak with Mr. McDaniel, and thank you for taking the time to do that. I'm just wondering sort of what consultation process Park Board has had and what input they have had on this report before it's come to us here at Council.
Well, Park Board, this is a report to Council at the direction of Council, and it wouldn't normally be my practice to take a Council report and consult with Park Board. Certainly the stakeholder review that was done by KPMG, you know, was quite an extensive consultation of all the different stakeholders. We did have, you know, an elected member of Park Board on the board, you know, at the time that Council gave this direction, and they knew that and they were consulted as part of the KPMG review. So I think there has been certainly, you know, significant input by both senior staff from Park Board as well as by the opportunity for an elected official on the board to provide input.
Okay, just to follow up to that, it's my understanding that the commissioner at the time was not able to attend or did not attend many of the meetings. However, it's my understanding from hearing from other commissioners here in the gallery today that if a commissioner was to be a part of this board, that they would be attending meetings. So I'm a little bit confused because as a park board commissioner, often like formerly a park board commissioner, often the GM would bring things to us and say, this is going to council and I want to make sure you're briefed. So that didn't happen in this case with park
Well,
board?
it's certainly possible that you know, Malcolm Bromley briefed the chair of the park board. I would assume there would certainly have been discussions between the GM and the chair of the park board. I can't, but you know, Mr. Bromley can advise if he wishes. But you know, I can tell you, Commissioner, you know, I didn't bring this forward. Neither did the general manager of community services, who was basically running this process. We didn't take it to the park board specifically.
So then another question I have, I understand that the best practice would be to have 9 people on a board, but which makes me a little worried for city council because there's 11 of us. But I'm just wondering, what would the harm be in adding a commissioner? That would be an even number, so adding 2 more people to the board. Really, you would think input and having sort of that diverse input, because I understand that many of the board members are chosen with different backgrounds and expertise, as Mr. McDaniel has explained to me. Why can't we just add 2 more people to the board?
Well, I think, Councillor, you know, we bow to the direction of council, and these bylaws come to council for approval. We've gone through a rigorous best practice process with some very skilled consultants, and you know, I do think that the best practice in governance actually is quite clear that in these kinds of situations, you don't want to have a lot of elected officials. Now, you councillors participate in many agencies where, you know, such as Metro Vancouver, where there are elected officials running boards, and, you know, we've got discussions around TransLink. But at the end of the day, the evolving practice is minimize the, you know, the placing of elected officials on boards, which, you know, they already at the level of council are responsible for. There's not a necessity. So, you know, that was brought in, I'm sure, by KPMG into their considerations. At the end of the day, you know, we look to your direction as to whether or not you accept these bylaws as they're proposed.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment I'd like to propose, but I understand we're in questions of staff, so I leave it up to your discretion as to when I should.
When we have a motion on the floor, it would be then time to try to amend it.
Okay.
So I don't presume you have any questions, Councillor Louis. Am I right or wrong? Is this a question or not? No, you do not have a question. Okay. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Louis, did you want to move the recommendations? Then we'll hear what other ideas there are.
I do. I would prefer to move the recommendations as presented by staff. I'll just speak briefly to the subject matter, and perhaps in closing I'll describe additional reasons on why this should be supported. I just want to move this forward through a formal motion for consideration of council, and remind council that this has been a long process, that the near-term history is that in 2003 the city was approached, my first term on council, by the province, because the province was contemplating shutting down the Pacific National Exhibition at the time in its 90s, and now well over 100 years, 104 years worth of fairs that have occurred on site. And Council of the day decided, no, that should not occur, unlike some people that would have preferred that to occur. Council of the day decided that we would support the fair and support its continuation and the activities on site. And subsequent to that, multiple decisions and extensive consultation has occurred in and around the neighborhood and around the city, and in fact outside of our city as well, because this fair, the activities on site serve not just the citizens of Vancouver, but the wider community as a whole. The activities on site that I spoke about just now, it's been described that that is what gives the site the opportunity to be self-funded, that eliminates the need for taxpayers' dollars to go into the site in order to maintain the site's maintenance and the improvements, and some capital improvements on site as well. And I think that's a positive thing. It's one of the rarities that happen in our city where something pays for itself. But at the same time, not just on the financial measure, this site provides us an opportunity for significant investment in a cultural way and activity way in our city. And just earlier we considered a grant, a report, which we were giving away money trying to support these types of initiatives in our city. And here we are, we have this organization that's built and it does these things for our citizens, and we are the beneficiaries of that. We also had an extensive master plan that was developed with, again, extensive consultation, one that triples the green space on the site and continues to provide the opportunities for the entertainment and sporting activities on site as well. And this decision was made in 2011. We had a full governance discussion and a decision that was made in 2013. And at that time, all these arguments, all of them, were brought forward for consideration of council. And I can tell you the park board commissioners of the day made their point. They came and they advocated strongly, and for the very similar reasons as what we're hearing today, believe that they have the skill sets necessary. But I also want to make the point that the P&E staff, and I will advocate for them, these P&E staff, because it's the park board staff and the P&E staff that undertake this work. And there's no slight of the P&E or the park board staff, because I think they're professionals and give the opportunity to our city to have the green space and maintain to that level and make the park board commissioners look good and make council and the city look good. But the same thing could be said about the P&E staff. They also have that same level of expertise. And for those of you that were here, we had this one gentleman with so many certificates and qualifications. It was unbelievable that we would have that level of expertise on the park board staff. And I do want to say that because it appears as if the park board is saying, the park board commissioners are saying that only the park board could ever have this expertise, and that's absolutely not true. I do want to say also that the park board general manager, who has been my vice chair on the P&E board, has been an invaluable contributor to decisions at the park board. I can tell you there is rarely a meeting that goes by that he doesn't speak loudly and clearly on issues in relation to the standards and parks related issues, because that's exactly what he's been doing for, I would say, if not his whole life, the vast majority of his adult life, being involved with parks and and I expect specifically the reason why he was hired away from another jurisdiction that back east that I won't mention, but you know, he's certainly provided that level of advocacy and strength that we need, and I expect that to continue for a very long time. I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Chair, given I'm almost at time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I would just, procedural matter, like to ask for a motion to extend to complete this item and refer the outstanding matters on the agenda to an upcoming meeting.
Moved.
It's moved. It would vary our earlier decision. All those in favor, please show. So that would be to complete this item and refer the rest. Any opposed? Carried, so ordered. Thank you very much. Councillor DiGenova.
Mr. Chair, as I had mentioned before, I have an amendment which I've sent to the clerk. So I'm hoping they can bring that up. And as I said before, you know, here at council with our mayor, we're 11. Best practices might be 9, but in that case, we'd be here without 2 extra councillors. So we're not a board, but best practices on boards, and you know, we are a type of council or board. I don't see the harm in having an elected park board commissioner. In fact, I think that it's essential to have it. It is Hastings Park. It's not Hastings P&E, although the P&E is a very important part of the park. And, you know, I don't think it has to be either or. And Councillor Louis said that the P&E is a very important part of Vancouver and our history, and I agree. And I applaud and thank Mr. McDaniel for all that he does and what the P&E contributes to our city. But at the same time, it is in Hastings Park. And I think that's very important. So my motion states that the board will, the only change this amendment makes.
Sorry. Apologize for that.
That's okay. That the board will consist of a maximum of 11 directors. And I'll just read that sentence. And such that the optimal board composition noted in Table 1 of Section 4.4 shall be amended to include a commissioner from the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, and that the Park Board Commissioner selected shall be selected by the Commissioners of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so I'll start an amendment queue. Anyone wish to speak on that? Councillor Carr?
I'm on that queue. Okay, I'm just looking at it. I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment if it's friendly. And that would be that that one of these, there's now 11, you've moved to have it 11, that the general manager of the Board of Parks and Recreation be one of those 11.
Mr. Chair, I'm amenable to that amendment to the amendment.
And the reason I'd like to state that is that I think everyone around the table has made it very clear that the value of the general manager of the Board of Parks and Recreation is an absolutely essential part of the board of the Hastings Park PNE, but that title is not specified. And although there may be the wisdom of the current city manager to always appoint the general manager of the Board of Parks and Recreation, I do not necessarily assume that that would be the wisdom always going forward. Yet I do think we all understand that that particular position must be one of the positions on the PNE Hastings Park Board. And I support the addition of a Park Board Commissioner being on the board. I would also like to further amend that to replace the wording on the vice chair. So that's section 4.19, page 9 in Appendix A. And that vice chair will be the director appointed in the role of Park Board Commissioner. I can send this wording actually to, if you would like.
So just to be clear, Councillor Carr, your proposition is that the composition be specific, that the Park Board nominee from the elected level be also the vice chair
Correct.
of the PNE Board.
No, that's fine. That still stays. I'm going to just.
So do you accept that amendment? Yes. Councillor DiGenova, you okay with that?
Yep.
You don't have to answer.
Yes, I said yes. I nodded
okay.
my head while I said yes as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I also, I just sent some, the amendments. I do have two others, but they're not relevant to the amendments that Councillor DiGenova put forward. So they are now sent to the clerk, but I'll deal with them later because we're in an amendment queue right now.
It'd be helpful to me, Madam Clerk, if you left that amendment up where we could see it. Oh, this is more, eh? Yeah, this is.
I think I actually included some wording in that made it. I don't have it.
Okay, so these are all of your amendments, Councillor Carr? You're just dealing with the top?
I'm just dealing with the amendments to Councillor DiGenova's. And I noted that there were some places that probably need changes in wording to make it perfectly consistent, so I put those in. And that would be, it's just to make sure that the language reflects the appointment of a Park Board Commissioner. And if I could speak to that.
Thoroughly confusing. So can we just go back to Councillor DiGenova's main amendment here? And the first proposition, which she's accepted as friendly, is that the general manager of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation be a part of that. The substantive aspect that you're concerned about, Councillor Carr, is you generally support this direction, but you have further enhancements. So let's see if Council goes with this direction, and then we'll see if we need to enhance anything. Okay, so speaking to this amendment, do you want to say anything further, Councillor Carr, about the amendment proposed by Councillor DiGenova?
I'm sorry, Councillor DiGenova, did you not put forward that it would be a not just the general manager, but a Park Board Commissioner?
So if I can assist Councillor Carr.
Now they've changed that.
No, please direct your comments to the chair.
I'm sorry, I'm
what
just
we're-
trying to get clarification. I think that there was a change made here that I understood was an addition, not a replacement.
Well, there's two aspects to Councillor DeGenova's proposal. One is that it increased the number.
Right.
And that one of the people be specified as a nominee from the elected park commissioners,
Correct, and that
okay?
seems to be missing from
Yeah,
this language.
and you've been more clear on that to say that should be, the person should be the vice chair. So the proposition now is we debate this entire package without the further discussions about general manager at this point, because you could still, on either outcome, go forward on a general manager proposition or
I'm
maintenance.
fine to leave
all
that and
kind of
just
stuff.
deal with the first one first.
Let's hit the road here, yeah. So any more comments on this particular amendment before we test the House on this? Councillor Ball, did you want to discuss this as well?
You have to raise it.
Okay.
I have great concern that if it's not written down, it isn't there, and it doesn't happen. So in looking forward, I think it's critical that we support actually both Councillor DeGenova's and Councillor Carr's motions here. That way that we will guarantee the long time appearance on the board of the most important general manager and councillor on the board from the park board. So I think that this is an excellent suggestion that we should move forward, because I think that changing it is going to send a very, very bad message to our public, and also I think that it will damage the park board and its integrity.
Okay, Councillor Affleck.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Support the amendment. I think that we made a commitment to the park board and to the people of the city 2 years ago that there would be some kind of representation moving forward. Not to see that was disappointing, and so this amendment, I think, fulfills a promise that we made 2 years ago. So I support it. Thanks.
Councillor Louis.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, Councillor Affleck may have made some promises, but I think the record will show that Council voted to undertake a review and ask a consultant, an expert in this field, and apparently confirmed by some work done by a park commissioner now that describes the work almost entirely as represented by our consultant KPMG and moving in this direction. So I would prefer to rely upon some of the expert work that we had asked council, as council to undertake to be relied upon, and would vote against the amendments as put forward.
Councillor Carr, you had used up all your time, but a lot of it was in back and forth queries, so I'll give you some latitude to add something
Great, thank you.
more to the point.
I just want to make it very clear that that what we are voting on, as per your suggestion in terms of clarity, is not what's written on the screens in front of us, but it is the original amendment by Councillor DeGenova, that the board will consist of a maximum of 11 directors, and that would include a park board commissioner. And I added that park board, and the fact that she said that person, that park board commissioner, should be identified by the park board itself, and I added that the person should be vice chair.
Right.
So that's what we're voting on, not general manager.
Right. That's
Okay.
correct. And that is
Okay.
what's on the
And
screen,
so-
in my
so,
understanding.
Just to speak to that, I feel very strongly that when we had the debate 2 years ago on this, there was a very clear statement by this council that the appointment of a park board commissioner was a good idea at the time. And we had those words stated by Chair Cooper that were Councillor Louis' words, that even if there needed to be more or additional influence or input from the park board, that could be considered, but that there was support at this council table for a park board commissioner to be on that board. And I'm asking all of you to remember that vote. And we made it because there was considerable public concern at that time, as there is continuing, over whether the park board should itself be the body that governs those lands. And in my mind, compromise position was one park board commissioner. And I really urge you to consider putting that park board commissioner back on, as in good faith the commitment you made, or honoring that commitment that we all made 2 years ago.
I'll just speak briefly myself. I don't support the amendment. I agree with Councillor Louis. For the following reason, I thought long and hard about it, is that the tension between the park board direction and the city direction and the jurisdictional question, I think needs to be resolved. And having read the report carefully and looked at the analysis that was done, I think that the best governance position is for us to make sure and incorporate. I'm sympathetic to suggestions that we incorporate senior staff input into the board, but I think that the direct delivery of the master plan is something that council's decided on and would be best done through this kind of a model. So I agree with Councillor Louis, and I do not support these amendments. So are you ready to move to a voting queue on this? I see no further speakers. So the question is on the amendment. Call a vote. Please show whether you support the amendment or oppose it. So we have 5 opposed, 4 in favor, so the amendment is defeated. So we'll go back to the main motion. Are there any further? So are you on the, Councillor Carr, you're to make further amendments to this motion then? Okay.
I have 3. My first, and I'll deal with them separately. My first is to identify as one of the city staff, that is currently, there are 4 city staff that are identified in the board section 4.4 table 1 in appendix A, that one of those city staff be the general manager of the Board of Parks and Recreation.
Where is that on this page?
It's not because I had wanted that first one to
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah.
to be passed, which it wasn't. Oh, sorry. So
any?
Yeah. Well, it's the same section and table though. Appendix A, page 5, section 4.4, table 1. To instead of add one park board commissioner, we're to add the general manager of the board and Parks and Recreation. And I would also like to add, as the wording was that I had said in the previous motion, that the vice chair shall be that the general manager.
Okay, so just to, Madam Clerk, I don't think we need this screen because it's not relevant to the current amendment. Am I right, Councillor Carr?
Yes, great.
Okay, so if I could suggest some wording that council approve so at the end of A, updated by law, with the amendment that one of the city employees named in the list be the general manager of the park board, and that individual serve as the vice chair of the PNU board.
Thank you.
Okay, that's what Councillor Carr is proposing. Did everybody follow that? I don't think it's written up there. So the proposition is that it be amended. If you understand it, Councillor Lee, perhaps you can signify whether or not you think it's a good idea or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see you.
I do support the concept, and I will support this amendment. I do want to also give comment that, the operations of this site in our city is undergoing an extensive transformation. We've committed as a council to invest multi-million dollars to green up the space and also make it financially viable. It may not always be the park board general manager that should hold the highest level of space in there in terms of the vice chair amongst the staff. It could be that our sustainability lead at the city may eventually go into that position, or at some point in time may require the general manager of finance to take over the position. But having said that, for a bit of peace and give some understanding that we are committed to making sure that the space is well managed and to park standards, that by having the general manager, as he's been there now for several years, and doing a very good job in my opinion, I have no problems with having Malcolm there and supporting this amendment.
Just want to reassure Mr. Bromley, it's not an appointment for life. Councillor Carr, Councillor Louis accepts that change. Madam Clerk, are you okay with the wording that I improvised there? So we'll have that to look at. So we'll incorporate that in the motion for the final. You had further amendments, Councillor Carr? Oh, no one did. Don't feel bad. Sorry, Councillor Carr, I didn't have your mic on, but anyway, you're at 4.14.
4.14, so it's page 8. Is deleting the wording there and replacing it with wording I did send in. So it's near the bottom of the email I sent you. Apologies for not knowing what would transpire, so more than is needed in terms of words sent. Where's my email?
I'm still lost. So which is it?
So it's the bottom of my email to you, and it said also amend as follows. Section 4.14, public meetings, page 8 of 17. Delete the words and replace with.
So it'd be easier, I think, if we amended the motion and that we did the terms of reference. Your objective, Councillor Carr, is to increase the frequency of public meetings and to...
Yes, if you want to just amend the motion rather than the bylaw, because I would
just certainly
going with that.
I think as long as people understand the
Right.
substantive point.
My wording is there will be at least 4 regular meetings, which is consistent, at least 4, held in each calendar year, all of which will be open to the public. And the board will, by resolution, determine and publicize the protocol for public participation. That wording is the same. I've added based on the City of Vancouver procedure bylaw number 9756, which is also consistent.
If I can attempt to summarize, the proposition is that all meetings be public and that the city protocol for going in camera be adopted by the P&E board.
Correct.
So, Madam City Manager, do you have a comment on that?
I do. I just want to ensure, because I've lost the track here, Council. P&E bylaws, if they're amended, have to come back to Council.
Right.
So if you're going to amend just your motion, Councillor, and not the bylaw, then I need something to be added to the motion to say that, no. So I'm not sure. It's complicated, really, if you want to amend this thing, because it is referenced in the bylaw. Section 4.14, public meetings.
Yes.
Yes,
correct.
so we really need to amend the bylaw right now.
Which is what I did provide the wording to amend the bylaw.
Okay, can you just review that with me, Councillor?
Yes, I can. I did
So just for everyone,
wording,
this is page 8 of Appendix A for your reference, and Section 4.14.
Section 4.14 in Appendix A, correct, page 8. And it's to delete the words. Some of the words remain the same, but basically this is the wording. There will be at least 4 regular meetings held in each calendar year, all of which will be open to the public.
Yep.
Then the board will by resolution determine and publicize the protocol for public participation, which is the wording there.
So you want to delete of which at least 2 meetings have a portion open to the public. Oh.
Right? Delete.
So when you say all of which, you mean?
All of those meetings will be, all of the regular meetings
will have a portion open to the public.
All of which will be open to the public, not a portion. All of which will be open to the public.
Okay, so that you're changing the intention. I just want to be clear so everyone understands. This is a very difficult process. So you've changed 2 things. You've said all meetings will be open to the public, and it won't be just a portion of all those meetings. It will be the complete meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so council just needs to understand two concepts here.
But there's still a piece to come, which would
Yep.
provide for going in camera, subject to the same rules that we use here at council. That's what I
Correct.
understand.
Yes. Yes, I did
Can you give me
verify
the
that.
wording, please, Councillor?
And the rest of the wording is in the second sentence. The board will by resolution determine and publicize the protocol for public participation. All of that remains the same, but then replace, like delete in the public portion of each meeting, delete that and replace that with based on the City of Vancouver Procedure Bylaw number 9756.
So if I may just check with the clerk. I mean, is this read procedurally from your standpoint, Madam Clerk? Not asking for your opinion on whether or not it's a good idea, just whether it fits.
The procedure bylaw applies to City Council.
Yeah.
It is not something that applies to the P&E board.
But it does later on. They actually say that they're going to use it. It's way back in section 4.21, Appendix A, page 9 of 17. And that's why I used it, because it says, unless specified, the City of Vancouver Procedure Bylaw will govern the proceedings.
Unless specified in this bylaw or resolutions of the board. So we're silent. 9756 will apply. They plan on applying.
That's right. I just wanted to be consistent with what was already in the bylaw.
Okay,
I think this is, but just remembering that section 4.21 would only pertain to the public participation part in the meetings. I think that's the intention, not the whole board meeting. So basically what you're saying is that the board meeting of the PNE has to be undertaken in exactly the same way as a city council meeting, which, frankly, council, it would be extremely unprecedented. We don't have any other subsidiary that actually does its business. They do their business according to Robert's rules. And, many Crown corporations have open portions of their meeting, but to say that the PNE has to undertake its business according to the procedure bylaw of City Council would be very cumbersome and extremely, and I think almost impossible, because I don't know, I'm not an expert on the procedure bylaw. This is not a good fit. It's not designed. This is a board running a $50 million organization, and it's in competition with other organizations. It's self-sufficient, and it's not a government. Let's be very clear, and I think, Council, you really have to consider that this is not a government. This is a board running a $50 million business that's critical to the city and operates on a very fine line in terms of financial sustainability, and to burden it with having to run that by the City of Vancouver procedure bylaw, I think is untoward. I would strongly advise against
if I may, Madam City Manager, the issue here is that Councillor Carr is seeking to get to is to broaden the aspects of the meeting that are in public, and to provide some clarity about, and this was, I think, where she was headed with her questions. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councillor Carr, but that the in-camera, the reasons that they would go in camera would be aligned with the reasons that the city would go in camera, which are quite, straightforward, legal, property, HR, and so forth. So it's a bit of a distinction. I agree. I just am trying to clarify it because it's now on the floor as a proposition, and so as a proposed amendment. And there may
well, perhaps, Councillor, if I may, if that's the intention, I think it could be turned around and said that, using the indications, because what you're doing is just saying the whole meeting and all parts of it have to be run according to the procedure bylaw. And if you think about some of the things that are in the procedure bylaw for you, if it has to be extended, you've got to have formal votes. Like this is not an open government that we're talking about here. So I think we want them to be able to do their work smoothly. And I think if the indications for in-camera meetings are aligned with the indications for in-camera under our bylaw, that's clear. But let's be clear about that.
Okay, so I'm working with you to try to find a solution, Councillor Carr. I mean, it's not being executive.
Yeah.
I mean, if your proposition isn't that all of the regular meetings, if we go back to the original wording, have a public participation portion that may not be the whole cake that you would like, but I'm trying to reflect the spirit of your amendment without telling you what I think, and that the reasons for in-camera deliberations, which could be different from private ones. I mean, public participation is one piece. The city manager's pointing to the reality that a board like this with its particular operational responsibilities will be using closed doors more often that may not be for purely in-camera reasons. But I think you were trying to avoid a meeting that simply happens off the radar without any kind of in-camera deliberation or anything of that sort. So the public would know when there was a meeting. They would know that there was an opportunity for participation in that meeting. But I think there's a middle ground there perhaps. But it's hard to work out on the fly here when we're going to public hearing in 30 minutes.
I know. I'm willing to move in that direction, Mr. Chair. My point is that I don't think there should be.
Yep. Okay. Well, I don't think it was clear at all what was perhaps proposed. So that's fine. I was going to come to you next anyway, Councillor Louis. So you have nothing further to add? Oh, really? Okay. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you. Councillor Meigs, I just can't help but think that the last 12 minutes are an excellent example of why nonprofits should be governed through best practices and not politics. Like, this is a not appropriate debate to be having and not an appropriate venue to be having it around an organization with the mandate and charge that the Pacific National Exhibition does. We've had plenty of debate on this. If there doesn't appear to be appropriate access to the board, I have no doubt in my mind that members of the community who hold that opinion will come through council and the park board and the media and other avenues to have that opinion heard, and there's an avenue to us to have a logical process to amend the bylaws as opposed to what's been going on for the last 12 minutes here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Very much. I will be supporting Councillor Carr's amendments. I think that we've heard here today from all of the Park Board Commissioners that there is a perception, I'm not saying that this is the reality, but there is a perception that the meetings of the P&E Board are closed and secretive. And having open meetings and making the changes that Councillor Carr has proposed will only add transparency to the P&E Board. And I have to say, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that Councillor Reimer would say that this is not appropriate for us to make a decision on, because just last year, or 2 years ago, withdrawn. However, 2 years ago, City Council was given governance of Hastings Park. And in a sense, the P&E as a partner, it's very appropriate that we're having this conversation here today in public. And I have to say that I was here 2 years ago when Councillor Louis said there would be more opportunity for Park Board representation at Park Board and at the P&E, and we're not seeing that.
What's your point of order, Councillor Louis?
She's misstating and should really focus on what she has to say rather than what others have said.
Okay. Could you remember that when you speak about me? Thank you.
Okay.
Be accurate.
So I will be supporting this amendment because I think that it adds to the transparency and openness of the board, although I am very disappointed that my amendment to have Park Board elected representation did not pass.
That's okay, Councillor Louis. We'll just get done faster if we hear the rest of the comments. Councillor DeGenova.
Well, I said what I had to say. It's unfortunate that Councillor Louis interrupted me. I won't say it again. I just support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Louis, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll attempt to stay on the amendments that's on the floor as moved by Councillor Carr in relation to the change of the number of public meetings and the structure of that public meeting process that's being proposed by staff. I support the original recommendations, and the reason why I support them because it is an expansion of what the current practices of the board are. It is in line with what both the council decision was and my public comments about the opportunity for public to further increase their engagement with the P&E board, and this is, I think, a positive direction. This increases the transparency, increases the interaction of the public, and gives everyone an opportunity to, I think, express their opinions directly to the P&E board, which was challenged previously because when it was given to the city by the province, there was a executive board of 4 senior staff, and that was it. And there was no council, there was no community members, there was no business representative, no person with labor expertise, no person with any sustainability experience sitting on that board. There was 2 iterations of that. This occurred from 2004 to about 2009 for 5 years, staff only, and then we made and took the, I think, the right decision to create an interim board. That interim board included the park board. And the reason why the interim board was, I think, was appropriate at that time was because we were still going through a process of developing a master plan and wanted to have and ensure that there was sufficient input from all parties in development of that master plan. And today, that master plan is complete. Subsequent to that, we had a further extensive process to determine who best to govern the site and how to go about introducing opportunities for the public to interact with the newly formed and better serve the master plan's intentions. And so today, staff have done a pile of work and hired external consultants to help us guide this. There's been interactions between P&E staff, park board staff, and city staff in development of all of this. And I think that we will work hard to implement this and implement the master plan. And this format does give the opportunities that have been expressed by some as wanting to move this project forward and support the P&E and support these concepts of transparency and accountability. But this exactly does that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Ball.
I'm a bit baffled here where we've gone. Would you mind repeating Councillor Carr's actual amendment?
She's proposing that all of the meetings be public and that if the P&E board wants to go in camera, it would do so the way City Council does.
Thank you.
But the wording was to amend the bylaw, so it looked more complicated than that.
Thank you.
That's it?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move to a voting queue on this amendment. So can I get to call a vote here, Madam Clerk? I don't have that button lit. Oh, it started. Okay. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Councillor Stevenson, are you? Okay, there's 5 opposed, 4 in favor. So opposed are Councillors Jang, Reimer, Stevenson, Louis, and Meggs. So we'll go back to the main motion. Do you have further amendments, Councillor Carr? Sorry. There you go.
Thank you. My final amendment is Appendix C, Section 2, which is shows the maintenance and accountability. So to change the maintenance and accountability from the P&E to jointly Park Board and P&E for Creekway Park, Hastings Skate Park, Italian Gardens, Momiji Gardens, and the Sanctuary. Noting that in a footnote, or however you want to put it, that the P&E will bear the costs of that maintenance.
Okay, Councillor Louis, not friendly? Okay, I think that we get the drift. So that's all your comments, Councillor?
Yeah, no, my comments to it are that I think we heard some very clear rationale from Commissioner Wiebe, that there is wisdom in having the park board managing in those areas as part of the sort of a more complete plan, especially in regards to daylighting the stream that goes through there, and that the expertise also in terms of skateboard park management, which the park board has, and there is a skateboard park, as he said, across the street. I mean, there's just this desire that I've also heard from the public that the park board do that management, because even though the P&E is supposedly following the guidelines of the park board, there are certainly many concerned citizens, especially around the sanctuary and the maintenance of the grounds in the sanctuary. From the point of view of if it was the park board, there would be a greater retention of habitat for birds, for example. So I think that I'm only putting into words in the form of a motion concerns that both the park board commissioners and the public have raised, where they would like to see that management firmly with park board involvement at the helm.
Okay, I have you on the queue, Councillor Louis, but have you got more to say?
Just that Councillor Carr is putting forward an amendment to a document that's come before us for information. It's not for consideration or a vote, but of course she can advance this concept. I would just remind Council that we went through all of this discussion 2 years ago when we made the decision based on a number of different factors, a full and complete picture of what would occur. I remind Councillor Carr that 2 years ago when we considered this matter, that Council, in its wisdom, decided to create a separate section for park maintenance and operations. That was Empire Fields and the Plateau Park. And I also want to remind Council that the site, Hastings Park itself, the trust area that's covered under the Hastings Park Trust as amended by the province in 2004-3 in that time frame, contains 5 separate areas. 5 areas. One is the Hastings Racetrack, which has been over there for 100 years. One is the area of the P&E. One is the park board area that Council has designated. There's the area that is controlled ostensibly by the Community Centre Association, including the parking lot that they retain and get revenues from during the fair and any other events that occur at the P&E. And then there's the ECOM site. So, when we talk about the care and maintenance of this Hastings Park site, there's 5 distinct areas that we need to really be cognizant of. And when you put in pieces of what might or might not be within or outside the P&E, I think it does a bit of disservice to that report that was considered by Council in its entirety in that larger context. And for those reasons, I think that it's ill-advised to be piecemealing this type of interaction or injection at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so move to a voting queue. So the amendment fails. Councillors Jang, Reimer, Stevenson, Louis, and Meggs opposed. So we will now go to back to the main motion. It's originally moved by Councillor Louis. Councillor Carr, do you want to speak to the main motion?
I do, yes.
You don't have to, though.
I know I don't have to. You know me better than that. Council, yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank Councillor Louis for supporting my amendment to identify the General Manager of the Board of Parks and Recreation as one of the specified individuals to be appointed and to the board, and also as Vice Chair. However, there were other, I think, equally important motions to me, one by Councillor DeGenova to include a representative of the Park Board in its elected body, one of the commissioners, and that did fail. And I feel that that is a betrayal of the commitment that we had shown 2 years ago when we did include a commissioner on that body. And I think it was incredibly important to the community, and I'm very saddened that that was not passed today. I also feel that opening the meetings to the public is again something that can be handled. To say that the Park Board is a large the P&E board has a large budget, and it could be very difficult, and they spend a lot of money. Goodness gracious, folks. We have a budget of over $1 billion, and we operate with every one of these meetings being open to the public. They can all come and sit there and watch us debate, and there are times and opportunities when they can come forward. Those are specified under our rules of procedure. They could have handled it exactly the same way, gone in camera when they needed to. So I think we've done disservice to the democracy of a very important institution within our governance within the city. And it's not really our governance, but it is, I guess. But it's a disservice to the citizens, and I think they're right to be able to participate, at least to watch also those meetings. And finally, I do feel that the maintenance of the areas of the grounds that are Hastings Park that are still in a natural and becoming in a natural state more and more under the master plan, which the Park Board and Council has developed, that there is a very clear reason why the Park Board should be managing those areas. Those are the types of sites that they manage elsewhere in our city, and this is a park. It is Hastings Park. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion.
Councillor DeGenova.
I'll try and keep it very brief, but I think that this is a sad day for the Park Board. And I don't just say that sitting here as a former Park Board Commissioner, and I know there are other councillors that are former Park Board Commissioners. However, I think that this really is the broken promise, the opportunity that was posed 2 years ago, and here we sit here today, and we really are taking the park out of Hastings Park, and that concerns me. And the P&E board should have elected representation by the Park Board. I would like to take this opportunity, though, to thank staff for all of their hard work on the report, and especially Mr. McDaniel and his team at the P&E. I think you do an excellent job. You maintain not only the fair, which we all love to attend, and it's something that historically has been a part of Vancouver, but you are good stewards of the park, the farmers market, and everything you do, and I very much support that. My vote today, it does not at all reflect on your good work there. However, I just can't support something that's so integral, a board that's so integral to Hastings Park not having Park Board representation. And I urge all of my colleagues to really consider this, because this decision is very important. That being said, I thank Councillor Carr for her amendments, and I'm happy and relieved to know that the general manager of the Park Board will at least have a seat at the table. And, it's not my decision, everybody else, and, I've been teased about it here. They make their decisions as to when they conflict out. However, I think that Councillor Louis, he's made his decision not to conflict out, but I do.
Just a minute, that's completely inappropriate.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, I'm so sorry. I cannot support this. I just can't support the P&E board not having elected representation by the Park Board, so I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Louis.
Am I last, Mr. Chair?
Well, I may say a few words just before you finish up, if that's okay. I've heard many of these debates now, and I really think it's important to keep in mind what's happened over the years in the situation that the current council and Park Board have found themselves in, which is that over a century, this area, which has had so many aspirations placed on it, now includes a racetrack, playland, the P&E, a lot of film activity. some park space in a master plan, which has to be successfully prosecuted and driven forward with the resources that are generated on the site. And that, in my view, puts it in a completely different category. So while we've heard a lot, which, and I share the concern and anxiety about the greening under the master plan, I also have concern about making sure that the entire project functions smoothly and with a central direction based on that master plan. So I think that the outcome is a good one, that having the general manager there will achieve the operational input that's necessary, and the standards will be kept high. And I hope that we can see more success with the P&E in the years ahead. I don't think that Hastings Park P&E project is without lots of challenges. It has some very big ones coming up. So I support this general direction, and I think that it'll clear the way for some very positive developments, both in terms of greening and in other aspects.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take this opportunity just to provide some closing comments. I do also want to thank staff for guiding us along this 10-year journey to get us to this point. I hope that with the conclusion of today's vote that we'll be prepared to bring the P&E as an organization and this land which it sits upon and all the activities that included on this site to a higher level. That I think this is a positive day for the city, that we are able to now be able to enhance the offering to our citizens of Vancouver and at the same time advance the goals of council on this site. Comments that this is a sad day is, I think, is totally off base. That the master plan, as we've adopted, provides a doubling, tripling of the economic opportunity on the site in terms of the playland footprint almost, and almost a tripling of the green space on site. And this is not a small commitment that is being made by council to enhance the site for the localized community nor the city as a whole. I do take some issue with the comment that some commissioners would come and purport to speak on behalf of the community. Given that I am a member of Hastings Sunrise community, I certainly do not believe that the commissioner speaks for myself. I would take the opportunity to speak on my behalf, but also express the concerns and the aspirations of some of my neighbors that support the P&E, that believe that it needs to continue and that the governance of this site is much more broad than the narrow band of expressing desires for the site to be green, that there's many more activities that can and should be supported, and that those neighbors of mine in Hastings Sunrise, where I live, are intent on ensuring that that continues. And I think that is important to also be heard today. The last point I want to make is that this concept of the lack of representation on the board as a result of not having an elected park board commissioner is false. That there is a direct relationship between council and the P&E board through myself currently, and is maintained through this bylaw through that elected official that will come through council. And the public will always have the opportunity to approach any member of council, approach any member of the park board, and make expressions whichever way they like, positive or negative, to their general manager or otherwise. And I am sure it'll feed back up to us. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, the concept that green space will suffer as a result of this decision, I just remind everyone and council that our aspiration is to become the greenest city in the world, and we are award-winning and internationally renowned in that respect, and council has taken the leadership in that respect, and we will continue to lead in that direction for this site as well. And I hope those comments provide a little bit of clarity, Mr. Chairman, because I think that this is a positive day for us, and we have an opportunity to make the site even better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Lee. Okay, we'll go to a vote on the main motion now. Okay, and that passes 5-4. Councillors Ball, Carr, Affleck, and DeGenova opposed. So the standing committee portion of this meeting, or at least a portion of the original agenda, is now complete and will convene a regular council.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. We will now convene regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions of today's standing committee on city finance and services. Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
All members are present except for Councillor Deal, who is on a leave of absence for civic business, and the mayor, who is not present in the chamber.
We need a, thank you, Madam Clerk. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations. That would be to refer item number 2, adopting item number 3, 4, and 5. The other items will need to be held over until, and the recommendation to send the other items off to a future meeting. Be moved, all in, and also recognizing that we have to have 8 votes. We do have that. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Sorry. Before we adjourn, Councillor Reimer wanted to have this opportunity to say a few words.
Mindful of some of the comments made today speculating on certain members' absences, I did want to save you all the trouble of speculating on my absence this evening. This is a really important issue and I would love to be here, but I also have one child and they happen to have one graduation, which is happening tonight. So I will catch up with you all where you leave off tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
And now to Councillor Jang. Could we have Councillor Jang's mic is turned on? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and to again end the speculation as to why I will not be here for this portion of the public hearing tonight is that I have a daughter who is graduating from high school, and I won't miss that for the world no matter what. But I will be reviewing the tapes and all that kind of stuff, and I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Now a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Should we take half an hour?
All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Start right on time. Do we have